There is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
वेलकम चैट वापस आ चुके हैं छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद हम लोग फॉर नॉर्वे चेस अगेन एंड दिस इज डे नंबर 5 एंड वेलकम सहज भाई। आज बिल्कुल लाल और ब्लू मतलब कंप्लीट कंट्रास्ट कलर्स, मतलब आपकी शर्ट वो जो रेड कारपेट मैच कर रहा है बिल्कुल।
अरे भाई आई वोर दिस बिकॉज आज एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट है। ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मैच अप एज वेल, बट आज चैंपियंस लीग भी है, तो दिस इज द ओनली थिंग दैट आई ओन दैट्स फ्रॉम the champion, like so मैंने कहा कि यार just for the vibes let's do it भाई। But how excited are you भाई? Pragg versus Gukesh
भाई, very excited। I think कई बार I think we have been blessed कि एक ऐसे इवेंट्स में ऐसे स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स खेलते हैं, एंड गुकेश वर्सेस Pragg इज द थर्ड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट क्लैश वी हैव सीन इन 5 days. Just because the tournament is so strong, both players played Magnus and of course some other strong players. So very excited for this game, of course, because दोनों Indians का match है, and ये rivalry nobody takes lightly, Chad, I think, because world champion है, Pragg wants to beat him and prove a point. Gukesh wants to beat Pragg and prove a point, and who knows, at the end draw भी हो सकता है सहज भाई, just to hide their prep. So super crucial match. Gukesh, by the way, right now is world number 20. After that classical loss to Magnus, and Pragg is world number 16. So Gukesh जीतते हैं तो he'll catch up with Pragg. Pragg जीतते हैं तो he could be at the door of the world top 10. So a lot to play for. And let's not forget सहज भाई, Magnus Carlsen का comeback होगा कि नहीं होगा भाई? He is playing Wesley So today with the white pieces. अगर if he can win today, that's gonna be a huge claim to the throne at Norway Chess.
Absolutely भाई, Magnus versus Wesley, and people wondering whether एक comeback होगा कि नहीं भाई। I think against Gukesh already there was somewhat of a comeback, considering the fact कि उसने वो knight b5 miss किया था, and then he was so relaxed about it, and okay, after it felt like Magnus started to feel like himself. But speaking of Wesley So, Tiku bhai, I'm not sure if you caught this, but Wesley had a very interesting comment कि he has seen more blunders from Magnus in this tournament alone in comparison to the last 2 years that Magnus has played classical chess.
Wow, that's very interesting. But also, he's only played 2 events in the last year, so maybe it's not perfectly like a good comparison. But I do get where he's coming
Olympiad
from. I think
bhi tha
Magnus...
Olympiad bhi tha na? Olympiad Norway chess.
Right. And already Tepe segment मिला के 3 tournament तो हो ही गए. So I think that's a fair criticism. And I think, of course, Magnus also knows this. It's not a surprise. He's not playing his A game, but apparently his B plus game is also enough to beat the world champion. And let's see, can he continue to play in the same fashion? And Wesley ने बोल तो दिया, ब्लंडर कर रहे हैं. अब मे भी शायद मैग्नस आज ही कहेंगे, भाई कौन से ब्लंडर वेस्ली भाई? आप कुछ कह रहे थे किसी इंटरव्यू में, कुछ सुना था मैंने, ब्लंडर जरा एक्यूरेसी मुझे करे, जाके लॉगिन करके देख के कितना है.
Absolutely. By the way, just coming back to Pragg versus Gukesh, Pragg is right now second in the standings. So, and he's around 2.5 points behind Firouzja. Firouzja, of course, because he has won 2 classical games, So he's really, really ahead. But एक वो outside chance है कि if Pragg manages to defeat, Gukesh, he could be, knocking on the doors of Firouz के भाई मैं भी हूँ यहाँ पे. That's another angle I think for Pragg to play for a win. And by Gukesh ke liye, like of course from yesterday's loss, or well the day before just loss, of course he had his birthday, he celebrated. Do you think he will be back, or do you think it will just be a normal day, or what do you think?
I think it's the perfect kind of day Gukesh needed to kind of just relax a bit. And there he is. Let's go full screen on the world champion, by the way, before liftoff. I think it was the perfect day for somebody like him. He must have felt the pressure after that loss to Magnus. And I think we've seen this, sometimes, too much stress can get in the way of you playing your natural chess. The moves don't flow, smoothly for you. And I think perfect opportunity, relax kiye. And in fact, we saw Gukesh and Sindarov like in a boat race or something, Sahaj bhai. मतलब ये तो मैं like what's not on the bingo card for me कि भाई world champ challenger भाई boat race कर रहे हैं.
Exactly, bhai, exactly. And also there was some moment as well when they were helping each other out and stuff like that.
हाँ,
It was actually a lot of fun. And to be honest, I liked that whole cowboy thing, but I felt like this boat race was just way cooler. It's more like way more
yeah.
my vibe there. So hoping he had his rest, he's feeling fresh, and today is the day to show.
Absolutely. And he has the black pieces today against Pragg. So by default, Pragg is the one who would be a slight red at the start. Also, Pragg in second place in the open section chat. If Pragg wins and Firuzja loses in the classical, Pragg will be in confirmed first spot after half of Norway chess. So it's a crucial game for Pragg. This win could really, really stake a huge claim for him winning the event. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. Shahid bhai, chat question to you. फर्स्ट मूव क्या चूज करेंगे प्राग E4 D4 C4 नाइट F3 क्या प्रिडिक्शन है चैट एनी प्रिडिक्शन सहज भाई
I think Pragg E4 नहीं खेलेगा आज somehow. I'm getting some D4 vibes because I think he's gonna try to go for a longer game, and also because he played E4 against Magnus. So I think he might try to switch that. But I could be wrong. But and it's just a feeling. And what about you, Tikku bhai? What do you think?
I think he might choose D4. I've seen him play certain wide games जहाँ पे he has this, some repetitions possible. जहाँ पे whenever he's playing an Indian or he's playing somebody whom he respects a lot, like he will play D4. I don't know if this is like a hunch or something, but I'll go deeper into this data if this game also goes into quick draw. But I'm not going to go into it right now. But I feel he's going to play D4. That's just a hunch.
So
Let's
you
see what
think
happens. By the
यहाँ
way,
पे to quick draw हो सकता है? Is
yes,
that a
that's my hunch. That's my hunch. कि भाई यहाँ पे
Oh,
within 1.5 hours, yeah, 1 hour even, like this could be a repetition, is my guess.
wow, that's very interesting. Bhai, then we might see an Armageddon between these two guys. But of course, अगर Pragg ऐसे, I mean, if he tries to not push with the white pieces, then it clearly means that he thinks he has a good chance in Armageddon against someone like Gukesh. Because remember in Tata Steel, in that finals, he did defeat him in the tiebreaks, and there it is, handshakes. Pragg and Gukesh, by the two Indian superstars battling it out in Norway. Bhai, what a scene.
भाई नाम देखो ना एक तरफ अदानी का नाम है एक तरफ वाका का नाम है मतलब two big names and of course the kind of support it needs for these players to perform at their best is insane and glad to see brands coming in and Sahaj bhai I mean you know I think it's crazy how Pragg was the only Indian to qualify for two candidates in a row. That's kind of a nice thing to see that you're stable across multiple years. Your performance, even though has fluctuations, you kind of have that baseline below which you never go, right? And I think Pragg
Yeah.
ke liye, for example, look at the number of candidates who repeated their, who kind of qualified to both candidates. Very few in number. We saw, like Hikaru, I think
Fabi
Fabi,
and
Pragg, right?
yeah, Hikaru,
These
Fabi,
three.
Pragg, and that's it. Yeah, maybe.
So that's a very good, list to be a part of, I think. That shows you how stable Pragg is, how he has consolidated himself at the top level. Even though he's not really become the world champion yet, it's definitely a goal he should achieve at some point. But of course, right now, the man is right in front of him. Can he prove a point here by beating the world champion himself? And of course, Gukesh, with the black pieces, has to be very careful in the opening.
Oh yes, भाई अगर Pragg E4 खेलता है तो I'm gonna make a crazy prediction that Gukesh goes for Caro-Kann.
क्या
That's my
बात कर
hunch.
रहे हो?
Huh. I think if he plays E4, then Gukesh goes for Caro-Kann. That's why I think that's why I think Pragg won't play E4 because Gukesh Karokan बहुत खेला है पहले and he has had some spectacular results with it. That's why I'm getting a feeling that he's not going to go. By
भाई
the way, I think we do have liftoff across all boards. I think the games have begun, but I think Pragg is still thinking about his first move. Yeah.
भाई इट्स क्रेजी यू मेंशन कैरोकैन आई वाज जस्ट टेलिंग प्रखर टुडे कि भाई कैरोकैन अवॉइड करते हैं लेट्स ट्राई सम न्यू ओपनिंग फॉर सीओबी एंड आप कह रहे हो गुकेश कैरोकैन खेलेगा दैट वाज नॉट माय इंटेंट भाई आई डोंट नो इफ आई शुड सेड दैट
Bhai,
बट एनीवेज माय
Karokan
पॉइंट
is a
इज
beautiful opening. It's one of my favorite openings, bhai. It's such a
वेरी
beautiful
इंटरेस्टिंग
opening, especially to
नो
play
आई
with the
थिंक
black pieces. It's very nice.
it's a very nice opening for sure I think but let's see I think Gukesh
Bhai,
if he plays
you
Carocan
know,
will be a surprise for sure
I like to think of Karokan in some way at least like a Carlsbad structure. Like उसमें भी आप pawn takes pawn मार के आप imbalance create कर सकते हो. Carlsbad में भी आप pawn takes pawn मार के आप create कर. So it just if you want to play for if you want to have a long game then Karokan is a very very nice positional opening जो बहुत कम options होती हैं ऐसे black से अगर आपको win के लिए खेलना होता है तो. But let's see what Pragg goes for. He's meditating. Wow.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw in the candidates as well. Haven't seen him do so in Norway chess, but maybe he's going back to that trend. And I do agree with you. I think Calocan would be definitely a strategic way to play and also a bit of a surprise for Pragg, that is. So let's see. Although maybe d4 is my preferred move for Pragg as well. So maybe he does go for it. He takes around 30 seconds chat to meditate. So could expect a move any second now. And d4 it is.
Oh.
Let's go.
Yes, exactly. So everything going according to the script so far. Question is, what does Gukesh play? I think he will go. Okay, he goes knight d6. I was gonna say Carlsbad. Yeah, मुझे लगा d4 d5 खेलेगा, and he will go into some solid variation there. But he goes for knight f6, and now is the question: does he go e6 or does he play g6? And e6 it is.
E6. Yeah. By G6 पे तो I would have literally thrown money at the screen. यार, take my money and show me Gukesh playing King's Indian. I would have gone crazy about that. But okay, we have a more normal position. Queen's Gambit decline. Now the question for Pragg, does he go for the Catalan with G3? Does he go for normal? Ah, it is the Queen's Gambit normal.
भाई तो कार्ल्सबाड ही होने वाला है मतलब थोड़ा मैंने थोड़ा पहले प्रेडिक्ट कर दिया था बट आई फील लाइक एट सम पॉइंट ओह नो 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 वी हैव रागोजिन हेलो रागोजिन ऑन द बोर्ड बिशप टू ये हमने देखा है आई मीन इसी इवेंट में हमने देखा हुआ है आई बिलीव फ्रॉम द मैग्नस गुकेश मैच आई बिलीव इट वाज बट you can take the pawn on d5 you can play bishop g5 remember when Gukesh's knight was on g1 and he played knight f3 when he could have played knight e2 it's kind of a similar structure but Pragg goes for queen a4 check.
I love this move actually because chat queen a4 के बाद basically आपने एक चाल तो waste करी but basically you force the knight to c6 because bishop b4 defend करना है and now the c7 pawn is kind of stuck. You can't push the c pawn to c5 and if I had to play the Ragozin this is the move I would also choose. Love this idea because strategically it becomes difficult for black to attack the white center and now of course dc4 could be the plan ki bhai you've not defended that pawn on c4 I'm gonna grab it Sehaj bhai.
Exactly. I think d takes c4 is a possibility here, Tikuba, and I think it's one of the I think good moves because usually queen c2. If firstly queen c2 is not the best move here. Usually you play e3 and उसके बाद आप decide करते हो whether you play queen c2 or bishop d2. These are the two main moves. So I think one fact here is that if I play short castle in this position, is Pragg gonna play e3 and just transpose into the main line? Because that's exactly what Gukesh is thinking about, right? तो your first instinct is कि आपके opponent ने कुछ change किया, then you try to transpose it back into something you know really well. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe he goes short castle and sees what Pragg has planned. But because Pragg has played queen c2 first, there is a very good chance he goes bishop g5. Like he'll do anything but play e3, I feel.
Bhai, this looks like a crazy line. I don't know. I went a bit deeper with the help of the engine because we don't have many games played at all with this queen c2 move. After e3, I think, for example, attacking the c4 pawn, the best move for black, one of the best moves is b5. And after a6, you can apparently play knight to a5 Sehaj bhai, which is a bit weird for me. I don't know if you've seen this before.
It was b5, a4
Yeah.
and knight f5 you're saying, yeah?
Yeah.
ये तो भाई निकालना मुश्किल होगा ना तो मतलब
बहुत
पता नहीं है
मुश्किल।
तो कैसे खेलोगे भी हाँ ये तो इम्पॉसिबल रहेगा बट देयर इज आल्सो वेरी क्रेजी लाइन हियर एंड एक्चुअली थैंक्स टू Fabi he's I believe he was the one who created this idea I can show you very quickly as Gukesh thinks basically short castle के बाद आता है you play e3 rook e8 and कुछ तो bishop d2 जाता है black plays bishop f8 and now white plays something like a3 and इसके बाद ना black का एक बड़ा cool सा idea होता है just play a quiet move like h6 because what you want to do is you want to wait for white to castle on the long side. अब white अगर long castle यहाँ पे गलती से चला गया टिक्कू भाई now the plan is I'll go a5 And white, of course, will try to attack rook g1, g4, and guess the move. Tikku bhai.
Bhai, I can. आपने A pawn छुआ ही था सहज भाई. You had just touched it and I understood the move. You had just touched the move. अब मेरे को समझ आ गया यहाँ पे फैबी कुछ क्रेजी करने वाला है. बता दो सहज भाई क्या है move?
Exactly. It's knight to b4. And this is like almost losing for white. With the ideas, if you take the a file पे mate हो जाते हैं, नहीं तो c5 आता है, b5, and you just get basically destroyed, yeah? And all thanks to this move h6, which is just a very quiet move waiting for white to castle on the long side. Because of course, white bishop नहीं निकालेगा, because pawn takes pawn के बाद आपका वो tempo चला जाएगा. तो h6 is like such a clever move to play. I think it was created by, invented by Fabi. Like I think he was the first guy to play it, but for sure both of these players are aware of this idea.
Yeah, for sure. I think, Fabi ki Magnus ki game style. I think at the top level, the first thing you do is follow the ideas your fellow colleagues have played over the board, because you want to test those ideas yourself. Every new idea is drawn from inspiration from some other game. And you can see both players looking somewhere. I don't know what's distracting both the players. I don't know what's happening, Sej bhai. Kya lag raha hai?
Um, maybe they are also seeing the Champions League ke fans, yeah. They're making some noises there. I see also some people asking in the chat, why am I not there? Because it's happening in Budapest. Bhai, matlab, that's dedication, yeah. Chat, of course, this event I think is, or this game in specific is really, really important. So all my friends are there, of course, but I think I can join them maybe afterwards, but we'll see. मजा आएगा भाई.
Yeah. And एक अच्छा सवाल, पोल में ड्रॉ का ऑप्शन क्यों नहीं है? बिकॉज नॉर्वे चेस इज गोटेड, बिकॉज देयर आर नो ड्रॉज इन नॉर्वे चेस. इवन इफ देयर इज अ क्लासिकल ड्रॉ, वी आर गोना हैव अ टाई ब्रेक रैपिड टू सॉल्व द ड्रॉ. आई थिंक that's why this is the best classical format, period. There is no doubt in my head about it. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Gukesh is thinking Sahaj bhai, so maybe the perfect opportunity to check on Magnus Carlsen. And what is he doing? Because we see something interesting. एक Italian board पे दिख रही है मुझे.
Oh, Italian by the way, Bishop G5 is very, very sharp here. So usually Italian is, of course, known to be very positional, but the moment you play Bishop G5, it becomes very crazy because Black has to play something like H6 and G5, and Black has to castle on the short side as well. And कभी-कभी Knight takes G5 का threat आता है, कभी-कभी piece sack हो जाता है, or the other option is कि Bishop goes back to E7, which is, okay, that's going to be a bit more positional, but I think that's not considered the best response for Black. So Magnus is saying either you choose, let's say, the passive option with Bishop E7 and it will be a positional game, or you play H6 G5 जहाँ पे मतलब पूरी आग लगेगी. So Magnus is in full mood, bhai, to score a classical win today.
Yeah, agreed. And I think, by the way, you mentioned this move, H6 on the... How Magnus moved the bishop back. He literally held it in his entire fist, Sahaj, by moved it. Very, very funny way to move the piece there. And now Wesley plays pawn to D6 and opening up his own bishop, which could potentially come to G4. So he does look prepared. So far, so good for both the players. Sahaj, in chat, what do you expect? Do you expect a draw in the classical? Do you expect a result here?
I would expect a result here, bhai. I would definitely. अब Magnus 2 game हारा है तो I think we saw it, we've seen it like 100 times already. So he's definitely going to be looking to even the score and get back to at least the top of the leaderboard. So I think Magnus will be looking to score a win, and Magnus, after the rest day, I think he looks a lot more fresh. I think he will be a lot more motivated. So let's see. I think for me, it's a classical win. But of course, Wesley is an extremely solid player, and this will definitely not be an easy task. Tikku bhai, what do you think?
I do agree. Magnus एक बार win under his belt कर लेता है ना, उसके बाद फिर suddenly he becomes a completely different person, I think. And it's not going to be easy. He has his confidence and mojo back. उनका जो interview था ना, post game interview, after his loss versus Pragg and after his win against Gukesh, you could see the difference clearly in how he felt about chess, how he felt about his life overall, because chess is life for majority of the players. And I think वो confidence वापस आने के बाद Magnus is going to play ambitious chess, and C3 खेल दिया है, D4 on the cards, B4 on the cards, Knight D2 incoming, castles potentially incoming. So काफी strategic लंबी game बनती हुई सहज भाई. My guess is this might last the longest among all the open section games.
Bye. Just wait until he plays G5. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. And also, bhai, you have to be careful. You have to play G5 before. अगर आपने castle के बाद G5 खेला तो Knight takes G5 will be a very, very real threat. And actually, White is not even objectively worse there. And it's a known thing. So it could become really sharp really soon, essentially. A5 played.
Agreed.
I'm
if I'm on the
sure. Oh,
board.
by the way, we are following a game of Wesley itself. This is a game of Pragg versus Wesley from 2024. I believe in Norway chess itself, no?
Wait,
एक बार
Wesley was
check
playing
करना कि
2024?
वो Norway chess का game है कि नहीं. I think it was Norway chess. I have this vague memory of Pragg playing this against Wesley in Norway chess.
Oh, very interesting. I'm going to check that. But meanwhile, I think अगर पुरानी game है, so that means Magnus will definitely have looked at it at some point, especially अगर Norway chess है, he would 100% know this, in depth. So he is thinking right now, Sahaj bhai. So काफी interesting position बनती है. Maybe time to look at the game, Sahaj bhai, the epic rivalry forming between Zhu Jinner and Divya Deshmukh as well. Chat, I don't know what's the rivalry there, but Divya could be having the tournament of her life. She could be beating Magnus Carlsen in an event, but तब भी Zhu Jinner से हार जाती है. I don't know what's the rivalry there, but somehow Zhu Jinner always gets the best of Divya Deshmukh, Sahaj bhai.
Why I'm actually curious what is their head-to-head score, and they have played a total of 14 games. And yeah, it seems to have it seems to favor basically Zhu Jinner by a lot. Basically, 21% times Divya has won, 64% times she has lost. So she
Wow.
has not historically scored well against her. And of course, I think why you're saying this is because in classical also she lost very recently to her 2 months ago. And
Yep, she
yeah,
lost to
yeah,
her.
lots of classical losses she has had against Zhu Jinner. So yeah, this is going to be a tough one, I think, um, for Divya. But so far, I think she looks pretty well prepared. It's a typical Carlsbad structure. She has delayed castling for now to try and develop this knight to f8 and maybe put it on g6 or to e6, and then उसके बाद you go castle. And then you might be wondering, पहले castle कर लेते तो क्या हो जाता? Like it's not like there is any difference. There is a slight like maybe 19-20 का फर्क, which is that अगर आप castle करते तो आपका रुक f8 पे आ जाता. फिर उस रुक को आपको e8 पे रखना पड़ता, एंड देन आप नाइट f8 नाइट g6 खेलते तो आपका एक टेम्पो जाता पोजीशन में. तो दैट्स व्हाई यू आर प्लेइंग दिस फर्स्ट, delaying your castling and essentially saving a move. It could have some nuance in the future. It could have some idea, that she has planned, because I think Divya's prep is definitely not over so far.
Agreed. And Divya did suffer her first loss in the final round, that we saw round 4 before the rest day. So she will be looking to kind of not only get her winning streak going again, but also kind of end this winning streak for Zhu Jinner. Because, there could be a moment, Sahaj bhai, when we're going to have like a candidates match or a world championship match, and she could be facing Zhu Jinner, and अगर psychological block रहेगा ना, that's going to hurt a lot, because ये rivalry कहीं नहीं जा रही. It's going to exist for the next 5 years, maybe a decade. So she would love to kind of get some momentum back against Zhu Jinner specifically. So देखते हैं क्या होता है. Right now Zhu in deep thought. So let's go back maybe to our star clash for today. That is Gukesh against Pragg. Pragg Gukesh. जहां Gukesh is still thinking. Why? He's taking that queen c2 move very seriously, yeah?
Yeah. Going back to the game, sorry, मैं थोड़ा accidentally कट हो गया था, but yeah, queen c2 के बाद he's still thinking. Wow.
Yeah.
And by वो castle, I think, I mean, Gukesh of course knows this, because Gukesh will know this position from the move order that you play e3 first, black goes short castle, and उसके बाद white के पास दो ही options होती हैं, bishop d2 और queen c2. So Gukesh is just thinking कि अभी अगर मैंने castle कर दिया तो कुछ g4 वगैरह तो नहीं फेंक देगा, या bishop g5 तो नहीं खेल देगा. Like it's like, is he gonna get caught in some preparation by Pragg is the question, essentially.
But I'm not sure what could you do, which is a bit different after castles. Because, yeah,
भाई
I mean,
g4
e3.
कुछ तो करेगा ना,
Oh,
मतलब
बाप रे.
crazy. g4
Why
possible है क्या?
G4? It's doesn't look like it thanks to the engine,
Okay.
but I mean, I wouldn't really put it
There
behind
is
me. I
e5.
never know. Yeah.
There is e5. Yeah, there is e5. That's the problem. I mean, there must be something else then. I mean, I'm sure Pragg doesn't play e3 here. There is no chance he has played queen c2 just to play e3 and transpose back into. I mean, that's like so anticlimactic for me. I feel like he's gonna find maybe bishop f4. This could be interesting. Yeah, bishop.
Bishop
Yeah,
f4.
actually, let's not do bishop f4. Let's do bishop g5.
I like that more actually. I like that more as well. Bishop g5 makes more sense. And now the question is, can black take on c4, right? Because if you don't take, I'm going to play e3 next. And I basically have a better version of what I had. So you have to take on c4, I feel. And
Yeah.
then d4 is also hanging. So either e3, I mean, has to be played,
e4
I
खेल
guess.
सकता हूँ क्या मैं? Is e4 too much, or can I play e4?
अरे बाप रे भाई, knight d4?
Knight d4, queen d4, rook d1. I was thinking, but I missed. You have queen e4 check there.
अच्छा, even I
Yeah,
missed that. I thought queen e5 खेलेंगे, but
yeah.
okay, queen
Queen
e4 तो और
e4
बढ़िया
check
है.
is queen e4 check is dirty. Yeah, ठीक है, फिर e3. I guess only move. You go knight a5. I'm just trying to figure out where is Pragg's plan. कुछ तो है there इस position में. I can like okay. Let's try something funky. Let's play h4.
अरे बाप रे,
Bye. See, it's a good move actually.
क्या बात.
This is
ओके,
somewhere around this is what Pragg has I think done his preparation. कुछ कहीं ना कहीं h4 फेंकेगा यहाँ पे वो.
you know
भाई, do you
Sen
see
bhai,
the follow up?
I didn't see. I saw it now, but I feel like could it be just a thought? Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. Could it just be a way to try and confuse Gukesh in the opening? क्या होता है ना, ऐसे हम वो पोएट्री पढ़ते थे स्कूल में, लाइक मतलब ऐसे कि कवि ने कहा कि दीवार नीली है, एंड देन आवर टीचर्स विल टेल अस कवि ये नहीं कह रहे थे कि दीवार नीली नीली है, वो कह रहे हैं कि उनको अपनी अंदर दिल की तरफ झांक के ऐसा लग रहा है कि दुनिया में बहुत ज्यादा पेड़ कट रहे हैं, तो भाई हरा कलर हट रहा है, तो मतलब वो कह रहे हैं कि नीला रंग ज्यादा हो रहा है, पता नहीं, समथिंग लाइक दैट यार. Could it just be he would just transpose after e3, because this is all risky, right? Like if he plays h4, I love this by the way, but it could really mean कि भाई he
थैंक्स
could be
समय
taking
भाई
on
फॉर
significant risk.
रिमाइंडिंग. सॉरी भाई, एक सेकंड. समय भाई ने बड़ा एक बढ़िया रिमाइंडर दिया है. थैंक्स भाई. एक्चुअली मैं भूल ही गया था कि इस बार ये तो प्रॉपर एनालॉजी मोमेंट है भाई. वेट वेट, आई एम जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर. ये वाली
हाँ, सो
एनालॉजी
मैं
एन
फिर से बोलता हूँ.
बी. मेंशन दिस ट्वाइस इन द वीडियो. ये लिख रहा हूँ मैं. बढ़िया. क्या एनालॉजी थी भाई, मजा आ गया. मेरे दिमाग में तो वो तारे जमीन पर वाला आ गया था. वो जो दिखता है हमको लगता है, जो नहीं दिखता वो नहीं होता. याद है?
भाई आई थिंक
कभी कभी जो दिखता है वो नहीं होता.
भाई आई एम
So,
होपिंग आई एम रॉन्ग हियर, बट मुझे लग रहा है कि शायद वो E3 खेल देगा भाई. आई थिंक गुकेश ने 15 रन फालतू में वेस्ट ना कर दियो. दैट्स माय
नहीं
फर्स्ट
नहीं
गो
नहीं
टू
नहीं.
थॉट प्रोसेस.
भाई ऐसे 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 नॉर्वे चेस में वर्ल्ड चैंपियन के अगेंस्ट आप ब्लफ थोड़ी ना करोगे यार. ऐसे तो आई मीन ही नोज समथिंग इज कमिंग. There is a reason why he played Queen C2 in the first place. And to be honest, like if we do the analysis, short castle, bishop G5, like D takes E4 kind of feels forced. E3 के बाद knight A5, and I H4 is not in my top three. Just putting it out there. It's not. It's just something I feel is possible in this position. And the moment I play it, the bar doesn't drop as much. Okay, and I know कि अगर ये थोड़ा इसको मैं रखूंगा तो it's gonna become okay. And look at the follow-up, Tikku bhai. After B5, which is the best move, white goes E4. You have to now play Queen D7 and give up bishop takes F6. So it's like you do have some difficult decisions to make here as black.
And let's say कि मैं black से कुछ passive खेलता हूँ, just to understand the idea better. So E5 is my threat, right? So as white, I'm gonna
Bishop
basically
E7?
trap your knight. I'm just thinking, what can I do to avoid this spin? Bishop E7 makes sense, for example. But then D5 hanging है.
Then B5. But I don't want to take that pawn. I'll go E5 maybe.
E5, knight
मैं थोड़ा
D5.
instinct पे खेल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे. Knight D5, Knight E5.
Chad, we're not trying
Knight.
to tell you the best moves. हम understand कर रहे हैं कि how could the pieces move forward if, let's say, we are playing with zero risk. हम वापस ले लेंगे position.
Yeah.
Pragg unfortunately
I
can't do
like
the same.
Thing is, I like take and I like knight G5 a lot. But I don't like that you can play knight F5 and block my view of the H7 pawn. If I take here, you can take back and your bishop khul jayega. That's what I don't like. Maybe actually. How bad is this? Takes bishop E7. Nah, this is bad. This is very bad. So this is not the plan. So ठीक है, मैं E5 नहीं खेलता, ठीक है? Do I have to take on B5?
I mean, if I have to take it, I have to take now, yeah. एक और opportunity मिलेगी
I
नहीं.
got it.
And कई बार.
I got it. Bishop takes
हाँ.
F6.
Okay, bishop takes.
And now I was thinking E5, bishop E7 and knight G5. How is this?
Okay, this looks tempting.
भाई डर तो
G6, I
लगेगा
guess.
यहाँ पे आपको.
हाँ, डर लगेगा for sure. G6 now, I guess, is the move.
Long castle, like
अरे
I
बाप
don't
रे,
know,
भाई आराम से भाई, long castle. Oh my god, that looks like crazy.
भाई F4 आ रहा है, knight E4, H5. Like I mean, I don't care about the bar. I'm just looking at the position. Bar बंद किया था. It looks like black is in deep trouble, and I think this is where he can bluff. यहाँ पर bluff हो सकता है. Because you remember that game of Nordirbeck versus Gukesh from Pragg Masters, I think it was. जहाँ पर I think Nordirbeck got a very bad, objectively a very bad position out of the opening with white pieces. But Nordirbeck had like some complication, some type of an attack, and he kept playing on that, kept putting pressure on the clock, and it worked against Gukesh. He did win that game, so could be something
Yup.
similar. like of course जो direction में हम जा रहे हैं, it doesn't have to be exactly this, but I feel
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
around where Pragg is trying to play.
Agreed. I think it might be possible कि कुछ lines में जहाँ पे maybe Gukesh plays like a different version of the same setup you said, like this might be
हाँ.
working even in a better way. So it definitely is a thought process, Pragg might have considered. Otherwise, I also agree, like इतना Queen C2 अलग idea खेलने का point कम है. So it might, like I might bluff this way, but I don't think Pragg would, and he's not even at the chair right now. So looks like he's very well prepared for whatever Gukesh can throw at him. So feels like a conscious, deep idea by Pragg. Let's see क्या plan है. And maybe Sahaj भाई हम देख रहे हैं H4 वाले ideas. Maybe Gukesh should just take on C4 then and not castle and commit his king too early.
Exactly my point. I think that's why he should go pawn takes pawn, keep the king in the center, and maybe the attacks are not there anymore. And chat में कोई पूछ रहा था कि why can't you take the knight? And I think I forgot to mention that. I believe this is the position you're talking about. And that bishop takes g5 is like, I mean, you did take an attacker away, but ये दूसरा attacker आ गया ना रुक. And now this is even more dangerous. And now you have to play something like g6, जिससे f6 square weak होगा, फिर ये knight e4, knight f6. Just it feels like attack immediately neutralized नहीं हो रहा है. At least from what I can see. Maybe after g6 long castle, you can. This probably is a little bit, let's say, smarter because takes के बाद आप ये check है and knight e4 एक tempo से नहीं आ रहा है. That could work. But of course, we're not going to play long castle in that exact moment. Of course, don't take the moves too literally. I think we do understand the idea though. Like ये king side पे attack है, 2 pawn down है, dark squares weak हैं. We know something like this is where Pragg is headed.
And just to point out, वहाँ black has only one move, bishop b7, or it's already
Going back to
equal.
the original position.
In the last position you showed, queen g5 के बाद, I think bishop b7 was the only move for black. So I think it's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky for sure. And meanwhile, Sahaj Bhai ka internet is also equally tricky. So meanwhile, we're going to stick to the live position chat, and Gukesh is still thinking. And I think he's already gone too far on the clock, chat. Like 18 minutes for this move. He's just 5 moves in, chat. I want to point out Gukesh has played just 5 moves, 35 to go to even get the 10-second increment. So my understanding is he needs to play just about now. It's not such a crazy move कि इतना सोचना पड़े. It's likely to transpose in one setup or the other.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But right now, I think we're in deep opening territory and we'll see. We'll see how the game progresses. But for now, difficult questions for Gukesh. And chat mein someone's asking, can we analyze without the bar? Chat, I think we would love to. I think, but it's difficult. I think for the viewers to keep up with what we are analyzing if the bar is not there to show कि वो ऊपर जा रहा है. Then we know white is better. If it's going down, then we know black is better. It's easier for the viewers. So that's why we keep it like that. But on the other side, we are trying to not get influenced by the bar as much as possible, essentially.
Also, chat कई बार ना कोई एक tactical nuance होता है. We might spend 5 minutes analyzing something and then एक tactical move होगी, some random pawn move a6 which would completely change the entire relation. It would just waste time. So I think bar is a good guide to basically help us think in the right direction also. And I think right now Gukesh is of course not having the bar, so he has to navigate all these lines and thoughts in his brain. And he's still thinking and doesn't seem to be close to a decision, Sahaj. I feel like 20 minutes our time difference ho chuka hai. 20, what do you think is the max you should think for any move, Sahaj? Like max,
20
isse upar
minute is
gate.
the 20 minute,
Haan.
yeah, 20 minute is that limit, but this keeps getting rewritten, I feel, because भाई हिकारू फिर कैंडिडेट्स में 67 मिनट्स के लिए सोचता है या सिंडारोव भी कितना सोचा हुआ है. I mean, for sure he has thought for 30 like more than 30 minutes many times, and Gukesh as well, Pragg as well. I mean, if so many top players are doing it on a consistent basis, then I mean, then it's clear that इसमें कोई there are exceptions, but for I think most for most humans, let's say non elite players जो लोग humans हैं उनके लिए I think 20 minutes is the highest you should think, because after that you're just recycling your thoughts. जो सोचा हुआ है वही आप वापस सोच रहे हो, and you're just trying to find something new, and you run the risk of confusing like yourself. Even after that 67 minutes of thought from Hikaru, he did make a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Against Endarov. So the more you think, I think the more you kind of confuse yourself in that sense. So फटाफट खेलना चाहिए भाई, because time increment भी
Yeah.
नहीं है, 40 सालों का rule भी है, so Yeah, tough.
Bhai, confuse yourself sounds like a song written by Eminem. Yeah, lose yourself ki tarah. I don't know. Maybe the next one.
Confuse
But
yourself
meanwhile,
in the moment.
yeah, exactly. But meanwhile, I think he's about to play. I think he's about to play. उसकी ऐसा मुझे लगा exactly he's about to play, but okay, maybe not. And 100% accuracy है, of course, but पांच ही चाल खेली है यार. Chat, how many of you have ever had a 100% accuracy game? Chat, what's your highest accuracy ever in a chess game? वो number क्या है? Sahej bhai, what's the number for you?
I've had 100 before, but it was like a 20 move game.
Hmm.
Classical. It was recent because I was very proud of it. Actually, no, it was 99.7 or something in
Hmm.
in a recent classical game, but I haven't really checked like that. What is yours, bhai?
हाँ, मैंने भी चेक नहीं किया actually. What I'm saying is, but I think if I was playing more classical chess nowadays, I would check every game's accuracy. Yeah, like I feel
Of
like it wasn't
course.
such a trend earlier. Nowadays, it's quite the trend. And I think online games, of course, I think most people in like a 5 or 10 minute, 10 game move game at some point that ended quickly might have had 100% accuracy. And Sahaj bhai, I think we played a game, if you remember, in Goa, which I defeated you with 100% accuracy. याद है Sahaj bhai आपको?
You mean the time when you were
When
losing
your
and then
internet disconnected for logical reasons because you couldn't
my
find the move.
internet didn't disconnect, like I was winning or something, and then you let my clock run out of time. Oh, Bishop, wait, what? That's a
Wait,
mistake
what?
by Gukesh. That's a big mistake by Gukesh, actually. C5 is a big advantage.
Wait, what? Bhai,
Bye bye.
this is the principle we talked about. We're thinking for more than 20 minutes. You're just kind of recalculating variations and वो होता है ना कि like AI slop एक common term है. I think like analysis slop भी एक word होना चाहिए. Just kind of going through variations which mean nothing. And Bishop D6, I'm not sure about like what's even the purpose here.
No, no, this is normal, Tikku bhai, because pawn takes pawn ke baad, let's say in this position, in
Hmm.
Dragozen in general, you take the pawn, white e3 खेलता है, bishop d6 पे लेके आते हो, white bishop से ये मारता है ना, आप e5 खेलते हो. Like this is what
Hmm.
generally you play. So I think bishop d6, he's trying to kind of transpose into that. He's hoping कि white ऐसे e3 खेलेगा तो वो
But this
pawn takes pawn
C5,
के
no.
बाद. Yeah, exactly. But what I was wondering is कि इस position में अगर मैं e3 directly खेलता तो
Hmm.
बिशप डी सिक्स सही है क्या? नो, तो भी सी फाइव खराब है तो. या दैट्स अ मिस्टेक देन. दैट्स अ मिस्टेक फ्रॉम गुकेश फॉर श्योर. देन ऑल्सो सी फाइव इज अ
Wow.
बिग थ्रेट बाय द वे.
Wow, chat. This is already, I think, a big, not a big advantage, but let's say a step in the wrong direction, a big step in the wrong direction for Gukesh. Now, of course, Pragg has to utilize this. And is C5 the only way to take advantage of this move, Sahaj? Are there other ways I could potentially use this bishop on D6 to my advantage as white?
Yeah, I think you are also getting that advantage because it is kind of gaining space on the queen side. And I think ये idea, वो आपको याद है टिक्कू भाई, वो जो QGD होती है बिशप F4 वाली, जिसमें ब्लैक नाइट BD7 खेलता है, फिर व्हाइट C5 लाता है,
Hmm.
B4 लाता है, काइंड ऑफ लाइक दैट. बट लाइक एंड चैट, उसमें डिफरेंस ये होता है कि ब्लैक का नाइट D7 पे है, विच इज आर्ग्यूएबली अ मच मच बेटर पीस, बिकॉज
Hmm.
एटलीस्ट आप B6 खेल सकते हो, एटलीस्ट कभी C5 का आपका होप रहता है. बट नाइट C6 पे इज अ हॉरिबल पीस for
Yep.
this, because the knight is only here because you want to play E5, and the moment I play C5 you have to go bishop E7 and there is no more E5 anymore.
Wow. You know, the best hope Gukesh has ki Pragg is going to trust him ki by C5 is not good enough and just not play it. I think because यहाँ पे C5 के बाद bishop B7, can we go through the future moves as well? So let's say C5, bishop B7. So I really want to play B4. I think that's my plan. So A3 makes a lot of sense. But what if black just blocks this with A5? I can't play B4 anymore easily. So how do I take advantage of this position now?
I think that's a great point, Tiku bhai, because I think playing B4 is very nice. But Tiku bhai, B4 का idea भी यही है कि because अगर आप B4, let's say अगर आप A3 नहीं खेलते हैं यहाँ पे, तो black
Hmm.
B6 खेल सकता था. And then
Hmm.
आपको B4 चाहिए ताकि if you take, then I can capture back with the B pawn and I can remain, I can keep that space I have on the queen side alive for the rest of the game. But after you've played A3 and A5, you have to think twice before you play a move like B6, because I can just capture, and you have to capture away from the center, which is
Hmm.
not necessarily the best, and it can create some problems along this diagonal, maybe on the square. Maybe something like this bishop F4 is actually like really really good for white.
बाप रे, आई थिंक व्हाइट के पीसेस क्या बढ़िया बैठे हैं. बिशप F4 E3 एंड इफ यू ऑफ कोर्स एंड अप प्लेइंग B6 सम पॉइंट एंड A5 के बाद B5 स्क्वायर भी गया सहज भाई. सो नाइट B5 इज अ जेन्युइन थ्रेट. By knight
Yeah.
b5, the beginner move knight b5 is a genuine threat here. So I think some serious pressure on Gukesh here if Pragg can find this c5 move, and Pragg could be on path to potentially lead Norway chess. भाई एक बार फिरूजा की गेम देख ले, क्या क्या फिरूजा हार रहा है वहां पे, if possible.
Actually, he is slightly worse now that I think about it. In chat में ना,
Wow.
चैट में कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि सेसी इज सेइंग 0.4. चैट वो गेम आई थिंक मैग्नस वर्सेस वेस्टली का है, नॉट रियली द मैच बिटवीन प्रग वर्सेस गुकेश. आई थिंक सेसी जनरली फॉलोज मैग्नस's गेम्स. तो अगर आपको सेसी चेक करना है तो दैट जस्ट कीप दैट इन माइंड. जस्ट वांटेड टू पुट दैट आउट देयर. बट या, position is slightly better for black at least according to the bar, but I feel like ये opening का effect है टिक्कू भाई. I don't really think this is a real edge.
Got
क्योंकि
it.
व्हाइट ने वो
So
ऑफ बीट या D4 वगैरह अलाउ किया तो उससे
हाँ.
थोड़ा काउंटर प्ले देते हो. ब्लैक का पॉन F6 पे थोड़ा वीक है, तो काफी डायनामिक पोजीशन है. यहाँ पे फिरोजा जीत भी सकता है. लाइक देयर इज अ गुड चांस.
Hmm. But I like at least Kamer is like 20 minutes ahead, yeah, 17 minutes ahead. So that's a good sign for Vincent. If Vincent wins chat and Pragg wins, Pragg will lead Norway chess today. So that's a huge, huge pro point. Aadha tournament khatam hone ke baad, if Pragg is in the lead, and imagine an Indian winning Norway chess, Sahaj bhai, that could be huge. Like it has never happened before, right? I don't think anybody has won this tournament.
नो 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 नो, इट हैज नॉट हैपेंड येट. डेफिनेटली नॉट. बट भाई मजा तो आएगा. लेट्स सी. It's nice to see Sehaj and Tikku to be in the color of Arsenal and PSG. That's what they're saying. I didn't connect those dots, but that's actually very fun. And that was not on purpose, chat, just so you know. This is a complete coincidence. And I'm also supporting Arsenal as well, but this is not on purpose. But
Yeah, yeah, big football fan by the way, me personally,
of
like
course.
मतलब जब भी विराट कोहली फुटबॉल खेलने निकलता है मैं कहता हूँ ओन गोल तो करेगा ही करेगा भाई. मतलब क्रेजी फुटबॉल फैन हियर बाय द वे.
All
But
right,
yeah,
all right.
jumping back maybe to Pragg's game, then Sahaj bhai, I want to get your thoughts again. How much time do you think Pragg takes now? Because he clearly might understand there's something wrong with this move. C5, of course, he'll take as a candidate move 100%. He might also consider other options, like CD5, Bishop G5, and so on. So, how much time does Pragg take now? What's your guess?
Bhai, that's impossible to tell. How much time? Like, how do we know how much time he's gonna? I think it's up to him. It's up to him how comfortable he feels. How quickly he can calculate the nuances of C5. There is also this idea of E4, which looks kind of interesting to me. You can also play A3 directly. I mean, कितना सोचेगा वो तो I mean प्रग के ऊपर है. But I really hope not 20 minutes like Gukesh, because that
Yeah.
ended up being a mistake.
Exactly my point. I felt like I don't think it's going to take more than 10 minutes overall. He's already been thinking for 6.5 minutes. I think 10 minutes se kam lenge, so he's going to play the better move by even taking less time. Like that's how it usually works. And he looks very confident, by the way. Can we go full screen? I think he senses blood in the water. I think he senses like a shark कि भाई यहाँ कुछ तो है मेरे पास.
क्वीन साइड की तरफ ही देख रहा है वो C5
हाँ.
की तैयारी में. चैट में निरंजन जी पूछ रहे हैं, सहज भाई, इज देयर एनी ओपनिंग लाइन दैट यू नो ऑफ विच गिव्स ब्लैक वेरी लेस नंबर ऑफ ऑप्शन? सो बेसिकली एनीथिंग दैट हैज गैम्बिट इन फ्रंट ऑफ इट, जैसे किंग्स गैम्बिट, स्कॉच गैम्बिट, और कौन सी
लंडन
गैम्बिट होती है
गैम्बिट.
भाई वाइट से?
लंडन गैम्बिट भाई.
एवांस गैम्बिट. लंडन में तो बहुत ऑप्शंस रहते हैं ब्लैक के पास.
गैम्बिट अपनी इज्जत करते हैं भाई उसमें, लेकिन
हाँ, एवांस गैम्बिट हो गया. लाइक आई मीन एनीथिंग दैट हैज अ गैम्बिट नेक्स्ट टू any situation wherever you sacrifice a pawn or for compensation, your opponent will have less choices because it's a dynamic position.
Yep. Why Gukesh then blunder? That's a good question, brother. I feel like he wanted to confuse his opponent and in turn got confused himself. And Sahaj Bhai, I mean, not to be the bearer of bad news, I think Pragg is about to play, but if he can take a 30-second detour, अब जा रहे हैं हम, destination पे एक वो ढाबे में रुक के पराठे खा ले एक बार, थोड़ा मजा आ जाएगा. Zoo Jinner is winning against Divya. How on earth did that happen in just 10 moves?
By winning, come on, winning. Is it really
By
winning?
plus 1.6 because E4 आ रहा है सहज भाई. The queen and king. Look at the queen and king. It's stuck in the center.
Tikku bhai, do you see why?
Oh, Wow.
Okay, now okay, maybe she's not. That is if Zujaner finds this, by this is insane because chat. Look at this, e4, pawn takes e4, and now firstly I think the instinct actually no, the instinct says with the bishop because you want to push
I would
d5.
say with the
I
knight
think that's
also.
what.
I would say with the. I understand why you say knight. Like it
नहीं
makes
my
sense to me.
instinct would go bishop e4 क्योंकि मैं d5 खेलना
हाँ.
चाहता हूँ इधर and I want to bring knight d5 like
हाँ.
I
But I would
initially
like
I would
knight
go knight
takes.
e4. Yeah, but both are
हाँ.
fine. But knight f6 and chat, only one move here is bringing that 1.6 advantage. And I am not sure if I didn't ask this question to the chat, I'm not sure if this move would appear on anyone's mind.
And उसके बाद की
Right?
continuation is even crazier
हाँ.
actually. Like wow. Okay, this is very impressive. This is very,
That,
very impressive if she
so
finds
take a
it.
guess, chat, what the move is. It's very, very difficult. Not bishop c4. Yep. Ashvi, you are absolutely correct. Bishop takes c6 check. This is
Wow.
indeed working for some reason. What? Black goes pawn takes this. अब rook e1 नहीं खेलना है because knight e6 आ सकता है and then black can castle. So you play the move d5
And do you
just
want
to
to see
prevent that.
Black's best move after
Yeah.
d5 Sahaj bhai?
Yeah, I mean, I think pawn takes d5 is maybe more cleaner, but yeah, knight e6 is what the computer recommends to
Yeah.
just give up the. This is like the typical, strong player response. Whenever you give initiative to someone, you sacrifice the initiative. You sacrifice the material to take initiative back, essentially. So, yeah, but if you go pawn takes d5, you're being greedy. Then knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, and rook is attacked. Bishop b7, I guess, is the most logical. White plays queen b5 check. एंड नोट दैट इस पूरे सीक्वेंस में ब्लैक के पास कुछ सांस लेने का टाइम नहीं था एंड अभी भी चेक है यू प्ले नाइट d7 and suddenly rookie 1 will just take the queen. Also there is queen takes b7 also hanging which I missed, but yeah, not
You
not that
know,
it matters so much.
I think ये निकालना अगर मुश्किल रहेगा भी, I think Zuzina will definitely find e4 for sure. I think that looks very natural. And उसके बाद after knight f6, even if e4 takes, bishop takes, knight f6, even if you just play rook e1, it's still a healthy lead for white, I think. And bishop e6 या knight e6 के बाद d5 anyways. I think that's something she can definitely pull off. इसमें तो कोई doubt ही नहीं है.
Right, so takes and short castle. And okay, like white has a better bishop, better rook, better knight, but pawns are more or less normal. Bishop on c8 is a bit, let's say, a bit of a problem. Yeah, this is definitely a problem bhai for Divya. She would have to defend this for a long, long, long time. I'm not sure where exactly the preparation went wrong because Divya took what 10 seconds to play this move.
Yep. Yep.
And bhai, like the best move was knight g6. Is it at all possible? Kabhi kabhi, I mean, it has happened to me many times. Not many times, but okay, sometimes it has happened where I don't remember like the exact position, but sometimes जब आप chess base पे ऐसे files अपनी revise कर रहे होते हो ना, तो you remember G6 पे कुछ होता है. Like you just remember just seeing it with your eyes, but you don't remember the board. Is it possible that Divya remembered something on G6 and then she immediately played G6
I think that's a very good guess. That's a
instead of
very,
knight?
very good
Yeah.
guess. Yep, I think that's what happened, and maybe she messed up the move order. Also a possibility, and the fact that she's still sitting at the board tells me एक हल्की सी prayer अंदर से चल रही है कि operand e4 ना देखे. But I think Zhu Jinner is locked in. Said, but I don't know if she'll find bishop takes c6 check, which is very hard. But she will for sure find e4. I think, especially against Divya, whom she has a good record against, it brings back pleasant memories, right? So again, I'm not going to diss her international master, but I have a 5.5 record against one IM in India. जब भी मैं बैठूंगा उनके against, I'm going to be like, भाई आज free के rating points. I don't know. It's just like history repeats itself often. So I think Zujiner 100% here, I think, will find e4. And it's going to be a
Yeah.
tough game ahead for Divya Deshmukh.
Correct, bhai. I think that was and also surprising that she played it so quickly, bhai. For sure, you would make a mistake like this when you think you are playing the right move and it's not the right move. So कहीं ना कहीं पे you are right, कुछ तो miss हुआ है. But let's see. चैट में पूछ रहे सहज भाई सजेस्ट एन ओपनिंग टू थ्रो द ओपोनेंट ऑफ एट 1800 लेवल. भाई आपका क्वेश्चन ही आई थिंक like wrong in that sense because if अगर आपका 1800 का level है भाई why even focus on openings? Like I think it's better to focus on other areas of chess, tactics, strategy, because opening भाई आप like एक हफ्ते में आप कोई भी opening सीख सकते हो. तो But the skill that you need to, let's say you get into a good position with a great opening, वो जो skill होता है to convert a good position into a full point, वो skill को जो improve करने का, that takes a very long time, I think, for any chess player. So don't focus on these theories, especially at that level, bhai. I think wait until you're above 2000, above 2100, until you are getting प्रॉब्लम्स इन दी ओपनिंग, एज इन कोई आपके अगेंस्ट कोई ऐसे 15-20 साल की प्रिपरेशन करके आपके सामने आ रहा है, तब तक के लिए मत करो. टेक अरविंद एग्जांपल हियर. अरविंद यूज टू प्ले नाइट F3 G3 बिशप G2 शॉर्ट castle, एंड ही जस्ट डिडंट केयर, and just decided to play chess, and I think that's a very good decision um in most cases.
Yep, I think follow your curiosity. I think that's the best solution possible because you automatically will feel like putting in effort in that direction to add up to Sahaj's point. And Sahaj, I think as Dujana thinks, I think we're going to jump back to the game as soon as E4 happens because agar Bishop C6 aaya on the board, I want to see it live. But a quick nazar Magnus ki game pe because G5 has happened. The move you mentioned. And now, I mean, I don't even know who's attacking. It feels like it might be even black.
ना 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 भाई, यहाँ पे वाइट ही अटैक कर रहा है भाई.
पक्का?
ट्रस्ट द मोमेंट D4 हैपेंस भाई. आई हैव सीन वे टू मेनी गेम्स ऑफ दिस इन दिस ओपनिंग भाई, बिकॉज मेरे को हमेशा से इस चीज का डर रहता है, बिकॉज आई प्लेड दिस बोथ दिस पोजीशन विद बोथ कलर्स, एंड लेट मी टेल यू, if this moment of knight takes G5, you can see बार अभी 0.7 0.8 पे, इसको मैंने डेप्थ पे रखा ना, like if Sessi was here, ये 0.8 ना होता, it would have been 0.000. And after pawn takes bishop takes, I hate this position with both colors. मैं किसी से नहीं खेलना चाहता है, because white से भी इतना sharp है, black से भी इतना sharp है. black का ऐसा लग रहा है कि एकदम mate होने वाली है queen f3 queen g3 के बाद, because you cannot remove this knight. And on white's perspective, of course, if black manages to solve this problem, then you're a full piece down. So but he doesn't do that. He plays bishop g3, which I think is more natural. But now the problem is you have h4 ideas, you have d4 ideas, which are very, very dangerous, bhai.
D4 makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
I like this more for Magnus, have to say, bhai.
Yep. Flank attack, countering in the center, D4, a logical move, of course. Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he will come with this move in a second, in a jiffy. Unki instinct unko bolegi D4 se counter karna hai. So Wesley, by the way, is right now thinking. So very interesting to see G5 over the board. Ki bhai Wesley is going full in. So देखते हैं इस गेम का रिजल्ट क्या बनेगा, but result becoming more and more likely. And meanwhile, Sahaj, bhai, let's take a quick detour to Pragg as well before we jump back to Divya's E4. Still no moves by Pragg, actually. So Pragg and he doesn't play C5, Bishop G5 on the board.
भाई तो उसका intentions तो clear हो गई अब मुझे. Like he wanted to play bishop g5 all along. Even after short castle, he wanted to go bishop g. This is exactly what we were talking about, Tiku bhai. This bishop g5 move, I think, was in his prep. But now the problem is कि Gukesh hasn't castled. तो वो जो अटैक के बारे में हम बात कर रहे थे with h4 and all of those ideas are not possible anymore.
And also, I think, what do you do after h6 is a good question. Because, usually you would play bishop h4, but apparently g5 there is very strong for black. And it's because d4 is hanging, Sahaj bhai. Because after g5, bishop g3, g4.
Oh, but this is a great line, by the way, to take the pawn on d4. I'm not sure if this happens on the board, but before we do this, why can't I take here and then ये free का pawn नहीं मिल रहा क्या? अच्छा, knight d4 है आपके पास. नहीं तो उसमें queen f4 check है.
हाँ, exactly. वही knight b4 होगा, I think, maybe.
But that's still queen f. Then bishop d7.
d7 maybe.
But how is that working? So takes, pawn takes d5, knight b4 आया, queen b3 गया, pawn takes d5, I have a3. भाई, इधर queen g6. How easy is this, Tikku bhai?
Oh my God, queen g6. Is that the only move?
One of the only moves. Maybe queen f5. Queen f5, maybe there is e4 and I gain a tempo there. तो queen को वापस move करना पड़ेगा. Queen g6 के बाद भी, like, I mean, you can argue queen g6 is not as difficult of a move because you're threatening knight c2 check. But ठीक है, मैंने rook c1 खेला. अब इसके बाद knight takes d5 and still it looks like you're losing a pawn on d5.
h6 on the board. h6 on the board. Let's see the masala, bhai. Let's go. Gukesh यही calculate कर रहे थे, bhai. This is what he was thinking about, I think. I think maybe, just maybe, Pragg might have fallen into Gukesh's, like lines that he was calculating directly.
Wow. But bhai, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6. Even now, c5 is a very good move. And if you go bishop e7, just simply e3, and black, I think, is in trouble here still. Although this is a much better version. Yeah.
I think a better version for sure at least. I think black at least can dream of maybe playing e5 now because bishop f4 पे नहीं है. But
But
not
knight
ideal, I
d5 तो
agree.
हमेशा मरेगा ना, क्वीन भी तो f6 पे है.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But still better than what we had earlier. That was just miserable. But overall, I wonder if Pragg takes on d5 Sahaj. I mean, it's tempting. And by the way, we have Magnus there, I think, looking at the game of Pragg and Gukesh. I wonder if we have a different angle here. ताकि शॉर्ट्स भी बना सके. But ठीक है.
भाई, I am 3400. How can I get to 800 elo? Please help. टिकू भाई, I think आपके लिए सवाल है.
हाँ, सो अगर ऐसा कर रहे हैं तो आई थिंक थोड़ा सा तुम आई डोंट नो हाउ ओल्ड यू आर. आई थिंक एज मैटर्स अ लॉट because if you're like 10 years old, I think it will happen with time automatically. I think you are a kid, so you play very well. I think आजकल कई बच्चे पैदा ही होते हैं तो 4 साल की उम्र में ही they have a rating of 4000. I can see the decline in your rating already. If you're like 30 years old, like me, then I think maybe you have an exceptional talent and you should try to become a professional player then. फिर रेटिंग कम क्यों करनी है भाई, आगे बढ़ो लाइफ में.
मतलब मैग्नस को देखो, उसकी भी तो रेटिंग कम हो रही है एज के साथ
हाँ,
साथ.
it's a part and parcel of life, chat.
हम्म.
By the way, look at this. We have Queen f6. Now the $1 million, okay, maybe like a $10 question. He takes d5 or not? Chad, do you think he takes on d5? Yes or no?
Bhai, it's Pragg. And I think Pragg is like very positional, very stable in that sense. We discussed this. Yeah, he's the most like, I think, consistent in that sense. C takes d5 is like a very dynamic move. It requires a lot of precision, a lot of calculation, which Pragg is very much capable of. But I have to say, a move like c5 has just Pragg written all over it. Like, I would be shocked if Pragg doesn't play c5 right now.
I want to agree with you, Sahaj, but I also want to see c takes d5. I want to see drama. अगर वो queen
Bhai,
g6
एक एक
move Gukesh
Maggie
खेलेगा.
Pragg plays c5 right now.
नहीं, I think he'll play c5. बट आई एम स्टिल होपिंग अंदर से वो एक पुकार आ रही है कि भाई मार दो d5, मुझे वो क्वीन g6 देखना है ओवर द बोर्ड. क्योंकि देन बोथ साइड्स व्हाइट डजंट गेट टू कैसल फॉर अ व्हाइल. देयर इज नाइस c2 चेकिंग कमिंग. थोड़ा एक ट्रैप एक दो दिख रहे दोनों साइड से. आई वांट टू सी दैट बैटल राइट फ्रॉम द ओपनिंग. आफ्टर c5 इट बिकम्स अ स्ट्रेटेजिक बैटल. फिर वी विल टॉक अबाउट दिस फॉर आवर्स एंड आवर्स. बट अगर यहाँ पे c5 आ जाए तो भाई कुछ क्रेजी हो सकता है.
भाई, सी टेक्स d5 के बाद तो हाँ, या इट विल बी बैलेंस, बट या इट विल बी अ क्रेजी गेम. बट यू कैन सी प्रग के पोस्चर से दिख रहा है भाई, क्वीन साइड पे एकदम एकदम नजर है. वो सी पॉन तो टच हो ही रहा है, बट वी जस्ट वेटिंग टू सी वेदर ही टेक्स द पॉन और नॉट. बट यस. यश भाई पूछ रहे हैं. ओह, हाय यश भाई, लॉन्ग टाइम एक्चुअली. सहज भाई, हाउ क्विक डू यू और मैग्नस अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन इन द पोजीशन आफ्टर लुकिंग एट एन ओटीबी गेम? I can't speak for Magnus bhai in that sense, but I think you can understand within a couple of seconds. I think like, okay, what's the situation and over. Usually, I think जब आप ऐसे game, okay, I'm not talking about Norway chess because यहाँ पे बहुत कम games हैं, but अब open event खेलते हो तो I think you are just walking around sometimes, and sometimes you look at a position just to take a break from your own game. So it's not really to calculate what's going on in another board, because okay, that doesn't really matter. Sometimes you do it if you're genuinely curious, but I think most of the time it's just to take a break from your own game, because when you look at your own sort of game with a fresh perspective, you can find newer ideas, newer methods, and so on and so on.
Yep. And by the way, chat, one question is Rai Lopez openings is best in opposition. I
Bhai,
think Rai Lopez is a very nice strategic opening for sure because depth hai. You can try to confuse your opponent long term. But I will come to Rai Lopez soon. But फिलहाल के लिए Zhu Jinner has launched with e4. And जिस तरह दिव्या बोर्ड के पीछे छुपी हुई है, I think her king will also love to hide on the king side, Sahaj by right now. But it's absolute mayhem. She has to take on e4 first of all, only move. And then she has to find knight f6 and then hope कि bishop c6 ना आए over the board. Otherwise, this is just gone. Could be gone.
by e4 के बाद, like it already looks very very scary. We have to agree. And I think now is the moment when Divya starts to realize that something in her prep went wrong. By knight अगर g6 पे होता तो मतलब e4 चांस ही नहीं था. knight f4 आके black मतलब white ही मतलब black ही mate कर देता यहाँ पे. So now probably she realizes the mistake, she realizes the error because e4 should not have happened, and now d5 also is a very dangerous threat. Yeah, this
Yeah.
doesn't look. I also just pointing it out, like both games, Anna Muzichuk versus Bibisara. Also, Bibisara being one of the leaders, she's also in an almost lost position. Yeah, Bibisara.
भाई एटलीस्ट
Both
देव प्लेड
Divya and
19
Bibisara.
19 मूव्स एटलीस्ट दोनों किंग कैसल कर चुके हैं यहाँ पे तो ब्लैक किंग को कैसल करने का भी मौका नहीं मिलेगा दैट्स द पेन पॉइंट एंड इट्स अगेन द सेम ओपोनेंट ज़ूशिनर समहाउ आई थिंक चैट एवर व्हेन यू हैव लॉस्ट टू ओपोनेंट अगेन अगेन आपको लगता है मुझे कुछ डिफरेंट करना है इस बंदे को हराने के लिए दैट्स द फीलिंग राइट यू हैव लॉस्ट टू समबडी सो मेनी टाइम्स आई नीड टू चेंज समथिंग अबाउट माय प्ले to kind of put up a challenge and sometimes that forces you to play moves like g6 even that knight f8 idea is not normal like it's a good idea but it's not something that you see often and now you see that हल्का सा जैसे साहिब ने कहा कि वो g6 खेल दिया knight g6 के बदले एक गलत चाल and now it's just over yeah rook e1 आ रहा है and you don't have a safe place for your king and I think this is very very dangerous I would think दिव्या को यहाँ पे आराम से 20 मिनट सोचना चाहिए you know it's the same as Gukesh just go deep into the opening figure out all the details कि bishop c6 आ रहा है ये आ रहा है वो आ रहा है what's my best counter against each of them she should not touch any piece until she figure out all the subtleties of the position
Yeah, for sure. Because already it's already a little थोड़ा सा late, but you cannot be more late
हाँ
than this. Yeah, अब वो गलती करने का chance गया. अब I know
हाँ
it's a bit early, but yeah. चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है सहज भाई, how do I defeat Gukesh? भाई, I think हर चीज का आंसर ना दोस्ती से होता है. Like if you are friends with someone called Gukesh, just play a chess game with them and just beat them. That's it.
how do I beat Gukesh good question actually I wish like ऐसे questions you know
By
I wish cricket
make a friend whose name is Gukesh who doesn't play chess and just beat them.
आई एम जस्ट वेरी जेलस सहज भाई यू नो लाइक क्रिकेट कमेंटेटर्स जब करते हैं तो उनको भी चैट खोल देनी चाहिए एंड देन उसमें एक मैं तो लिखूंगा पक्का हाउ डू आई यू नो बोल आउट विराट कोहली लाइक इट वुड बी सो नाइस टू हैव दैट एंड आई स्टिल फील क्रिकेट में देयर इज अ हायर चांस ऑफ यू बोलिंग आउट विराट कोहली देन चेस में somebody beating Gukesh सहज भाई लाइक चेस इज लाइक काइंड ऑफ अ गेम जहां पे लाइक इफ यू बोल लेट्स से विराट कोहली बैटिंग कर रहा है आप 1000 बॉलें उनको डालो you might be somebody who's never played cricket. There's a slight chance you might hit the wickets once in cricket, right? But chess mein to bhai, you could play a million games against somebody like Gukesh. You will not win even one. That's how, you know, fair chess is in a way, Sahaj bhai.
By million, okay, okay. If the difference is truly like a lot, then yes, you are right. But I think okay, I think if you are, let's say, 2200 and your opponent
Ha,
is, let's say, 26 2700, you play 100 games. I don't think the 26 2700 will win all of the games. I
ha,
think draw
agreed.
तो पक्का, पर हार भी सकता है 2627, definitely possible. तो but you have to be closer. Like अगर वो वही सेम प्लेयर 1800 है, then it's very difficult. Then you can say 100 के 100 आप हार सकते हो. मैं कहने
Yup.
वाला था लूज सकते हो, मैंने कहा भाई भाई ये होता है इंग्लिश का रिस्पॉन्स,
Agreed.
बट या.
And Kukera, why do we have separate board stats? This is classical chess. यहाँ पे the action moves a bit slower, so we have enough time to cover all games. Armageddon भी cover करते हैं हम लोग. And of course, there's limited real estate. We can have a separate board at some point, but right now, Divya under huge pressure. So she's thinking, Sahaj bhai, we can jump back to the Pragg game because a crucial moment there as well. Will Pragg take on d5? Will he play c5? Will he play e3? I mean, also an alternative, possible for Pragg. Perfectly logical opening up the bishop towards the c4 pawn. So अगर black capture करते हैं, he can then take the pawn on c4 and still get a logical position. So
बट वो तो
Pragg,
ट्रांसपोज हो जाएगी ना टिक्कू भाई.
हाँ.
आई थिंक सो, बिकॉज क्वीन f4 नाइट c6 बिशप g5 h6 टेक्स e3 के बाद अब बिशप d6 नहीं जाते हो. लेकिन एक छोटा सा डिफरेंस है, लेकिन उधर यूजुअली ये सेम पोजीशन आएगी. अगर मैंने e3 खेला यहाँ पे, सेम पोजीशन आएगी अगर मेरी क्वीन f4 पे आपका बिशप b4 पे है. तो नॉट श्योर व्हाट आर द implications there. Maybe you can take and bring the bishop back to d6 and I can put my queen back to c2 and then it can transpose, something like that. But yeah, कुछ transpositions हैं which both of them have to be careful about. But I don't like e3 by. I like the idea of c5. I don't like giving dc4 here whatsoever. क्योंकि black के पास double bishops है, position को close रखो. Because then the
Agreed.
bishops are not gonna show their power.
I love this comment, by the way. Keres Samay also defeated Gukesh, almost defeated Gukesh when he was 1700, by the way. I agree. I
Exactly.
think it's possible. It's definitely possible. But I think somebody who's never played chess just knows how the pieces move. Maybe it's not possible. But man, that was a crazy game, Sejva. Do you remember that game? Like he launched an attack, Samay, on Gukesh. This was literally the same year he became the world champion, I think, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
He launched an attack and had a winning move at one point. He genuinely had a winning move against Gukesh, and he almost played it as well, but he didn't, and then he lost. It was so close. +6 या +5 या +4 कुछ वाला था उसका against Gukesh, by the way. Was an insane game.
But you know, like as sad as it is for Samay in that sense, that one mistake would have improved him so much as a player. Like because now he knows कि भाई when you have a winning position, like what type of things you need to look for, what type of क्योंकि एक moment के बाद I think you kind of self learn and you self correct yourself as well in tense situations. So I fully agreed कि for a 1700 it is possible because I think Gukesh के दिमाग में भी when he plays against someone like Samay, like he's not necessarily thinking कि he can lose. तो एक वो सेंस ऑफ डेंजर आपका जीरो हो जाता है एंड आई थिंक वी टॉक्ड अबाउट दिस बिफोर एज वेल. जैसे आपकी विनिंग पोजीशन होती है, फिर आप एक मिस्टेक करते हो, अब पोजीशन ड्रॉ है, बट आपके दिमाग में आपकी पोजीशन अभी भी विनिंग है, तो सेंस ऑफ डेंजर आपका जीरो, आप ये सोचते भी नहीं हो कि आप हार सकते हो, तो उस मोमेंट पे आपकी गलतियां सबसे ज्यादा होती हैं. तो सेम काइंड ऑफ प्रिंसिपल अप्लाइज हियर एज वेल. बट या, ग्रेट पॉइंट बाय द चार्ट.
But yeah, I mean, imagine if he had won, that would be something he can, talk about for the rest of his life. Maybe at some other point, yeah. But that was a crazy game by Sam. And that tells you his range काफी अच्छा है. Like if he's focused and he's practicing, like he can play very well. And वो of course देखने को मिलेगा
भाई
हमें
we
COB
saw
में.
10 out of 10 भाई, come on, we saw that.
हाँ
Also भाई COB में भी भाई, वो तो I think I'm backing Samay there भाई. Let's go.
I saw some of Tracy's games. Like I mean, she's insane. Like 1790 rating with 50,000 games. वो भी blitz में. So her rapid, she doesn't play. If she plays, she would have close to like 2000 plus rating easy. Like there's no doubt about it. Like she's very, very
Rapid,
strong.
like chess.com rapid की बात कर रहे हो आप?
Bliss Chesscom is 1790 right now. Like she's very strong.
भाई टाइलर 1 की ज्यादा थी इससे, और समय ने 2-0 हराया था उसको.
Ha, but I feel like in terms of on paper, right? I mean, just all on paper. Like I think
There was another player, na Tikku bhai? There was another player who was like very, very strong. It wasn't Andrea. I mean, Andrea Botes also was like one of the favorites to win the tournament, but there was another player there, जो मतलब who was like the number one player there, जो मतलब who's the only one above 2000, and समय ने उसको भी 2-0 हराया था, like I remember.
I think you're right. I
That
think
किसी
you're
को
right.
याद है
Because
क्या?
I think Tyler ही था शायद.
No, it wasn't Tyler, bhai,
Frank
it
तो
was
नहीं
someone
था.
else.
नहीं, not Frank. I don't know who it was.
Sardosh, yes, Sardosh, yes.
Maybe.
Yes,
But
yes,
yeah, I mean, he
उसको
played
भाई वो
very
क्या
well there.
गेम था भाई वो, like
But हाँ, ये वाला over the board है. So that
कोई
changes
लिख रहा है
dynamics.
निजात अब्बासोव.
नहीं, Abbasov, I think अभी उसके dreams alive है of winning the candidates. But I would say कि I think this is going to be over the board. So I wonder how that changes the dynamics. No pre-moves, nothing. So it's going to be exciting to see how that changes. I would say people who have played over the board chess more maybe have a bit of an edge. Because tactics 2D में 3D में बहुत differently hit करते हैं Chad. I think just kind of if you've never touched a chessboard in real life, just go and figure it out. It will be completely different. So देखते हैं. Meanwhile, COB खाते हैं Norway chess के ऊपर, and Pragg is still thinking and it's gone below Gukesh on the clock now. 5 minutes का difference. So कहीं ना कहीं दोनों players, having long things here. 12 and a half minutes of Pragg already.
Yeah, that's a long भाई, 20 मिनट नहीं होना चाहिए. And I know like उसका instinct C5 भी था because we saw him kind of looking at the queen set, but now I feel his attention is more towards the center, and I think पहला instinct था C5 and now he's thinking about E3. Basically. Actually टिक्कू भाई, एक इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल है मेरे दिमाग में. C5 खेला मैंने, बिशप E7, E3. If you go short castle here, is H4, G4, G5 ऐसा कुछ possible है क्या? अभी भी like short castle में है क्या possible? If I play H4
Why
here?
H4 is one of the best moves actually in the position.
Wow.
Yeah, it is. It is actually. So it
क्योंकि
might be
भाई
prudent.
Knight G5 सीधा
हाँ.
भी तो आ रहा है.
हाँ, so it might be prudent to start with A6 instead of castles.
उससे क्या होगा?
So basically bishop B5 could be a plan here to control E5. So you start with A6 because कभी ना कभी खेलना ही है. Also prevents knight
Bishop
B5
A2,
ideas.
whatever.
हाँ, bishop 2, and now you play castles because now I think you've kind of committed
H4?
the bishop to E2. हाँ, but I
नहीं,
feel like this
बिशप
is a
E2
better
पे
version.
कमिट तो करना ही था ना भाई, नहीं तो अब G4 कैसे खेलोगे? बिशप, यू हैव टू
हाँ,
डिफेंड द नाइट।
let's say rook d8 खेला मैंने, and now are you ready for
भाई
g4?
G4, ओ E5 है आपके पास। ओके E5 आई मिस्ड, ठीक है, आई विल
But
स्टॉप E5, आई
g5,
प्ले
g5, it goes on, but okay.
G5, Queen
Maybe
F5, okay,
queen g,
but this is, I don't
हाँ,
want to
queen
trade
trade हो जाएगा,
queens for this.
queen trade हो जाएगा.
I don't want to trade queens. In this position, so I'll just stop you from playing E5. I'll go long castle, bhai.
Hmm.
And now G4, G5. I'm sorry, but this is looking very, very dangerous. यार एक वो गेम था ना, अरोनियन मामेद्यारोव, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, फ्रॉम सिंकेफील्ड कप, जहाँ पे अरोनियन फाउंड दिस, इट वाज मामेद्यारोव और अरोनियन हु फाउंड दिस आइडिया ऑफ इन क्यूजीडी टू प्ले H4 G4, नॉर्मल क्यूजीडी में था, वेरी सिमिलर पोजीशन इट वाज टू दिस, एंड दिस लुक्स लाइक अ नाइटमेयर फॉर ब्लैक।
Yeah, I think the question is, can he find counterplay? Because if he's just sitting there and waiting for knight g5, it's not ideal. So either I want to
भाई
play
आई एम वेटिंग फॉर
e5.
G4 G5।
So I want some counterplay. Do I have counterplay with e5 or some counterplay on the queen side? Like I don't know what that counterplay looks like.
Because
Like
if
is
I
it b5?
I
e5 अगर
want
आ
to
गया तो
take
I'm maybe
this,
happy. Because otherwise I'm just sitting there. No, I have no play. So e5 I have to play at any cost.
the E5 पे
Is it
pawn
working?
takes pawn and knight takes pawn पे knight takes D5 is just a free pawn by. I don't think that's very good. Basically, what it's suggesting to me is that after long castle, you should play G6. White will go G4, and then because G5 में file खुल रही है, आपको trade करना पड़ेगा, तो you go Queen G7 as well. This is anything but active.
So basically you're saying कि I'm going to close the king side. So h5 पे g5 and g5 पे h5. So I've kept my queen on g7 and there is no way for white to make any progress now. Basically that's what black is banking on. So first he will defend, and once he's kind of closed the king side in a way, then he will think about, bishop d7 and b6 and try to create chances on the queen side. So it does seem like a very effective plan, but to find it over the board, कि पहले I will let you kind of attack me, it's not easy for Gukesh.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not easy. By the way, Divya is still thinking after the movie for giving an update here. कितना टाइम हो गया प्रग को सोचते हुए? It's 16 minutes now already. भाई, I'm not sure if he plays C5 now. भाई, also look at Pragg. He's looking at the center now. He's gonna play E3, I feel. एंड टिकू भाई,
भाई,
अगर E3 हुआ ना बोर्ड पे, तो आपका वो जो प्रिडिक्शन था ना, 1.5 घंटे में 2 घंटे में ड्रॉ, इट्स वेरी रियल, आई थिंक।
that's been my hunch here. I feel like Pragg in games against players, Indian players and also like other players whom he really respects with white pieces, especially around the rest day, chahe before, after, will play like a safer choice. And he'll be okay with the draw. Like he wouldn't mind a draw in those cases. But dekhte hain, I think it's too early to judge. And by the way, um, Magnus Carlsen, okay, no major that आप लोग कह रहे हो, but वहाँ पे कुछ हुआ नहीं है, I think, in the Magnus Carlsen game. We only have one move since then, and that is King G7. So not much has changed in that game since
ये
then. And
गेम
Wesley
चलेगा
has,
भाई, बहुत अटैक आएगा यहाँ पे। भाई,
हाँ,
डू
अभी
यू सी द आइडियाज यार? रुकी 1, G4, and supposedly bishop H4 is a very very good move here.
oh wow,
GF3 and Queen F3, and okay, you just continue. I was thinking GF3, King H1, Rook G1, let's go. But Queen F3 is definitely stronger here. But yeah, some crazy sacrifices could happen in this position.
wow, Wesley वही सोच रहा है भाई. But Magnus, of course, has to first decide what to do. It's white to play. But I think that's एक ही movie. I think not much has changed in this position. So we'll come back to this later. By the way, just off topic, Anna Muzichuk losing her edge completely. Divya still thinking. So yeah, not much has changed in across the spectrum, Sahej bhai. So lag raha hai ki matlab it's time to look at the bird's eye view and take a guess, because so far every round we've seen 5 draws, chat. Every round 5 draws and 5 Armageddons. Sahej bhai, aaj bhi 5 ही guess करना है कि are we going to be a bit bold?
Why, like, with all respect, I think Zoo Jenner versus Divya does not feel like an Armageddon to me. It looks
Hmm.
really bad for Divya, actually. And Magnus versus Wesley also, it looks too it feels too complicated to call it a draw. Okay, because of the exchange sacrifices we saw. Pragg Gukesh, I think I kind of agree it can go into Armageddon. But if Pragg finds that c5, e3 stuff, it will be very, very difficult for Gukesh to play. But if he doesn't, if he plays e3 straight, then let's say it's an easier road in comparison. Or Juven Jun versus Hampiji is a very, very big one. By um, the world champion and the world championship challenger, yeah, playing a classical match. That's crazy. Looks pretty balanced, I think, overall in Hampiji's. This one, I think, definitely can go into Armageddon, although slight, maybe very, very small preference to Juven Jun's position. And Bacha Firuza versus Kaimer, जहाँ पे एकदम, I think anything is possible. So no, I think पांच result तो पांच Armageddon नहीं होंगे भाई. I think
कितने होंगे फिर
max
क्या
चार,
लगता है?
max चार.
Max 4, yeah.
दो
Yeah,
गेम में तो रिजल्ट आई थिंक लग ही रहा है मुझे. Like no, like I'd be shocked if that doesn't happen.
Yep, chat. Tell us your guess as well. मुझे भी लग रहा है, I think maybe 2-3 रिजल्ट तो आ जाने चाहिए. Also because we are headed off into the second half of the Norway Chess from tomorrow. So अगर किसी को टूर्नामेंट जीतना है, this is where they have to push their foot on the pedal and try to gain those 3 points from the classical wins, right? Because classical में जीतने से आपको extra points मिलते हैं, which is very valuable if you want to finish in first place. Magnus सोच रहे होंगे भाई, if I want to win Norway Chess, I'll ideally want to do it in the classical format ताकि 3 points से leap कर करके I can catch up Firuza. Firuza wins, for example, today. He's going to go to what? 11.5 points. It's already not going to be easy for anybody to catch him. So I think Magnus पे थोड़ा pressure तो रहेगा कि भाई I have to keep winning in the classical. Let's see how that turns out. So let's go back, I think, to the board of Pragg, जहाँ पे Pragg is now 13 minutes behind Gukesh on the clock. Something we did not expect actually, सहज भाई. So क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे?
देखो भाई, he he plays. This is exactly what you're worried about. You think, and maybe I think you think a little bit too much, and then you start doubting yourself. I mean, we know he was looking at c5 high. We saw his posture. I mean, it was the first move that he was considering, but now he does not play it anymore. And now this gives Gukesh the option, I think, to more or less equalize the position with pawn takes pawn, because now c5 is a very, very real threat. Also, pawn takes pawn is a very real threat as well. तो पॉइंट ये तो फोर्स ही हो गया ना, नहीं तो आपका सीधा पॉन मर रहा है d5 पे.
Agreed. And if I learned London system from you, अरे nice bhai. If you learn the London and had good results, I think it's a great opening, especially if you don't play chess, every single day of
भाई
your
ये
life.
कौन सा कमेंट कौन से चैनल पे पढ़ रहे हो भाई, ये तो आपने मैं
कपिल
ही कंफ्यूज
कुंडानी
हूँ.
का भाई 56 I'm guessing. I don't know what that number is. Roll number होगा या फिर age. But glad to see कि भाई it helped. I think because London system is very safe and solid. I think अगर प्रखर d4 खेलता होता तो that's what I would recommend to him as well. But मेरे हिसाब से I think it's a nice opening for somebody who doesn't have time to delve into opening subtleties. हमने देखा यहाँ पे गुकेश और पराग भाई 15 मिनट सोच रहे थे एक subtle queen c2 move के लिए. So it's very tough to find the best moves, चाहे move number 6 ही क्यों ना हो. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, you know how many points Magnus had when he won Norway Chess 2025?
नो आइडिया भाई.
So he had 16 points in total.
Right.
So that was the score he had when he won last year. And of course, Fabi was in hot pursuit at 15.5, then Gukesh at 14.5, and then Arjun at 13. So basically, 16 point was the goal, and Firuza is already more than halfway through at 8.5. So if he were to win today, hypothetical, he's already going to be on 11.5. With
So
just
you are
four
telling
and a
me
half
that
points to
you're
go.
telling me that you're telling me that in the past winners of the tournament had like a certain score that they would always win with, and right now in this edition of the event, someone is kind of scoring that halfway through the event. Candidates 2.0. It feels like we just covered candidates, by. I feel like there is another situation like that keeps happening. Yeah, just one guy just completely running away with it.
Agreed. And 2024 when Magnus had 17.5 points, and उस time पे फिरूजा भी खेले थे. But I think in that tournament, Ding lost a bunch of points. Like he had 7 points, I think, just. So I think that also kind of inflated the number of points everybody had by a few. So yeah, I think around 16.5 is maybe the number we can expect for the winner this time. So if you want to get there somehow as Magnus, who's right now on how many points? I'm checking. You're basically right now on 4.5. So you have 6 rounds to gain around 12 points. That basically means 4 classical wins, Sahaj. I mean, it's not easy at this level for Magnus to win this event. And आज वेस्ली को हराना बहुत जरूरी है.
Bhai, you won 3 games in a row in Tepesegemen as well, back to back.
Hmm.
And let's not forget freestyle, जो फाबी के साथ जो कमबैक हुआ था. Let's not forget वर्ल्ड रैपिड में जो कमबैक हुआ था मैग्नस का. Of course, it's time and time again. If anyone can, it's him. By the way, Gukesh plays short castle. I'm not sure if we mentioned this, but he does allow that pawn takes pawn wala idea फिर से. And now there are
Okay.
more games in this position.
Why is that pawn not edible is a good question. So, is it a better version or worse version, basically, is what I'm trying to understand.
If I take, then knight b4 aa raha hai. And if I play
हाँ,
queen b3, then there is knight takes d5. Ah, because takes and queen d5 के बाद bishop b4 check is
bishop
the
b4
problem.
check. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's
क्योंकि
simple
knight
one then.
d2, bishop d2, king d2, queen f2, and yeah. Or otherwise you damage your castling, which is way more important than one pawn.
Hmm. Fair enough. World Blitz comeback, nothing comes close to that. World Blitz पे कौन सा comeback? Ah, wait. Ah, yes. But I think that was also
भाई
kind of the
दोनों ही
format
तो
helping,
जीते.
right? Because I think Arjun basically won the main format and then फिर वो knockouts हुए थे जहाँ पे Carlsen kind of won, right?
हाँ, but
So,
that does count, no? I mean,
हाँ, but like
that
I
was a
think far
goat
format
comeback, I
of
think.
हाँ, but format helped there, I think a little bit. Like format had to change, right? Because 2 साल पहले format था ही नहीं. Like
भाई
three
ये
years
कैसा
back.
रूल है? वो जीता सारे सारे फॉर्मेट की गलती है.
No. I
भाई
think galti nahi, but I think it definitely helped. By the way, you have C5 on the board, and now Bishop E7 will happen. So
मेरा एक सवाल है
finally,
फिर.
Black pushes that pawn.
भाई अगर इसको C5 ही खेलना था तो इसने E3 अभी क्यों खेला? पहले C5 क्यों नहीं खेला? Like was Pragg actually happy if he took on C4?
Maybe
But
he thought जब तक
that's
मैं Bishop से direct capture कर सकता हूँ, let me just keep it there. And once I have to move the Bishop, maybe I can play this. And also now he can actually play Bishop B5. And Black has not played A6, so E5 square पे control है मेरे पास.
but I don't want to play bishop. I want to play h4 भाई. Oh, he goes bishop b5. Never mind. I wanted to go h4 भाई, attack करो.
But I've lost a game like this actually, Bishop B5 Black से. And it was so suffocating. वो याद है जो आप बता रहे थे वो Queen's Gambit Bishop 4 में C5 B4 वाला. Similarly, I
हाँ
lost because I
भाई.
had no E5 break. I had no B6 break. Like I just couldn't play chess on any part of the board. So it's very suffocating. If now Bishop D7, for example, like at some point you can even take on C6. And it was very suffocating. So let's see what
You know
Gukesh
भाई.
does.
Bhai, I remember I had to, this was my, I think, second GM norm that I was trying to make. And I was playing in Amsterdam Cultural Village. Basically, if you win this tournament, then you get qualified for Tata Steel. वो पहले qualifiers होते थे इसके. तो like last round था and I was playing against this Ukrainian grandmaster. His name is Alexander Sulipa. And Swirich Dariush का coach, I'm not sure if you know him, but anyway, so I was playing against him and he played that bishop f4 stuff. And मुझे सिर्फ draw चाहिए था tournament जीतने के लिए और second GM norm achieve करने के लिए. भाई 5 घंटे I suffered. No b6, वही same, no e5 break, no c5 break, just 5 घंटे just kept trying to hold the position down, but pure suffering, and I ended up losing that match, bhai. And since then, I have never ever repeated that opening, bhai, because the pain is too real.
Understandable, I think. And I think I would expect at least like a 10-minute thing here for Gukesh because this is not easy. You don't ideally want to allow, bishop takes c6, doubling up your pawns. That's a nightmare. So bishop d7 feels like an automatic move. But after even just castles or just a3 preparing b4, it's not. I don't see a pawn break. I don't see a clear pawn break for black. So it's going to be a tough. For example, b6 जब भी खेलोगे, there might be some 95 ideas and queen a4 ideas. So you can't really even break with b6. So I don't know what the pawn break is. You can't play e5 ever, at least for the time being. And queen on f6 is a bit awkward, right? Sahaj, like where does the queen go exactly? What's it doing there?
On f6 भाई ये तो सबसे क्वेश्चन ये अगर if we could just switch this knight should be on f6, queen should be on d8, maybe pawn should be on c6, and okay then bishop should be on c7, and then we are good. ऐसा लग रहा है सारे के सारे pieces are just placed quite badly.
Yeah.
And queen is also is in some risk of getting trapped because right now you only have 2 squares. Bishop d3 आते you are not you don't have any squares in this scenario. But let's
The
see,
only
bishop d7 you said is the move,
huh.
right?
Yeah, I mean, if you allow bishop takes c6, doubling up your pawns, I mean, then I mean, good luck for the bishop on c8. Yeah, as long as I'm in time to castle, I think you're gonna be, for a world of trouble. वो pawn बचाते बचाते मतलब वो c6 pawn बचाते बचाते वो bishop की जिंदगी खत्म हो जाएगी भाई. After you take on c6.
बट मेरा सवाल है टिकू भाई, आफ्टर बिशप d7 लेट्स से मैंने खेला कासल, ठीक है, बट मैं
हम्म.
आपको फ्यूचर का प्लान बता रहा हूँ, मैं अभी भी
हाँ.
बिशप c6 नाइट e5 f4 खेलने वाला हूँ, चाहे आपका
हाँ,
पॉइंट डबल
exactly,
हो या ना।
exactly. Exactly. I will wait for you, in fact, कि आप a6 खेलो और time waste करो, and then right moment I'll take on c6, put the knight on e5, and then I will play I might not even play f4. I might not even need it, Sahaj bhai.
व्हाई
I might
नॉट?
just play b4.
भाई f4 इज अमेजिंग, नो?
I like b4, queen side, queen f6 पे है ना, उसको वहां घास चढ़ने दो. I will just play b4, a5 and b5, like just play
भाई
on the
ओके,
queen side.
डजंट मैटर यू प्ले b4 और f4, पॉइंट इज, ये पोजीशन इज लाइक सुपर डिफिकल्ट फॉर गुकेश, आई थिंक
हाँ.
b4 f4 में 19-20 का फर्क है, आई थिंक इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ टेस्ट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे।
And still no. Okay, he has a move.
He
He's
played
played bishop
bishop d7.
d7.
Yeah, and now short castle, bishop c6, knight e5. Yeah, that's the idea basically.
Yep. And I think castle करना
कमेंटेटर्स
चाहिए
को,
प्लग को.
मृणाल भाई पूछ रहे हैं हमारे मॉड जी के, कमेंटेटर्स को क्या लगता है हु इज विनिंग? अभी विनिंग तो नहीं है कोई यहाँ पे, आई थिंक, बट एनी इफ एनीवनस पुटिंग प्रेशर राइट नाउ इट्स प्रग. Still, I think Gukesh has to find some way to equalize. And I'm seeing, just in some deep distance, that Black has to play moves like G5 to find counterplay. And that tells you, yeah, there is no weakness on the king side. But to gain space and to kuch to ho khelne ke liye, you have to play moves like G5, like in the future, which does not seem easy.
It's I think very unlikely it happens also unless Ukesh is forced. And Sahaj, by talking about unlikely moves, I think it's time to go to Divya's game because e4, pawn takes, bishop takes, and knight f6 is on the board. And it's time for the crucial decision for Zujiner. Is she
भाई
gonna
वो
play
सी
rook
सिक्स के
e1?
पॉन पे देख रही है यार, वो सी सिक्स के
देख रही
पॉन
है.
पे देख रही है, यू नो इट। उसकी नजर हट नहीं रही है उसी सिक्स के पॉन से भाई तब से।
It could also be d5 that she's looking at, but it does look like it's
नो
on the sixth
भाई,
rank.
शी इज लुकिंग एट बिशप सी सिक्स। भाई चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? डज शी लुक लाइक शी इज लुकिंग एट बिशप सी सिक्स फॉर श्योर? या
No, no, but question is, will she play it though? Like, I'm sure she's considering it, but will she play it? Like, it takes guts to play that, right? So I think she might think, okay, I have a simpler solution. Let me just play rook e1, right? Chat, come
सॉरी,
on.
कैन यू रिपीट?
But okay,
What was
like,
it?
she could also think, okay, which is working. I could just play rook e1 also. It's like a simpler solution. I don't need to risk anything.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो रिस्क रिस्क जू जिनर है भाई, वो रिस्क रिस्क तो लेगी वो 100%. If she sees bishop c6, I mean, she is more than I mean, think about अगर दिव्या white से खेल रही होती, I mean, there is a very big chance she would have gone bishop c6 because Divya is an attacker, yeah. Same for Zuziner as well. She's a very good attacker, so
By
she should be able
perfect
to see moves
timing
like that.
to drink water confidently and walk off as if nothing is wrong in your position. I think perfect timing to do so. That's what I would also do. And now Zujuna is thinking, bhai, kya karna hai? She's looking at the queen side around that complex of, the c6 square, and she might be, of course, considering other options, but crucial moment. And can we show it again? So bishop takes c6 के बाद plan क्या है हमारा?
Yeah, bishop takes c6, bc6, and now the point is to play d5. Basically preempting this knight e6 की rook e1 खेलना है आपको, queen trap करनी है. Then d5 is the plan to stop knight e6, and then basically taking on d5 is a blunder. And if you don't take, then I have rook e1. So essentially you are left with playing knight e6. जिसके बाद pawn takes, bishop takes, and okay, white is slightly better, not a lot better because of this weak pawn on c6. And okay, you technically have a somewhat of a bad bishop as well. This square on c5 is an outpost as well. So lots of problems, I would say, for Divya to solve over the board.
Yeah, and 99.7 accuracy से खेल रही है जू यहाँ पे compared to 96.2 for Divya, and वो rivalry बनती जा रही है. I think Divya, I don't know if she will survive this game, but if she does, I think she needs to come back. ये वो mental block ना बन जाए कि भाई हर बार जूझनर से you're gonna kind of suffer. And by the way, just 13 moves on the board, 13 moves on the
भाई
board,
बट
and
लेकिन उसकी नजर हट क्यों नहीं रही है c6 से? दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन भाई, वो डरा रही है, आई एम टेलिंग यू. शी इज लाइक शी इज ओनली लुकिंग एट बिशप टेक्स c6 राइट नाउ. टिक्कू भाई, like I'll put Maggie, she plays bishop c6.
I just want to see that happen. By I'm just here for the entertainment. I want to see Bishop C6 happen over the board. Like I want to see that move. I want to see Divya's reaction. I want to see her follow up. Like because I agree with you. I think she's definitely looking at that square. She might be considering, okay, what are the advantages to playing it? What are the disadvantages? What risk? And she's going through the variations right now in real time. So I want to see it happen. Actually, let's see it in action. Actually. Aliza Kamer,
भाई वो
look
अभी भी
at
ये
Firuza
रुकते
is
हैं ना यहाँ
almost.
पे टिकू भाई रुकते हैं
हाँ
ना
मैं
यहाँ पे
भी मैं
थोड़ा
ऐसे बता रहा हूँ
लाइक
कि
लेट्स
Firuza is 50 minutes behind Kamer now, so that's interesting.
ओ वाह
Um, could be like the perfect setup for a Pragg win today. कि वो सीधा first place में जाए. That would be amazing. Vishali, where is
या
Vishali? Vishali, by the way, I think she might not have gotten the invite because invites candidates से पहले गए होंगे. Of course, she would have been given an invite if this would happen after the candidates. But yeah, I mean, she will be getting a lot more invites as well because अगले April में होगा ना World Championship likely.
यस फॉर श्योर
Wow, Divya comes up to the board and just walks away again.
ये भी साइकोलॉजिकल टैक्टिक्स है भाई फॉर श्योर टू शो दैट यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट एंड योर ओपोनेंट जस्ट स्टार्ट्स डाउटिंग देमसेल्व्स ओके दे मस्ट हैव मिस्ड समथिंग विद बिशप
Possible,
c6.
definitely a possibility.
Like I remember when I think this is like one of my like earliest memories of chess. Like I was playing a tournament in Lucknow, and I was completely dead lost in at least I thought so. And ना मतलब मेरा opponent सोचे जा रहा था. Like I was thinking genuinely I was thinking to myself my opponent plays a move I'm going to resign. But मेरा opponent खेल ही नहीं रहा है ठीक है वो सोचे जा रहा है सोचे जा रहा है सोचे जा रहा है and then I was like भाई इतना क्यों सोच रहा है then I realized कि like there was a tactic which I didn't see. Like and actually उस tactic की वजह से like the entire face of the game is kind of changing. So
भाई
had my
same
opponent realized it, had he realized it कि you know कि अगर कि you know I'm looking a bit like upset and had he played the move instantly मैं वहीं resign कर देता. तो ये छोटे मोटे जो nuances होते हैं I feel very very important, helps a lot make
same
moves. Really?
सेम भाई आई थिंक अगेंस्ट वो जाइत्स करके एक जीएम है जो इंडिया में बहुत खेलता है लाइक 2300 जीएम आई थिंक एटलीस्ट तब 2300 था.
Ziad Din over Aset, yeah, of course.
हाँ yes सेम बंदा. आई वाज प्लेइंग विद ब्लैक अगेंस्ट हिम एंड आई वाज वेटिंग टू रिजाइन कि वो ये चाल खेलेगा एंड आई विल रिजाइन एंड सडनली 2 मिनट हो गए 4 मिनट हो गए 7 मिनट 11 मैं कह रहा हूँ सोच क्या रहा है भाई. आई एम गोना रिजाइन चल दे चाल खत्म कर. Then I realized कि भाई tactic है and I'm winning his queen. I was like, wait, what, brother? I was about to resign. बाप रे.
अरे
तो इट्स लाइक लकीली लाइक ही केप्ट थिंकिंग एंड आई रियलाइज एट सम पॉइंट कि भाई कुछ तो है पूछना तो सोचता नहीं. सो आई एग्री विद यू. बिल्कुल सेम स्टोरी है भाई.
crazy. Crazy. I mean, I'm sure it has happened to a lot of other chess players as well. So,
Hmm.
you know, the fact that Divya is walking around, I mean, she knows kuch ulta ho raha hai. I mean, at the very least, she knows rookie one is there, and then d5 ke baad,
हाँ
she knows she's gonna suffer, but she's walking around trying to show some confidence, and who knows, it could work.
हाँ अभी ऐसे जाके घूमने का और आसपास किसी दोस्त से बात करने का. हाँ मैग्नस खेल रहा है मगर अच्छी पोजीशन नहीं लग रही मुझे उसकी. मतलब थोड़ी गलती वलती कर रहा है बंदा यार. 98 एक्यूरेसी क्या होती है भाई. कम से कम 99.5 होनी चाहिए ऐसे कैसे. भाई let's see what
Wow.
happens. She has to, I think, at least find rookie one. I think if this was bullet chess, she would just play rookie one in a second.
भाई
Even
कहीं
that
से
gives her
आपको
an
लग रहा है
edge.
कि वो rookie one कैलकुलेट कर रही है? आई
देखो
थिंक उसकी
इवन स्क्वायर
नजर सी
में.
जब से हम यहाँ पर आए
हाँ
ना लाइक आई चैलेंज यू लाइक गो बैक चैट लाइक एंड लुक एट द लास्ट लाइक 5 मिनट्स वर सिटिंग ऑन द बोर्ड उसकी नजर वो C6 वो यहीं देख रही है तब से. देखो अब तो प्रॉपर अब तो वो नाटक में लाइक शी इज एक्चुअली लुकिंग एट इट यार लाइक प्रॉपरली.
wow. So I think very likely she plays it. Chat, nothing crazy has happened in all the other games um, since then. So we have time. Pragg, by the way, Pragg has castled. Only one minor update. So we'll jump back to that game very soon because I really want to see this move in action. I think बड़ा मजा आएगा जब वो पिछक के बाद पहुंच जाएगा. Oof.
ब्रिलियंसी होगी बाय द वे आई थिंक ये
Hmm.
फॉर श्योर इफ शी प्लेज इट इट्स अ ब्रिलियंसी.
Will you stream Moose Chess? Yes, by we will stream Moose Chess. Go to Magnus game. यार हाँ, I see वहाँ पे कुछ developments हैं. So can we
We are
kind of look at
streaming
that
use
game?
chess.
क्या क्या?
We are streaming use chess. आ गया.
कोई hidden joke था क्या भाई इसमें?
अरे never mind.
भाई मेरे
पकड़ा
को
नहीं
लगा
आपने,
कुछ
छोड़ो.
कैंसिलेबल बोल दिया मैंने कुछ. बट एनीवेज एक बार
अरे
मैग्नस गेम
नहीं नहीं
देखो भाई.
भाई. इसका
नाइट एच
मैग्नस
फोर
का.
नाइट एच दोनों नाइट कोने में भाई. वैसे भी हम्पी ने आई थिंक ब्लॉक द बोर्ड एनीवेज, तो एक बार देख लेते हैं कि क्या चल रहा है भाई. बिकॉज नाइट ई थ्री नाइट एफ फाइव इज इनकमिंग.
हाँ बट बिशप E3 है ना.
हाँ मार दोगे
बिशप
यार.
का और काम क्या है.
हम्म.
तो ब्लैक का अटैक तो चला गया. आई थिंक देयर इज नो अटैक एनी मोर. At best, you can. I mean, I don't even know how you continue, but yeah, I like Magnus's position here by a lot. Also, Magnus is like ridiculously good in these structures, yeah, because I think both of his must-win games in the World Championship happened in like a similar structure where he went knight E3 and black took on E3 and then he took with the F pawn and then he like maneuvered somehow. So he's very, very good in these structures.
Hmm.
I think this is
And
Magnus playing his A game, by the way.
yeah, and queen g5 on the board and knight e3 now only move for Magnus Carlsen, but I think it's the most obvious one. उनके सारे पीस प्लेसमेंट्स इसी मूव की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. So it makes a lot of sense. And the idea,
भाई
Chad, if you don't
वापस.
do this, then black could at some point play f5, and then it gets a bit tricky. So you should do it instantly.
Correct. Shall we go back to Zuziner and see
Let's go.
what she
Let's
has
go.
done?
Let's
Bhai,
go.
I think I
Let's
really
go.
want to catch that move in. Bhai. Oh, maybe she
Bye.
has
She's looking
decided
at e1
against it.
now. I think she could be
Yeah.
looking at e1.
Chat, if there is any like a sort of insight of today, it's like don't overthink ever. Whatever your instinct says, just trust it and go ahead with it. But how do you? But Bishop C6, it's like I'm not understand how can you? I mean, once you see it, it's impossible to not see it, right?
Hmm.
And for sure
I
she
think
saw it.
I think it's like, let's say कि you want to invest some money. You see like a rising stock, you're like, ठीक है मैं डाल देता हूँ पैसा उसमें. You're like, FDM में 7% मिल रहा है यार. It's okay. I mean, I can manage with it. Like, like if you see the alternative also, you're tempted by it. कि यहाँ पे कोई risk ही नहीं है. But I still feel she's still kind of focused on the center, I think. Even though it C6 नहीं है, but D5 पे देख रही है अभी भी. So she still might play it anyways.
Right. FD wala joke and noting it down.
Come on, Zoo, let's go. Bishop C6. If Divya managed to defend this game, it would be like a complete turnaround. इतना confidence मिलेगा ना उससे.
Bhai, agar if chat में someone is asking Sharaj bhai, what if Divya goes with the queen to B4? Bhai, then Zoo Jinner थोड़ा शॉक हो जाएगी because अभी तो उसकी चाल है. अभी दिव्या की चाल नहीं है, तो वो खेल नहीं सकती अभी वापस.
And Queen B4 का idea क्या है? I'm very curious actually. What is the idea behind Queen B4, by the way?
To take B2, I guess.
ऐसे पॉन मत मारो यार. पहले पहले कैसलिंग, पहले किंग को कोने में डालो, उसके बाद मारो. ये प्यारे जितने बोलते कहते हैं, पेरेंट्स कहते हैं पहले
भाई वो
पहले
वापस
12th कर लो.
C6 पे देख रही है. वो कहती नहीं नहीं रुकी वन अच्छा तो है, बट लेट्स गो बैक टू बिशप C6.
She's like Bishop C6 टेढ़ा है पर मेरा है, यही मारूंगी मैं. And I think it's the best move in the position. So brilliancy होने के काफी high chances.
Chat, what do you think? Does she play bishop C6? Yes or no? Like be direct. Want to understand this? Tiku bhai, what do you think? Yes or no?
I think yes. I think because 90% of her, focus has been around that square, around the center. So I think she's gonna play it. I think she might also play D5, like because उसी के आसपास she's been focused on. But rook e1 तो नहीं खेलने वाली. Like it looks very unlikely कि rook e1 is on her mind. So it's bishop c6 or d5. One of these two moves. What's your take, Sejbhai?
I mean, I think 100% either this or D5, yeah. But I think bishop C6 is way more likely. She's such a strong attacker. It would be shocking if she missed something like this.
कोई कह रहा है Ali is a roaming. Wait, how can he be roaming? His leg is hurt by.
Chat also kind of thinks yes, yeah.
या चैट तो मैक्सिमम लोग यस कह रहे हैं.
मृणाल भाई भी बोल रहे हैं, वन वर्ड आंसर मांगा भाई, बट चलता है भाई. सहज शो प्रग गेम. Yes, bhai. I think some updates have happened in Pragg Sport, Tikku bhai, I think, if I'm not
या
mistaken. So,
अ पेयर ऑफ मूव्स.
Bishop D7 के बाद short castle and Rook FD8 खेला गया है. I'm guessing because he wants to go Bishop E8 at some point and Rooks को disconnect नहीं करना चाहता था, and also making space for the Bishop to go back to F8 ताकि Knight E7 आए. Knight I mean, Black is definitely struggling with space, that is for sure. But it's not, let's say, as bad for Gukesh anymore. I feel like he can still looks like a three result game, especially when you see moves like G5, Bishop F8, Bishop G7. Okay, now the game can continue. Your thoughts, Chiku bhai?
Yeah, I think it's like the typical slight edge. It's more about not about the edge. It's more about the lack of plan is kind of a problem. Like G5, Bishop F, Bishop G7 is already like a like a creative out of the box plan, which you usually might not go for in this structure because koi weakness, koi hook, kuch bhi nahi hai. And even after G5, like where do you put the queen to essentially play E5? I don't see a good square. F5, G6, dono mein, your pawn structure becomes worse because I can just take. So I feel like this is more of sitting around for Gukesh, like doing nothing, as you mentioned, which is not easy. So just बैठे रहो, like typically allow white to go A4, B5, and then see what the plan is. It's more reactive than taking the initiative. That's why I think for a player like Gukesh, who loves aggressive chess, this might not be easy to handle. So Pragg has an opportunity here basically to win this game, but he cannot allow Black to liberate himself. अगर गलती से भी कुछ E5 आ गया ना, then it's all done and dusted. So let's see how Pragg handles this. फिलहाल clock पे surprisingly he is the one who's behind, and that too by 22 minutes. Wow. And we are being told we have a confessional. Chat, I don't know what you would say in a confessional, but we know what Magnus Carlsen would say. So let's play it and see कि क्या दिमाग में चल रहा है Mr. Magnus Carlsen घोट जी के.
So this is my diary of the day so far. I woke up, I think, at 10. Slept forever, probably like 9.5 hours. Then at 11, I had some breakfast. And I feel like I ate like a little bit too much. Anyway, I was so out of it later on. And I had a long nap before lunch at 3. Where Johannes, a good friend of mine, came by for lunch, and like we were talking about how we were both like struggling with memory these days, and like he's the same age as me, and that we're getting old and so on. And this is me right now. I have some clue. Like I literally was checking these lines just before I started the game, and I have some clue, but I don't remember any details whatsoever. And hopefully things will get better. Better in the course of the game, like in a proper dad move as well. I just had some coffee to try and cheer myself up, which I never used to do. But now it's just, yeah, it's tough. It's not easy out there. Also, there are like 2 sets of monitors up on the stage showing the games, and personally, Wesley probably has to agree to this, but personally I would not mind if one of the monitors of my game was switched out with PSG versus Arsenal. And I don't know, let me know. I've polled a few people so far. I don't think I've found any like non-Arsenal fan that hopes that they win this match or anything in general, but let me know.
Wow. So Magnus Carlsen कह रहे हैं एक स्क्रीन हटा के फुटबॉल मैच ही लगा दो भाई.
भाई मैग्नस कार्लसन ने खुद ही चैंपियंस लीग के बारे में बोल दिया टिकू भाई. आई थिंक अ पॉइंट वाज मेड.
भाई आई एग्री विद यू. मैग्नस ने बोल दिया है तो भाई
नाउ
अब तो मानना पड़ेगा.
Now you have to agree with me, bhai. Now you have to agree. I told you, bhai. Also, because by Budapest, mein, it is absolutely insane. There are so many people here, bhai. It's so crazy here because of the match. But yeah, crazy to think that Magnus also is thinking about it. But he looks in good spirits, yeah.
But I have a question. Let's say उन्होंने एक screen हटा के football match लगा भी दिया. Technically nothing changes, right? Like, they could do that. Like it's not cheating. It's not like unfair help. They can do that. Like in fact, Magnus, if anything, would be more distracted then. So Wesley के तो
Uh,
मजे ही मजे.
well, technically, like, मतलब audience में कोई बंदा हो सकता है जो match देख रहा हो. I don't know. Like it's still not. I mean, it's still risky territory, I feel.
Huh, you're right, maybe. But yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to get Magnus distracted. But meanwhile, Sahaj, by huge update, Zhu Jinner did not play Bishop C6, but she played another brilliancy that was pawn to D5.
And she played another brilliancy after that, d5, and then knight takes d5, दो brilliancies back to back. Knight takes. So chat में जो लोग d5 कह रहे थे भाई, you were right. That is exactly what she's thinking about. But she doesn't get that weak pawn वो जो c6 पे आ रहा था after bishop takes c6. But still, it's a good position. And I think Divya won't be able to castle Tikku bhai, because after bishop d5, you play knight e6, and then I have this very sneaky queen f4 check. जिसके बाद supposedly you are supposed to go king f8, क्योंकि बिशप d7 के बाद ये पॉन थोड़ा वीक हो सकता है.
भाई कैसल तो करना है यार. कैसल के बिना फिर क्या ही जिंदगी. आई फील लाइक Bishop d7, Queen b3, even if I have to play Bishop c6, I'm kind of okay with that, accepting that, weird pawn on c6, but I have to castle. So either way, tough, reckoning ahead for Divya ahead. And also, like in fact, after knight d5, you can still actually just play rook e1 here, Sahaj bhai.
अरे
Forget the
भाई,
knight. Knight ko marna is for oldies. I'm just going to play rook e1 and attack your queen instead.
बट रुकी वन में अगर मैंने नाइट b6 कुछ खेला तो
Bishop c6 check होगा ना.
bc6 भाई 3 पीस है ना.
But I feel like this should be enough. Queen d4, for example, rook attacked, then rook e1 आ रहा
अनलेस
है.
कुछ टैक्टिकल है आपके पास तो इट्स डिफरेंट. नहीं तो 3 पीस आर जनरली स्ट्रॉन्गर देन अ क्वीन. But okay, it's
That's a
unnecessary,
fair
no?
point.
Why do this? But just when you can just take the knight on and rook e1 on next move. With I mean, if you play rook e1 now, black plays knight e6, then you're gonna take on d5 anyway. So take it now. Knight e6 के बाद at least आपके पास एक option रहेगा to do something else. But I think if she's thinking, means she's considering queen takes d5. Because इसका भी एक बहुत important point है टिक्कू भाई कि now the bishop on c8 is completely tied down because ये pawn हमेशा के लिए pressure में.
But queen d5 also allows maybe.
There it
She takes
is.
the queen. But this after 96, it might allow black to castle though, unless she's planning queen b5 with this queen
Yeah.
d7. So castling मिल जाएगी दिव्या को. Maybe that's already a plus for her. I don't know.
भाई pawn मर रहा है दिव्या का by force. She's like after knight e6, there is queen e5, short castle,
Castles.
and now bishop d5. And now supposedly the best move is bishop d7 just to sacrifice the pawn.
Yeah, because you can't really move anything. Yeah, you can't move the pawn on b6. You can't move the pawn on f7. You can't move the king. Rook e8
Yeah.
maybe, but that doesn't change anything. Rook e1. So maybe the best is just to give that b7 pawn and hope for the best. Yeah.
Hmm.
Tough position actually. Tough position for Divya. ठीक है, but now we know the contours of the game. We know exactly क्या होने वाला है. She's going to defend an endgame a pawn down. She's going to put her king on g8. And then it's just about Zuzina converting the endgame. So maybe it's time to switch back, Sej bhai, to the game of Magnus briefly. जहाँ पे 93 was played. Wesley ने instantly उठा के मार दिया उसको. And now the second knight came to f4. What do you make of this position now?
It looks like Wesley is cooking some attack. So knight e7, knight g6. I mean, queen, knight, pawn. But बढ़िया सा एक bishop and knight are just holding the position down very nicely. So Magnus should try to maybe do something on the queen side or break the center. Like queen b3 is looking interesting, d4 is looking interesting, just to divert the attention a bit. But still slight preference to Magnus's position right now.
Yeah, it's not easy. I think वो pawn on g4 blocks everything. The bishop on g3 doing a good job of holding everything together. And not easy for black somehow. to launch an attack. वो knight on h4 is the great piece. वो h pawn को बढ़ने नहीं दे रहा आगे. So Magnus, by the way, behind on the clock by 10 minutes. As we saw, Magnus has suffered in a couple of games when he's been low on the clock. So Gukesh ke saath, that wasn't the problem until the game was just completely winning anyways. So he has to keep an eye on the clock for sure in this game. Crucial game against Wesley. So Sahaj bhai, as he thinks, let's jump back to Pragg versus Gukesh again. Jahan pe Pragg has played this, move jo it's kind of a nothing move, but also kind of something move. Pawn to h3, essentially, basically saying, okay, I don't have clear, dangerous plans, but I'll just improve my position. Aram say, h3, a3, b4. I'll take on c6 if need be, knight e5, and just play normal chess, nothing fancy so far.
Yeah, h3 is such a Pragg move, yeah, in this position. Like we were expecting h4, g4, some. यहाँ पे अर्जुन होता ना इस position में h4, g4, g5 एकदम mate होने वाली होती भाई उस position में. Of course, it shows the type of like how different players can be even at the top level. But yeah, short castle in h3, very very stable, small edge. And yeah, Gukesh के लिए this is suffering भाई. And I love this idea of bishop c6 and knight e5 and f4. ये मतलब he's keeping that threat for the right moment, and he's gonna take on c6. You I think bullseye on that idea, Tikku bhai, bishop c6 wala.
Bhai, wo bullseye has hit Gukesh hard. Look at him right now. He's closed his eyes.
I
वो
also hit
calmly बैठ
PSG
के-
hard. क्योंकि PSG is losing right now भाई, 1-0 है.
अरे बाप रे भाई.
कोई मैग्नस को बता दो.
Bhai, I would love to experiment with this. Like, put that screen football match and see if Magnus plays worse. But okay, meanwhile, Gukesh is definitely playing worse. And I don't even see an active plan. With g5 tha, it also became less likely because there's no g4 anymore. Of course, you have a hook now. That's the benefit. g5, h5, g4 पे कुछ हो सकता है. But it's also very risky, right? I mean, आप अपना king side भी open कर रहे हो when you are the one lacking space. And if my knight comes to e5, which it will, I might be the one to attack long term, Sahaj bhai, with your g5. So Gukesh has to be very cautious कि भाई slightly worse, suddenly completely lost ना हो जाए.
Yeah, true. But अभी के लिए like I think it's more important to find activity, counterplay. यार मेरे को अपना वो जो मैंने आपको गेम बताया ना, the one that I played against Sulipa, I think वो गेम की मुझे बहुत मतलब याद आ रही. It wasn't like exactly the same, but after the first 13-14 moves, it was kind of similar. Yeah, White had the bishop on f4 there, वो जो normal QGD वाली position होती है. But apart from that, the pawn being on c5, White getting this a3, b4, and basically no counterplay from black side is just reminding me of that. And this is not a nice situation, I think, for Gukesh to be in, because double bishops hai, and double bishops is considered to be an advantage in when the center is open, but there is no center break. There is no break whatsoever in this position. So how? I'm just looking at this there's variations जहाँ पे a3 b4 by b5 c6 भी आ रहा है कुछ variations में, which is absolutely ridiculous. By the way, Gukesh plays g6, I think queen g7 or bishop f8 bishop g7 की तैयारी, so that the knight can go to e7. Looks logical.
I think very normal for this structure, but again, like it's still a bit passive for my taste. Pragg के पास पूरा option है. He can take on c6, play knight e5. He can start with play on the queen side. And by the way, chat, if you ever go to live ratings, you will realize कि जो 2700 के plus players हैं, जितने भी हैं अभी दुनिया में 33 players हैं, उनमें से अगर ranks हम देखें over the last 12 months, right, कि कितना किसमें improve किया है, कितना किसने decrease किया अपना rank. Dogmas is the clear one who's gained 107 ranks in the last 1 year, jumping to world number 29. So मतलब 136 rank थी उनकी उससे पहले. उसके अलावा the biggest jump is for Sindarov, which is 26 ranks in the last year. He's now world number 5. And उसके अलावा third highest is Gukesh, but it's in the negative side by 17 ranks. So 12
No, there
months
is
back.
another one. Amin Tabatabai. Amin Tabatabai is plus 25, and then Vincent Keimer is plus 19 also.
Vincent भी है. हाँ, Vincent भी है. But
Vincent
yeah, I mean,
का
Gukesh
rise is crazy, no, bhai? Like plus 19 and that. Also Sindarov is also crazy in that sense.
Yeah, but I feel like basically like Gukesh का negative, बाकी सबका positive message. That's the difference, right? Because everybody else is in the positive. And we're talking about like Ian Apunashi getting out of the world top 10 or so. He's now world number 14 at 2738. So slowly rising up the ranks again. Ding is world number 15. Gukesh is world number 20. I don't know what that does to his psyche. Like being the world champion and world number 20 is like it's like you live in so like this like quantum mechanics and like normal physics, like they don't reconcile. They're trying to figure out the common theory of everything. They don't make sense together. Same way like world champion and world 20, like uske mind में it might be constant pressure regardless of what he does. Pressure feel हो रहा है. So it's very hard to play your normal chess in those circumstances.
Why was it just me, or was that the greatest and like analogy that Tiku has ever made? Like that was crazy. Wow, Tiku.
Thanks, brother. Oh,
जी
I'm
जी
getting better, brother.
भाई टिकू ओपी होना चाहिए भाई यार. क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स और फिजिक्स की बातें चल रही हैं यहाँ पे चैट. व्हाट इज दिस?
By Einstein would be, happy, but I think, yeah, it just feels like he, matlab, it's every day's pressure for Gukesh, basically, regardless of the results, until he enters the world top 10 at least. Like every day is like, constant pressure of expectations on his shoulders. And it's very, very hard to play his normal game. So, अब क्या करेंगे? किसका game? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah,
जूजनर
I'm
ने
just
गेम
going.
दे दी. जूजनर ने गेम प्लेटर पे दे दी भाई. ये क्या था? Oh my god, she played queen b5 check queen.
Okay, so
What?
I think this is Tiku bhai, I think this is a great moment to understand like I think why this is still not equal. ठीक है, तो अभी कुछ टाइम के लिए ना I'm gonna try and switch off my engine and let's try to have a game here. So you'll obviously play king d7 here, right?
हाँ, I don't want to get the
भाई
b7
इंजन
pawn.
ऑफ
हाँ,
रखना, ठीक है, इंजन ऑफ
engine off
रखना.
है. I look
ठीक
at
है,
your screen straight. हाँ,
हाँ मेरी स्क्रीन पे देखो आप सीधा. So I'll
हाँ.
play knight e5 check, तो forced है. Let's play this.
Okay, king e7.
And okay, let's go something like rook c1.
So my logic is c7 is covered. So I don't need to panic at all. b7 is under pressure, but when you take it, I will have rook b8. So based on that logic, I want to play bishop d7. I'm hoping it works. This is like a 5-second thought.
Okay, that's actually a very, very good move. But Tiku bhai, I think I have knight d7, king d7, bishop b7, and then bishop c6 check है मेरे पास. तो एक छोटा सा
हाँ, ये
I
problem
think
है.
issue है इसमें. ये problem है इसमें.
But
But I actually miss bishop d7. It's a happy accident that it's working in my favor. So
takes
I think
takes.
I'll give you another chance here after
Okay,
rook
let me
a7.
think. Let me think. क्या कर सकते हैं? Chat, come on, chat.
I'll also think for black because I genuinely don't believe this position is equal.
I could
I
start
think
with rook d8. I could start with rook d8. Like that's
that's a
like
very nice move. I love this move. Because now bishop d7 कब की power थोड़ी और बढ़ गई. क्योंकि आप
And
रुक
rook
से
d1,
कैप्चर
I
कर
can
सकते हो.
always sometimes also exchange at the right moment. I have that option at least. Not that I will
तो
do
रुक
it,
d8.
but
Why, बढ़िया. Chat is also like engaging when the engine is off. Yeah, chat. Loving this, by the way. If let's we can try to think for both sides. Yeah, we're not playing for a certain side here. Obviously, we're trying to understand the truth of the position. Like practically speaking, of course, engine देख के तो सब पता लगता है. But लेकिन how easy is it practically speaking? So I'm thinking f4 now because I'm thinking आपका रुक h8 से d8 पे गया. That means you are not focusing as much on the king side. And I like the prospects of f5. Is that possible, Tiku bhai?
so my thought is why can't I play f6 here and just kick your knight back?
F6? Why
Huh.
golden?
I know it's a bit loose, but I'm like, okay, like if I can solve the problem instantly by force,
Why?
and
No,
also have.
I'm against खेल रहे हैं एक दूसरे के बाद. ऐसे आप golden pawn तो मत touch करो यार. This
I'll
is
tell you
this
why.
is
Because
bad.
knight f3, I can also have f5, and bishop को हिलना ही पड़ेगा. Bye bye bishop, and then I can move bishop d7. दोनों पीस हटा
Boss,
दिए.
भाई ये भी मर रहा है. Knight f4 भी मर रहा है अगर मैं knight f3 गया
मैं
तो.
लूंगा भी नहीं. मैं से f4 f5 मेरे को सिर्फ अपना वो दोनों पीस ला के मैं फिर bishop d7 बस. I'm okay.
So if I play knight f3, let's say
f5.
f5, मैंने bishop हटाया कहीं पे. b1
And
है
then
क्या
bishop
ना?
d7. Bishop d7.
भाई this knight e5 के बाद still this looks like white has edge, no?
Mm,
Like okay, अगर if we can dial it down to
हाँ,
one
sure.
thing, मेरा knight है e5 पे outpost है, आपका knight नहीं है e4 पे. Simple. That's how I can explain it.
I'm curious. So I'm going to guess the value of the position. ठीक है, मैं guess करता हूँ. मैं कहता हूँ
नहीं
this
नहीं
is
zeros
plus.
है. ये पक्का zeros होगी.
अच्छा, हाँ तो फिर I'm okay. I'm okay then. I'll go play rook c8, bishop e8
But
and play this
practically still
endgame. I'm
difficult.
okay.
No, bhai, I'll play
हाँ
g3,
हाँ,
I'll
for sure.
get the king
For
in.
sure.
थिंक डिफिकल्ट रहेगा आपके लिए भी. आई थिंक
I
जीरोज ही
think
होंगे भाई.
defend
ब्लैक
करना पड़ेगा.
minus zero. Okay, 0.0 actually, not really better for black, but yeah, it is. You are right. Actually, let's see if we were accurate. Queen d7, king d7 is correct. Knight
हाँ.
e5, king e7 only move. Rook c1 पे rook d8 best move.
Oh nice.
Oh, sorry,
पहले
bishop
गलती
d7 was a
करी.
mistake. Rook d8 was
हाँ.
the best move. f4 खेला मैंने. f6 was the best move. Knight f3, knight f4
Let's
मारना चाहिए था
go.
by the way.
Let's. अच्छा अच्छा okay, ठीक है ठीक
You should have
है.
taken
Okay.
on f4 भाई.
हाँ.
this should have been taken, but f5 is also not really bad. Bishop e1 के बाद भी आप knight f4 मार सकते हो actually, but this is like kind
हाँ.
of equalish now.
चलो
So
nice.
yeah, we can conclude that Zhu Junior did make a mistake in this sense then.
Huh, basically she had better alternatives, I think. I think this is still, of course, she can put pressure, but I think she had better alternatives. And वो जो ऑरा था ना भाई, बेसिकली वो D5 ये पीस सैक करने का वो ऑरा सारा पानी पानी हो गया भाई मेरे लिए तो एटलीस्ट उसके बाद. But yeah,
Yeah.
so this is equal now. Like a complete relief for Divya, by the way, who I mean could hold this, also gain a ton of confidence in return because यही रही है उनकी arch nemesis हर बार. It's like like मतलब Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta is always behind. कुछ भी कर लो. So finally, maybe she gets some salvation here in this game. And meanwhile, Sehaj bhai, I think we don't have a move in the Gukesh game, but we have a move in the Magnus game, which is a weird move. Queen to E1. इसके बारे में क्या thoughts है भाई? What is this move?
Bhai, this is a Magnus level move. Okay, I think firstly he's aiming at b4, and secondly I think he's aiming at f3. So b4 क्योंकि queen यहाँ भी देख रही है, queen यहाँ भी देख रही है. I think he's planning f3 and he's also keeping a tirchi nazar on b4 as well, just in case कुछ b4 कुछ करना हो तो. This is like very typical of Magnus, I think, to not really commit. Like keep it flexible. Actually, अगर हम बार को देखते हैं इस position में, then d4 was the best, which is a committal move. I'm sure he saw it and he was like, okay, position maybe थोड़ा ज़्यादा simplify हो रहा है. Let's try to keep as many pieces, as many pawns on the board as possible. But my question is, भाई अगर मैं bishop e6 सीधा खेल दूं यहाँ पे, surely you are not taking this because f takes e6 के बाद you don't have the f5 square. The knight on h4 is stupid. My knight on f4 is a legend. I've got the f file in my control as well. तो what do you do? And please don't say b3 भाई.
मैं B3 बोलने वाला था भाई. मैं
I
B3
know.
ही बोलने वाला था.
Like
I was
no. नहीं भाई b3 नहीं होगा. Oh, maybe actually, yeah.
because if we take then it's nice, no? Like I
Yeah,
get the
yeah,
open
yeah.
B file
f5 भी
and
है ना भाई. f5 का square मिल जाएगा.
हाँ agreed.
साहिल भाई looks like what?
क्या?
भाई sometimes I wish मैं ना पढ़ रहा होता comments भाई, but sometimes they can be too funny.
Olaf from Frozen. Wait, what? भाई तन्मय बट सुना था,
भाई
करण
आपने
जोहर सुना
फ्रोजन
था.
नहीं देखी है? टिक्कू भाई come on भाई. Frozen you should see भाई. It's a beautiful movie.
Bro, this is an animated character. How can I look
So
like an
what?
animated character?
I mean,
Crazy.
animation movie है तो क्या हो गया? It's very good. You should see it भाई. It's
भाई मैं
beautiful.
मेल्ट तो नहीं होऊंगा होपफुली एटलीस्ट गर्मी में, बट बहुत गर्मी है भाई, बहुत गर्मी है भाई यहाँ पे. मीनवाइल
भाई गर्मी
I
तो यहाँ भी, और मैं भी ऐसे because of Champions League I'm wearing a sweater as well. Yeah, so I'm feeling the same as you right now, टिक्कू भाई.
Oh, by the way, I think we might be very close to a result in one of the games. I don't know what the result is, but it's Anna Muzic versus Bibisara. And लगता है यहाँ पे I think they will play on, but maybe the first result today, I think.
I'm just trying to understand theoretically a draw है कि नहीं. I mean I know 0-0-0, but ये pawn तो मरेगा पक्का. And 4 versus 3 rook. अगर मैंने rook straight कर लिया यहाँ पे, I can put my rook on b7. Maybe I can keep it on d7. Go king e3. आपके किंग को 7th रैंक पे मैं रख लूंगा. किंग f4, bishop f6 में you. Then g4 will be the break. I am not so sure this is that simple. Unless
But
you
I'll
play
keep the rooks
h5.
on the board. I'll keep the rooks on the board like as black.
No, that you don't have that option. I mean, if I want to trade the rooks, you cannot avoid it. Like I mean, I can just play rook c1, and rook c5, and I'll play rook c8. You have to trade, na?
But let's say कि मैंने E3 manage कर दिया, I trade those
हाँ, then it's
pawns.
over. Then it's over.
I
But
mean
e3
that
जैसे अगर आप e3 खेलोगे टिक्कू भाई, then I'll play f3, or I should have something like rook e1 like in the
but that'll
cards.
be risky, no? because then bishop d4, bishop h6, like it could be, the pawn could be there forever, I think.
या फिर f4 maybe even could be if you
Still
play
bishop
e3.
d4 is tricky. It's like
So one more time, shall I put the engine off एक बार? Let's to try.
करो
मजा, but I mean chat was also engaging with that, एक मजा आ रहा था उसमें. So let's switch it off. So by queen c5 rook c5 की बात करते हैं, ठीक है?
हाँ
उससे पहले नहीं तो मजा नहीं आएगा. So rook c5 आपकी मूव टिकू भाई. आप बोर्ड पे मतलब मेरे स्क्रीन पे देख लो आप.
e3
यार ये क्या है? ये तो चीटिंग
भाई,
हो
तो
गई.
वेट थोड़ी करना है, शुभ काम में देरी कैसी भाई?
Wait, takes rook c7 I have, no? Yeah,
हाँ, तो
takes.
bishop f6 में भी
भाई वो तो
chef,
मर रहा है.
okay, I don't have bishop f6, my bad.
f5 तो मत खेलो भाई,
f5 is
वो तो
risky.
डेंजर है.
f5 is
हाँ.
risky.
And chat, we are
I
saying f5 is risky because 7th rank will be completely open, yeah, because king can never go to g7 after that. कभी rook d1 rook d8 check दूंगा मैं, तो king g7 is a square you need. So let's not play e3 bhai. Any other move in this position, because my plan is simple. I want to go rook c7, rook a7, and okay, I'll take this pawn at some point. And yeah, you have
let's
to
say
hold a
bishop
full.
d4. Let's try bishop d4.
ठीक है, तो आपका प्लान e3 है ना, थोड़ा आपको अनॉय करते हैं
हाँ,
पहले. लेट्स प्ले rook c4.
so let's say bishop to a7, I don't know.
बिशप a7. अब रुक c7 पे था ना, रुक c5 पे था. मैं रुक c7 लेके आते हैं इसको. थोड़ा
bishop
माइनर
to
इम्प्रूवमेंट.
bishop to
d4.
d4.
बिशप d4. I'll play rook d7 as well.
Bishop to c5.
Bishop to c5. And now there is a nice tactic I think here.
भाई,
If I played rook c1, do you see it? Tikku bhai?
हाँ, e3. That was the plan.
Very nice. Yeah, e3 is super nice because ये take के बाद e2 and it is black who's playing for a win. But yeah, I think here I'm not so sure if this is so simple, Tikku bhai.
हाँ, it is not, I think चलेगा गेम. इतना
Yeah.
बिशप को पीछा किया रुक ने, इतना तो इमरान हाशमी एक्टर्स का नहीं करता था मूवी में. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि आई थिंक 7th रैंक पे आ गए, थोड़ा प्रेशर बन सकता है. f7 कैन नॉट फॉल बेसिकली. इफ f7 फॉल्स देन इट्स गोना बी अ कोलैप्स. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन.
And I was just wondering, like in the simplified version of this end game, I'll take the pawn. Let's assume e3 नहीं है, ठीक है? Let's assume, and I'll take this pawn. ये दोनों रुक्स exchange होते हैं. I will attack this pawn, right? You'll have to play f5. And to tackle f5, I should have g4 to break the chain. This is, I think, some way where Anna can try to play for a win. Otherwise, I think you are right. It could end in a draw very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think I'm voting for a draw because I want to see Armageddon. I think थोड़ा fast chess देखने को मिलेगा तो मजा आएगा. But let's see. I think what tricks does
By the
Anna
way,
have up her sleeve?
Checking it, bishop a7 के बाद rook e1 खेलना था मुझे, by the way. Rook c7, bishop d4, rook d7, bishop c5, rook c1 पे actually e3 है. But when the rook is here on c4, in this position, after bishop d4, rook c4, bishop a7, I have rook c7, bishop d4, and there is some idea of rook e1, I guess, where after e3 I can play king f1, Tikku bhai. Okay, hard to see this over the board.
Yep, very hard. Even then I would pick king f8. But ठीक है, I think very interesting position. Let's see. And सोच रही है अभी सारा. I think she also, by the way, is the tournament leader, right? On 7 points. So she would also not love to lose her lead. So draw के लिए तगड़ी fight रहेगी उनकी तरफ से. And Magnus के बाद Wesley So ने कुछ खेला है क्या? He played bishop e6, by the way, Wesley on the board against Magnus.
Oh wow, and now the moment of truth. Do we see b3? Where is Adiban when we need him?
100% b3 भाई, 100%.
But जरूरत क्या है भाई? Bishop c4 के बाद तो I mean you can go knight f5 check anyways, right? But maybe he's over.
But b3 is like, like सारे pawns साथ में बैठे हैं, like everybody the same level, I think. And मारोगे तो b pawn से. I've taken care of that problem for life. I don't have to worry about it ever again. Like, so b3 logical. Of course, c3 becomes weak, but queen e1 भी खेला है हमने, and b4 is still an option. It's not out of the table, right? So let's play b3 by
Correct.
safe.
Yeah, b3 is I think very, very good in this sense. And b3 के बाद like again difficult. Yeah, go ahead.
Pragg की गेम में we have that capture on c6 जिसका इंतजार 200 मुल्कों की पुलिस कर रही है. So after H3 G6 A3 के बाद, before B4 happens, मुकेश ने कहा भाई बताओ भाई, are you finally taking on C6? प्रग ने कहा हाँ भाई I'm taking on C6. And now B4 के बाद I love Prag's position man. I know it's equal, close to equal, but center अपना है, queen side अपना है, king side पे कोई counter play है नहीं. And दो knight, दो bishop को जो dominate कर रहे हो, तो मजा आता है देख के भाई.
Yeah, also it shows a lot about how active a piece can be given the circumstances. Like you remove one pair of pawns, d4 and d5. That's it. And suddenly
Hmm.
black becomes like all like clearly better in this position क्योंकि bishops की power एकदम खुल जाएगी. But because not a single pawn is traded in this position, the knights are just too powerful. And now knight e5, it's like an outpost, right? f6 तो आप जिंदगी में कभी नहीं खेल सकते because queen g6 will all, or knight g6 will always be hanging. So you have an outpost, you will have f4 to just completely solidify this. You have b4 जिसके बाद आप a4 b5 करके queen side पे भी pressure डाल सकते हो, आप king side पे भी pressure डाल सकते हो. And Gukesh just has to wait without any counterplay, which is a very very difficult decision, in my opinion.
Agreed. And कार्तिक भाई का मैसेज में तुम्हें दिखाने का बड़ा मन है चैट को, बट मैं दिखाऊंगा नहीं वरना उनकी
भाई
गालियां पड़ेगी सब.
मॉड जी है किधर भाई? मॉड जी थे ना अभी
है
कुछ टाइम पहले.
मौजी तो है, बट कई बार मेरे को मन करता है
मॉड
दिखा
जी
दूं
अभी
मैसेज,
है
बट
नहीं लगता है.
रहने देते अभी.
कोई नहीं मॉड जी.
एंड a little less than half the time. Yes, Firuza has, by the way, 35 minutes compared to 1 hour 25 minutes for Vincent. Maybe it's something we should dive into because
वो
he is
लिख
the
रहा है यहाँ
tournament.
हूँ भाई, तो देखो ना उसको.
नहीं वो
अगर
हिडन था,
यहाँ
वो हिडन था
हूँ,
भाई. इट्स ऑलरेडी हिडन आई थिंक मैसेज.
तो
So
हिडन तो भाई वो मॉड्स के लिए थोड़ी
if
हिडन
we,
होता है.
नहीं, but if you go there side by quickly, what is
हाँ.
happening? Because Firuzja has to play 22 moves in 35 minutes, and we are not even close to the game getting resolved. So Vincent Keimer could have
रिजॉल्व
a
ये तो
golden
विंसेंट की
opportunity.
बेटर लग रही है भाई.
Exactly. So what is the plan for Firuzja? I mean D4 pawn के पीछे तो पड़े हैं वो, घोड़े बेच के, but बहुत टाइम ले लिया भाई उस pawn को खाने में.
यार ये टर्म आया कहाँ से?
भाई घोड़े बेच के was invented in Norway Chess 2025 जब गुकेश
हाँ.
और मैग्नस घोड़ों पे चढ़े. फिर उन्होंने कहा कि भाई अब हो गया हमारा काम, उन्होंने घोड़े बेच दिए. सो तब
हाँ.
से नया नया कॉमन टर्म है. यू माइट हैव मिस्ड इट. या
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. और फिर सोना, लाइक क्योंकि गोल्ड का
सो
प्राइस
गए ना
बढ़.
रात को भाई, सोना भी था ना रात को, घोड़े बेचे दिन को, रात को
अच्छा
सो
अच्छा
गए.
अच्छा.
सो आई मीन मेक सेंस नो. आई थिंक दैट मेड सेंस.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Bro, get the same frame as Ali Reza. Arey, thanks, bhai. Thank you so much. But
यू आर
maybe,
कभी
bhai.
व्हाट्सअप. By the way, D4 pawn के पीछे वो पड़े हैं, but I think that pawn might not be edible. Anyways, black can defend bishop c5, but there are f5 and g5 ideas, Sahej bhai. So f5, and if you take, then g5 is the best move for black. So Keimer could have some exciting chess up his sleeve here, and Fuja के लिए बड़ा difficult होने वाला है.
I think Vincent, I think, could actually finish this off in classical itself.
Good
Yeah,
chance.
for sure. Very, very good chance. Bhai, ek nazar on Juven Jun versus Humpy G as well.
मार
We
लेते
haven't
हैं.
looked at this game for a long time. Right. I think last time we saw it, it looked kind of equalish, but now I see with the Juvenjun's last two moves, which were e4 and okay, not last two moves, but like last couple of moves, e4, e5 खेला उन्होंने जिसमें ये pawn. I mean, at least you're getting some space in the center. You play queen e2, knight d2, knight d2. And now bishop g2, king g2 ke baad, which I think is almost forced. This knight can sit on e4. And the pawn on e5's power is really dangerous because then rook d1, rook c1, knight d6 पे बैठ सकता है. Is Humpy G in trouble, or do you think this is too early to say?
I think somewhat हल्का फुल्का pressure बढ़ेगा, but I think with the bishops being traded off, also the queen does have a natural square. Like if I play queen e7, it's very hard to get in b4, for example, for white. So the bishop on c5, although there's knight e4 coming, so you will have to move the bishop back, right? Queen का square क्या है? I'm not sure what the queen. Where does the black queen land at the end of the day after rook c1, rook d1, Sahej bhai? I'm not sure about that because once the bishops are traded off, I'll play knight e4 as white. If you play bishop e7, then rook c1, rook d1, I'm not sure where the queen, is going to rest
भाई मैं ये
after all
क्वीन में
those
भी
stages.
B7 पे आ सकती है ना कभी, क्वीन C7 क्वीन B7 लाइक दिस.
Huh. That's a nice one, actually. Yeah, that's a nice one. Queen C8 and B7 comes with check as well. So that will be very helpful. Yeah. I think then the Humpy is okay. I don't see real problems, I think. Bishop E7 also makes sure quick kingside attack na bane with knight G5, covers the G5 square. So pretty stable for Humpy, I think. And time thoda issue hai, but I think she's going to hold this.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how the game progresses. She's also a bit low on the clock as well. 45 minutes and she has to make 25 moves with no increment. So could be a problem. But more or less, I think I agree with you that it is definitely holdable territory for Humpy G. Okay, going back to Pragg versus Gukesh because we do have some updates there as well. Look at that f4. Well, he plays knight e5 first, bishop e8 के बाद because of course knight takes c6 आप नहीं allow कर सकते थे because pawn double हो जाते. The pawn on c6 would have been a huge target. And now Pragg plays the move f4 and bhai, I don't care what the engine says here. I think white is looking unbelievably good here. I mean, if I didn't have the engine, I would say it's like +1 or something minimum.
Yeah, I think center तो E5 square ने physically occupy कर दिया है. क्वीन साइड अगली चाल में ऑक्यूपाई हो जाएगी विद B4. किंग साइड ऑक्यूपाई करने का क्लेम ऑलरेडी कर दिया है विद पॉन टू F4. एंड I just don't see where the counterplay is coming from. Maybe Queen G7, F6, but would you really want to play that and put your Queen on G7? I am not sure. And Sahaj bhai, I think once you put a Queen on G7, you are completely disconnected from the Queen side play. So B4, A4, B5 could just be like crushing. So I don't know how Gukesh gets out of this mess, unfortunately. Like there doesn't seem to be an easy way. And आप वेट कर रहे हो बस. You're just waiting कि जो भी opponent का punch पड़ेगा, it's not as strong as it looks, basically. It's just a
Correct.
miserable position to be in.
Correct. And I think, Chad, yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before the rest day, I asked you a question like this, which type of move you would play. That kind of shows what type of player you are. This position is not very far off from that either, because if you think that white should try to expand on the queen side, then I think you're more positional. If you think white should expand on the king side, say G4 ho gaya, and then, to push maybe E4 break you can look for, then of course you're more aggressive. And Pragg does have that choice. Like he can take his time, he can choose to attack whenever he sees the opportunity, and Gukesh just has to be ready. But I think one plus point for Gukesh here is that he has more time on the clock. If the situation was reversed clockwise, I feel Gukesh would be in under a lot of pressure.
Agreed. But I think kab tak advantage rahegi is my question. I feel like if he can kind of have his mojo up and keep his calculation precise and focused and maintain that type difference, I think he should be okay. But एक बार वो time जैसे उल्टा हो गया. B6 by the way is a nice move. I think at least challenges the pawn on C5. But B4 now I think would be very logical as well. In fact, you mentioned even taking on B6 as an option. Both options look logical, but B4 is more binding. Let's put it that way.
But B4 के बाद maybe you have A5 as well. जिससे कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. Like I don't think you're threatening anything. I can just continue king h2 g4 something like this.
Why would you believe it? One of the moves here after b4 and a5 is g4 basically. को सारे pawn फेंक दो भाई, मतलब कुछ भी मत छोड़ना, मतलब literally. And even if you exchange these pawns on the queen side, Sahaj, by after a5, like the bishop on like a or b file खुलने का advantage maybe white can take better than black. Yeah, sometimes I think. वो c7
Yeah,
pawn
for
could be a
sure.
target.
This is not really opening up. You want to open the center, not the flank. Flank से bishops कुछ नहीं कर सकते. I mean, the best you can hope for is to get bishop b5 जहाँ पे ये knight दिख रहा है, उसके बाद bishop c4 जहाँ पे ये knight दिख रहा है. तो it's even in the best case scenario, I don't think you're getting what you want. But Gukesh is playing pretty quickly now. He played a5 as well, and now
I
it's up
like
to
that.
Pragg. Is he gonna
Yeah.
go for g4 or does he take it a bit slow? Even something like king h2 should also be fine.
Agreed. I think G5 is also could be risky, right? Because आप king बहुत open कर रहे हो. Might leave you vulnerable कि king side पे थोड़ा queen h4 कुछ कभी आ सकता है. So maybe keeping it solid, king h2 is such a nice idea. Just kind of keeping everything solid. G4 also adds in value, right? Because कल को h3 already defended है. So king h2 very nice move. Also, I think the question is कि Pragg ने अच्छा bind तो बना लिया, but where is the breakthrough coming from? That's still not clear. इस opening में बहुत बार होता है सच भाई कि like white gets this bind. बट जो बाइंड आपने बनाई है वो आपकी पीस को प्रिवेंट कर देती है अंदर घुसने से कई बार. लाइक यू देयर इज नो वे टू क्रैश थ्रू एंड द बिशप्स ऑन e8 एंड e7 लुक वेरी पैसिव, But a bishop on e8 देखो, like it holds the entire वो pawn chain together. Like it's very hard to sacrifice something or break through something because the bishop is doing a great defensive job.
Yeah, on e8, yeah.
Yeah,
But the
or if I
bishop
played
on
by the way.
e7 has basically like no purpose right now, I feel. और क्या कर
Bhai,
रहा है bishop?
played a5 on the board, so we're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
see
yeah.
this. Let's see what happens.
And I'm quite wondering what is this bishop on e7 doing actually? Like, or what is the future for this bishop? Because it's completely blocked off. ठीक है, bishop on e8, it's controlling something at least, right? कुछ तो है.
Hmm.
And okay, maybe it's stopping knight c6 and ideas
Hmm.
like that. And
Tough, man. Really tough. I think maybe the future lies in some g5 break in the end game. At least that's the hope, but it doesn't look great, to be honest. I agree. And switch to Divya, she made a move. Maybe we can check that out, Sejbhai, and go full screen as well, because I wonder if we see a sign of relief on her face now.
oh, bhai, she played bishop takes d7. She didn't go king takes d7. And now knight e5. And now the advantage for Zoo is more or less back. By king d7 itself was a tough move, yeah. जब हमने वो टेस्ट किया था ना, I feel हम दोनों ने king d7 देख लिया. And then our
Ha.
analysis just continued from that, from the point where we assumed king d7 is simple. I think both of our
Yeah.
judgments were a little corrupted there. But
Agreed.
now bishop d7 does look very logical because you cannot really capture the pawn on b7 because Tikuba, you mentioned this point that black has rook b8 and rook takes b2 always. And
Hmm.
Divya thought the same, कि भाई, why should I damage my castling for no reason? And 95 के बाद टिकू भाई, the best move for Divya, take a guess, is what?
I'm tempted to play rook b8, but I'm guessing it's not that simple, yeah?
No, no, no. It's rook b8 is one of the moves, but there is something more ridiculous, let's say. Actually, rook b8 is not a ridiculous move, but the move that I have in mind is bishop to c8. That's the
Okay,
best
well,
move.
that's wow, that's ridiculous. I think कि वापस खेल दो भाई. Wow, and that's the same position a tempo down. So that's definitely not on Divya's bingo card. So I think जो भी idea था Zujana का, maybe she also kind of expected Divya to take with the bishop, right? Because that's where her advantage on paper was coming from. So King D7, maybe you are right. I think it's very hard to predict. I think King D7 will be the best move. And now I think Divya again under some pressure. Luckily, she has time. If she can spend 10 minutes here to figure out the details, maybe it's still holdable. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely holdable, but it's holdable with moves like bishop c8, which let's go rook b8 maybe. Rook
Ha, rook
b8,
b8
and I
is, I
was
think, more
thinking
logical.
rook
Yeah.
d1. But at the very least, I know knight takes d7 के बाद white खेल तो सकता है क्योंकि bishop versus knight. Okay, I know that will be equal, but I know white खेल सकता है वो.
भाई after rook b8, rook d1, इकलौती चाल bishop c8 वापस है. So
Ah,
she
really?
has to find that move regardless, which is
But why not
so
bishop
tough.
b5?
Why bishop? I'm guessing a4, yeah, and then the bishop gets cut off from this diagonal. Like
Bishop
you're a
a6?
complete bishop a6,
a6?
right? Now b4.
Oh, and then b5 traps the bishop.
Yeah. And this is very risky. And kahin na kahin, the rook on h8 would love to jump over the king and come to d8 and do some action, but I think it's not possible. And Divya kind of self-imposed pressure में फंस गई है फिर से.
Not self-imposed really, but yeah, it's definitely difficult to make practical moves in a position like this for sure. And chat में someone's asking Tiku भाई knight c5. भाई ये मूव भी अच्छी है बट बिशप f3 के बाद भी आपको बिशप c8 ही जाना है फिर से. तो अगर आप बिशप c8, if you are comfortable playing bishop c8, you can hold. But if you don't play bishop c8, then I think you are in for a long game at least.
Also, knight c5 feels like ये knight हवा में लटक रहा है. Like there's no protection for it. You can't play b6. It's like, a batsman stepping out and trying to hit a six on a completely logical delivery. It might work, but maybe let's just defend that ball and try it on like a loose ball, yeah? I feel like knight c5 feels like it's rook c1 ke baad, it's a free tempo for white at some point. b4 ke baad, it's a free tempo for white. So I wouldn't do it, I think. Knight on e6 also blocks the e file, by the way, which is very important right now because rook e1 could be a dangerous discover attack waiting to happen. So possible, but risky.
समझ में तो आया भाई. But Sehaj
Right.
bhai, that bishop on e7 have great future if bishop goes to f8 and then queen to 7 followed by bishop g7 and any pawn break, and Gukesh has pretty good position due to open bishops, isn't it? No, bhai, because the position is still not going to be open if the bishop goes to g7. An open position is characterized by an open center. पोजीशन ओपन तब होती है जब सेंटर ओपन होता है. सेंटर जब तक आप ओपन नहीं करते तब तक बिशप्स एक्टिवेट नहीं होंगे उस पोजीशन में. By the way, people are letting us know that Ali Reza has blundered. No, has he?
I think वो d4 pawn के पीछे भाग रहे हैं, but I think वही resource है. f5 and g5 is apparently a crazy idea for Vincent. भाई फिरूजा by the way अलग ही pose में है, but is that pawn edible is the question, right? Can you take that pawn on d4?
Not
Because
after f5 for sure. Because knight d4
exactly,
g5 के बाद I think ये मर रहा है.
exactly. So what's the plan then? Why play queen f4? Did he miss that?
It's possible, bhai. Yeah, it's
I think we have
possible.
to show one variation though.
But Vincent is more leaning towards the queen side, I feel.
Bhai, we have
I
to
don't
show
think he's thinking-
f5. Can you f5 on the board once? Crazy way. Chat question पूछूंगा हमसे, ठीक है? f5. Knight takes d4. अच्छा सहज भाई चले गए भाई, बढ़िया भाई यार. इंडिया में सब इंटरनेट कनेक्शन ऑन नहीं होता है. But Vincent does not find it though. He plays bishop d6, which is like the more logical move. You attack the queen, gain a tempo, force it to idly move back to f3. At least that's the goal, right? But I mean, f5 was a beautiful move there. Okay, queen e4, which are playing quickly now. It doesn't have much time on the clock. 22 moves to be played in 35 minutes.
Queen h4,
Wait,
yeah.
what?
And now queen h4 गया भाई वो.
Right, that's a big mistake actually. That's a major mistake. He missed bishop e5. Queen h4, bishop b7, knight d4, bishop e5, losing on the spot.
Oh, knight c6 पे queen takes c6.
It's mate.
And there is a checkmate and bishop b2. Yep, that's a
Wow.
mistake. Oh, Vincent could be the first one to finish, bhai. In classical itself, taking down the tournament leader, वो भी black pieces से.
And Sahaj, I know why he didn't play f5. If he go to f5, queen f4 instead of bishop d6, एक बार crazy variation है. So queen f4 at f5.
After in this position या फिर queen h4 के बाद?
Instead of bishop d6, you just go f5 as black. And now knight takes d4. And the idea was कि you can now play g5 and attack the queen. The queen moves, I pick up the knight. But you can play knight d takes f5. And chat question to you, मार दे queen.
Okay,
Chad,
I
what do
missed
you
this.
think? G takes f4. Because I was wondering, yaar, ye kya f5 move? Why are we hanging the queen? Chad, can we take the queen? Yes or no? Simple question. Maybe not so simple.
नहीं simple तो है भाई. ये तो बहुत ही simple है. Yup.
Indeed.
That is
By
correct.
gf4 and knight h6 would be checkmate. Queen sack. So maybe that's what Vincent saw. And he was like, okay, I don't want anything to do with this. And I think that's why he just went for something else, which kind of worked better than what we expected. Yeah, queen h4 was a big mistake.
Yeah, correct. But let's see how Vincent plays on. By the way, Vincent, if he wins, I think that would change the... No, it wouldn't actually. He would be 2770 again. Crazy.
Yep. And queen h4 ke baad.
I think let's take a look at
हाँ.
Magnus's match because some updates have happened there. He has played d4 in the last move, but bishop e6 के बाद वो b3 नहीं खेला, उसने खेला सीधा f3. Black आता है h5 to defend the pawn. White goes bishop b5 to not trade the pieces. Again, not simplifying. Black goes knight e7 and now finally d4 on the board. A very weird position.
There's too much tension in this position, yeah? Like f3, g4 is one pawn interaction. d4, e5 is one pawn interaction. We could have c6 soon. Knight on h4, knight on f4. It's like you could just exchange off everything in the next 5 moves if the players wanted to. So it's like a blunder waiting to happen for
but
me.
I think
at
all
least.
trades are favoring white, no?
Exactly.
Like e4
so it's very
is
hard.
favoring white, gf3 is favoring white, knight g6 के बाद अगर आप knight h4 मारते हो, that's also gonna favor white.
हाँ. So कब तक रेस करेंगे वेस्ली यहाँ पे? Because I feel like the tension is too much.
It's a good question. But he has I see Magnus's time. Oh, he just played f6. Okay, there it is.
Okay, so Magnus is thinking. By the way, we do have a move from Pragg, which is kind of paradoxical. So he played f4 first. पहले वो दिखाया कि चलो भाई हम कर रहे हैं अटैक किंग साइड के ऊपर भाई, हमारा पूरा प्लान है, तुम्हारे किंग तक पहुंचेंगे. एंड सडनली उठा के रुक उन्होंने b1 क्वीन साइड पे ले गए. सो ओके, नाउ आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड because I'm not entirely sure which side is he planning to, kind of finally enter with the rooks on. Is it queen side, king side? Was f4 just kind of stabilizing the knight on e5? What's the plan here, Sejman?
I think the plan is the fact. Okay, I think he's just confusing Gukesh here, and I think to an extent, I think Pragg is also kind of confusing himself because I don't think it is clear which side he's going for, and because he's not making any commitments, I think he's keeping his options open, regardless of what black plays. And black की moves like बहुत depressing रहेंगी, right? Because black just has to make passive waiting moves. Black cannot really improve the position so much unless you have g5, because initially, I had f5 when my rook was on f1. But g5 के बाद maybe I can bring the rook back to f1 and then it would be the same. Even f takes g5 would also be a pretty good move.
By the way, chat is informing me Gukesh was in the confessional booth for the first time at Norway Chess. We already have the video, Samay bhai. So, जब भी ready हो मुझे बताना. Really curious as to what Gukesh said. But I'm gonna guess, Sahaj bhai, he's gonna say I'm not happy with this, with my position. I'm kind of getting suffocated a bit. I still have hopes to draw this. And question to you, Sahaj bhai, have you seen black win such a position ever? Like literally ever? Like, is it even possible to win this as black?
It is if white overpresses, but very, very, very rare. Why? Very unlikely. Almost two results. Almost two results. To confuse your opponent, you must first confuse Pragg's. Exactly.
By the way, we have the confession. Let's see क्या कह रहे हैं Gukesh Damaraju.
Yeah, I just wanted to say my thoughts out loud. I think the game has been pretty tense so far. At least I'm up on the clock, and it's a pretty double-edged position. I was very happy to get this b6 a5 so that kind of the queen side is under control, and now hopefully I can play on both sides. Like I can go queen g7 f6 g5 and get my bishop out at some point. But yeah, really tense position.
Wow. So we thought Pragg was playing on both the sides, but Gukesh is also playing on both the sides, Sahaj bhai.
I mean, I think he's ready. I heard something like he was happy to get b6 and a5, and he didn't seem super happy, let's say, with the outcome, but he's happy about the clock, from what I could understand.
And he's planning to go f6 and g5 essentially. So that's his plan, chat. And let's keep in mind, if you do manage f6, g5 in the right situation, the bishop comes to g6. And that's an excellent square for the bishop to be on. Imagine all those tempting light squares, c4, d3, e4, stuff tempting. So, and white ka jo rook b1 hai, queen c2 hai, also tactically a nightmare. So he does have a clear plan. I wonder what Pragg thinks about this, because he a plan f6 next move. So if he does nothing, let's try this. Let's play king h2 as white. Pragg को लग रहा है भाई life chill है, कोई stress नहीं है life में. King h2 खेला. And now you play, for example, f6. The knight comes to f3. Let's kind of play the obvious move at first. And now g5. And now already black is just better.
Yeah, क्योंकि Pragg ने गलती करी ना इसलिए. Knight d3 was better. Okay, but knight f3 I think is not logical here. Knight d3 is I mean, even if you, in this position itself, if I had to put the knight somewhere, I would put it on d3. Why? Like I would just play it directly.
But at least at the very least, you bring the bishop out, take on d3, and you get rid of that bad bishop. Yeah, so there's some potential for Gukesh. I wonder if it's enough to gain an edge, but at least to equalize, I think it feels like it's enough.
Yeah, it should be equal. Like Arma could happen, or I mean, if Pragg makes one careless mistake, that f6 g5 ke baad, Gukesh could also start asking some real questions, because टाइम प्रग का बहुत कम है भाई. And he has to play 21 moves in 37 minutes for Pragg. So time बहुत बहुत कम है उसका.
I'm waiting for Armageddon, man. Norway chess में क्या है ना? I think players forget how crazy it can get in the last few minutes, so they play very slowly at the start. And last, if you're jumping from game to game, arma to arma, it just gets too difficult for the heart. I think so. Hoping कि थोड़ा they come in intervals, say, but not together. तो अभी अगर draw हो जाएगा तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
Immediately, yeah. अली रेजा का तो नहीं हो रहा भाई ड्रॉ. वो तो थोड़ा क्रेजी लग रहा है. By the way, Divya also is approaching some time pressure problems. There's a half an hour difference between her and Zujana. She's still thinking in that position, so we can stay here. Oh, by
Wow.
the way, Tiku bhai, look at Anna Muzichuk versus Bibisara, because guess what? She got to play e3. And now the position is a dead draw.
And look, yeah, wow. So that is clear relief, right? Wow. So Anna said in the confessional she's waiting for the Armageddon with the bishop on e5, pawn coming to h4. It's going to be a nightmare to even move the rooks up because there could be back rank issues. So very likely a draw. And also good news for Divya ki why she found bishop c8. She just played that move.
Array, beautiful. That was not an easy decision here. After a 21-minute think, she plays bishop c8, and now immediately Zuzana responds with rook c1 by immediately. So she's putting pressure not just on the board but also on the clock with that move. And for sure, at least momentarily, Divya thinks that her position is bad. At least moment, because bishop c8 जैसी चाल खेलना is admitting to yourself that the position is very, very, very bad. And Tiku bhai, if we can remember that, Divya could have taken on d7 with the king, right? She did not take on d7 with the king because she wanted to castle. And now I see on my screen that king e7 is the best move. Which just logically does not make sense, because queen d7 check जो जूजिनर की स्लाइड गलती थी, उसके बाद king d7 खेला गया था. knight e5 चेक के बाद आपका king e7 डायरेक्टली ऐसे आ रहा था, राइट? बट इन दिस सिनारियो, बिकॉज दिव्या टुक विद द बिशप, knight e5 के बाद वो बिशप वापस c8 पे लेके गई. दैट इज ऑलमोस्ट लाइक यू टुक विद द किंग एंड देन यू पुट द किंग बैक ऑन e8.
Yep.
So after rook c1, I doubt if she will play king e7 now, because it's exactly the same position with one tempo less. So I really think Divya could go short castle here, because that's the only way to justify why she didn't take on d7 with the king.
And luckily for her, it's a decent move. So I think she should castle. She should use the advantage she has of not moving the king, put the king in the corner. So at least now there are no discover attacks, nothing, so to speak. Of course, Zuzina will try ideas with f4. She will try rook d1. But I think there are good chances. By the way, we already have the first result. That is not an Indian player, but it's Anna Muzichuk and Bibisara. So that's going to be the first Armageddon, Sejbhai.
Wow, the first one incoming. Let's go. Any favorites here, Tiku bhai?
I think Bibisara, yeah. I mean, World Blitz champion, I think should be the clear favorite with black. I think even with black against Anna Muzichuk. What do you think?
Yep. Agreed, bhai. Agreed.
Yeah, I think should be pointing out कि एक ही classical win रही है every single round. That's fair, and I think more the number of armors, I think more fun for us. So it's nice, but I think of course I think as the tournament comes to the second half, I think everybody wants classical wins because that's the only way to catch up with the leaders. Because if you keep winning in Armageddon, there's not much of a difference, right? The Arma winner gets 1.5 and the loser gets 1. Half a point difference इकट्ठे कर करके you will not win the event. So you need those classical wins to catch up.
True.
But
But for
Sehwag,
Bibisara, she is not really stressed, yeah, because she's already leading the event. So
yeah, can we go to Magnus's game? Because itna peak tension, matlab, I don't know, like it feels like something is waiting to give. Matlab, itne piece exchanges possible hai. This could end in a draw in 2 moves or end in absolute annihilation for one side in 2 moves. I don't know which one it will be. ये क्या है भाई कोई पीस एक्सचेंज ही नहीं कर रहा है.
yeah, it's actually very, very tricky. This is very tricky. You shouldn't go knight takes g6, I think. You should wait for black to take on h4. I was considering moves like knight f5 check here, just to open up the position. But I think right now it's maybe not the best. It's hard to make moves for Magnus here as well, I feel.
I
I
know you
don't
don't
want to
want to
take
take
knight
on.
g6. Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
don't want to take knight g6.
I'm not even in favor of taking on g4 because h file khulti hai. I don't know if that benefits me or black. So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
even sure about capturing the pawn. The bishop on b5 feels a bit weird to me right now. So I would love to move it, but where? There is no good square. So it feels like a stalemate sort of sorts, yeah? Both sides waiting for the other to capture.
Kind of. D5, I think Yashbhai I mean, strategically, it would be a bad move because black has two knights, you have two bishops, and technically, you should be opening up.
Opening up something. I don't know what that is. वो सहज भाई clarify करेंगे आगे वापस. But yeah, very interesting. But the Divya Deshmukh has castle, so that's good news. Says why Divya has castled.
Oh, beautiful. Going back. And now Rook f d1 was played. By the way, short castle was not the best move, no?
I think it was second best, right? I think still a decent move, like decent move, I think, for Divya to hold on. Now Rook d1 played in a second. I think White has like pieces played perfectly, like Rook ready to come to the 7th rank, both the Rooks. But right now, both the squares are kind of covered. So you don't have c7, you don't have d7. So आप wait कर रहे हो as White कि knight हिले तो मैं Rook c7 खेलूं, Bishop हिले तो मैं Rook d7 खेलूं. But दोनों हिल नहीं रहे हैं.
हम्म
So
ये इनको
you're
हिला
holding this
मतलब
position.
इनको मूव करना बहुत जरूरी है भाई, नहीं तो बिशप b7 हमेशा मरता रहेगा.
हाँ. So I wonder what's the easiest way. Would
How
you
how
consider?
how else will the rook get out is my question.
Huh. I'm thinking like maybe. It's not easy because knight on e5 is quite irritating. Um, Rook b8 comes to mind, like as a move. Ki by at least b6 is an option, but there's knight c6 then, so you can't really play b6 anyways. So Rook b8 doesn't really help.
Wow. Yeah, true. Oh,
Bye.
1-1 over.
Firuz,
Crazy.
Firuza has blundered.
Arre, what? Going there?
Mis- Mistake pe mistake, bhai. Khatam.
I mean, it's clear he wants to go knight d4. Rook f6 is the move, yeah? Rook f6, rook h6, and then you target the h2 pawn, perhaps.
White ki sare piece, every single piece is focused on the d4 pawn. He's like, I might lose my queen, but ye pawn leke main jaunga. And I feel like it's too much emphasis on one pawn. And I think rook f6, rook h6, as you pointed out, is just, if h2 collapses, you're basically done. It's game over. And
एक एक pawn की कीमत तुम क्या जानो?
exactly.
That's
And
it.
abhi to
Basically, what Firouzja is saying.
बिशप b7 भी नहीं आया भाई, वो कीमत बढ़ती जाएगी with every move, right? So I think Firuza ki jo approach has game mein, I think it's just been incorrect. And I think look at the time he has. It's I think Vincent is taking this one in the classical.
Yep.
Whether we have a move from Divya and it is rook to d8. She's
Going
playing a bit
there.
quickly because she still has to make a bunch of moves, right? Time pressure be real hai, actually uske liye.
Yeah, 19 moves in, 18 moves now. 19 moves for Divya in 27 minutes. Bishop d5 played by Zhu Juner. And now again, I'm not able to find any convincing moves from Divya. By the way, f6 is a blunder, no? Because of rook takes c8.
Yep. That would be game lost, so don't do that. Wait, there is.
I don't know ये चल रहा है क्या नहीं. I'm
Because knight hanging na e5 pe. It's not really working because of that. So, but
I haven't.
but
I actually switched off my engine because it was corrupting me too much. So
but f6
I'll
is
rely
risky
on you.
regardless, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, f6 is
f6 is still regardless. Yeah.
maybe king g7 then. Wow,
Hmm.
played. And now maybe I like g3 f4 for white, just to solidify this knight somewhere. And I'm just asking a question कि भाई आप progress कैसे कर रहे हो? Bishop d7 you cannot play. Oh wow, she plays g3 as well. Amazing.
Like both the players in a hurry, yeah. गो दिव्या कह रहे हैं श्रेयस भाई. I mean, she's trying to, but this game, I mean, the fact that it's close to equal is a miracle. Up the game chal rahi hai is impressive because at one point we thought it's dead lost. Like bishop c6 tactic, d5 tactics, couple of brilliancies from Zujiner.
Hmm.
She messed it up. Pro Magnus came. By the way, Magnus has made a move, and it's still no captures. कोई भी capture नहीं हुआ है. I have not seen so much tension in a game before. Like all these pieces waiting to be captured. कोई ready नहीं है मारने के लिए.
I mean, Magnus is definitely trying to put some pressure and no simplifications. Trying it is basically like his typical old self. But the only difference is कि Magnus का time बहुत कम है अभी. You know, let's say 10 years ago or so, when Magnus used to do things like this, the time situation was literally the opposite always. Magnus के पास रहते थे 50 मिनट और opponent के पास रहते थे ऐसे 35 minutes. So that's the only difference I see for now. Divya is winning, they say. Okay, that's not true, chat.
Not
And
even
please आप
possible.
spam मत कीजिए.
Pragg is also equal, by the way. Chat, nothing has changed there. Why is Pragg burning so much time in the opening as white? The time culture is unforgiving. I think that's a fair point, and I think it's not just Pragg. You look at Magnus right now, for example. Like he's also struggling on the clock. I think it's, for example, the extra emphasis on winning in the classical. It makes you kind of put more effort into it and go deeper into calculations because you want those 3 points. So you kind of think more, you come up with more creative and ambitious ideas. Your opponents feel more pressure. They in turn take more time. So everybody, I think, for example, wants to win this event. I mean, Magnus, कब तक खेलेंगे, कितने साल खेलेंगे? You want to beat Magnus. Magnus खुद form में नहीं है, of course, like he doesn't play as a classical. वो खुद time ले रहे extra. So I feel like it's understandable why people are taking most time. Pragg ka bhi, for example, he tried a new opening idea today, right? So he's not played this before. Gukesh also thought for a long time, then Pragg thought for a long time. So, and especially for Pragg, it's working so far. He's second in the standings. So don't see why he cannot really take that liberty.
Yeah.
Because he's been playing
Shall
good
we
under time pressure.
switch the games and we're talking about Pragg and Gukesh just to see what's happening there, or do you want to
for
stay here,
sure.
take away?
Well, let's go. I think Queen E2 was the last move. एक ही move आई
Yeah.
है, and now Gukesh has 53 minutes. In the confessional, by the way, it's very interesting that he did the confessional today. Like he didn't do it for the first 4 days. Do you think it's like his team's suggestion? Ki bhai jao confessional karo, chill karo. Do you think that's like a decision they took, or it was impromptu by Gukesh?
I mean, I thought it's a bit strange that only Pragg and Gukesh are not doing confessionals. Yeah, I mean, Magnus is doing it so often. I mean, we've seen other. I mean, Divya is doing it so often. You know, I mean, I felt like it was a bit strange that दोनों कुछ नहीं बोल रहे. I mean, कभी ना कभी तो I don't know. It's good to hear from like perspective from their side as well. So yeah, I think it could be like a decision from the team itself, and it was nice to hear something from Gukesh there.
Yep. छोटा confession था, but अच्छा था. And he mentioned कि he's gonna play f6 and g5 as a plan. Players need to live a little. अरे भाई बिल्कुल सही बात कर दी भाई. Players need to live a little, and they did exactly that yesterday. Actually, कल तो boat race पे घूम रहे थे सब लोग. Who won actually the boat race? Do we know who won the boat race with Sindarov and Gukesh?
No, I didn't see. I genuinely was watching Durandar yesterday by again on Netflix. Literally, that's what I was doing.
इंडिया में
Seriously.
रिलीज होगी तो मैं भी दोबारा देखूंगा यार, बट हो ही नहीं रही है.
भाई यहाँ पर हो गई है, like it's been like about a month where I've already
Yeah.
seen it twice, by it's so good.
भाई इंडिया की मूवी इंडिया में ही देख पा रहे हैं यार, बताओ क्या दुर्माना है यार.
ये
But
सही है कि
anyways,
बुडापेस्ट में रिलीज हो चुकी है और इंडिया में नहीं हुई है रिलीज अभी तक. That's so crazy.
exactly. इसी बात पे F दबा दो भाई, गिरा दो सब pieces. Does it work?
Wait.
It doesn't. Wow.
Oh, it does.
Oh, finally it does.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. भाई ऐसा कुछ वो करते हैं ना, एक चैलेंज कर लो चैट के साथ, टू गेस कौन सा पीस गिरेगा, एंड इफ दे गेस द पीस राइट देन दे गेट अ मेंबरशिप, समथिंग लाइक दिस.
भाई अभी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा भाई, अभी सिर्फ प्यार मिलेगा चैट को. And by the way, it doesn't work even in the Magnus game. It only works in the Gukesh game. That's very interesting. If you try this thing on the Magnus board, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's only on
You
Gukesh. But
see?
ऐसा क्यों गुकेश के बोर्ड पे क्यों है? तो किया तो मैग्नस ने था ना?
Ha, that's a fair point, I think. Yeah, it's only Gukesh. उसी के पीस गिरेंगे basically. I think that's the takeaway.
Ah, okay. Got it. Wait, checking it again. हाँ, उसी के pieces गिर रहे हैं actually. You're right. Sahaj bhai, explain difference in depth of calculation in the opening versus in the end game. I mean, I don't think you're doing a lot of calculation in the opening because at least at after you reach a certain level, you already know the stuff, you already remember the stuff, so you don't have to do a lot of calculation in the opening. And in the end game, it's basically linear. Like middle game और end game पे आप compare कर सकते हो. Middle game में ज़्यादा branches होती हैं. जैसे let's say in this position I will go, I have a takes b4, I have b takes c5. This is like option A, option B. अब option A के अंदर तीन चालें और हो सकती हैं, option B के अंदर तीन चालें हो सकती हैं. That's what we call a branch essentially. But when it's an end game, it's usually linear. Like एक line रहती है जो बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा deep जाती है essentially. That would be the difference.
By the way, believe it or not, Vincent ने Bishop E7 खेल दिया है. And effectively, I think he's offering a repetition. Yeah, that could be on the cards maybe. I hope not though. I hope not.
No, I think maybe it's just him checking कि वो repeat करेगा कि नहीं.
By the way, Gukesh has also played and he copied Pragg's, rook move. Rook DB8 played. So I
Which game?
think Gukesh game. And I think basically G5 खेलने से पहले थोड़ा सा maybe he feels that he can improve his position, control that B7 square. And next up G5.
Next up G5, really? So why couldn't he play G5 straight away? I don't like G5. I don't think G5 is a plan now, Tiku bhai. I have F5. No? Because
But it's
D5 मर रहा है
F5.
आपका.
But F5 के बाद E5 also becomes a bit weak. Like G5, F5, Bishop, F6, let's say.
But I can take go Queen G4, I don't know. Maybe even just play Knight D3 or something. Like F5 पे pawn रख के Knight D3 is also possible. I don't think G5 is a break anymore. But
Interesting.
But I like the move though from
Oh, why? There is actually if G5, F5,
but
there is
white
B
की चाल
takes
क्या? King H2? Like let's say.
हाँ, King H2. Let's say G5, F5. I think we can even ask chat this. It's
Yes, I see it.
chat black to play. Come on, let's go. दो चाल का sequence है बस. 2 move sequence. That's it. कोई कह रहा है यार मैं बोर हो गया. यार मैं भी बोर हो गया चैट. आज बहुत ही स्लो गेम्स है. लाइक आई हैव नॉट सीन सच स्लो गेम्स. है ना? आई डोंट नो व्हाई इट्स द केस. आई थिंक रेस्ट
बट
डे के
भाई
बाद थोड़ा
अगर
लोग.
स्लो अभी है तो मतलब बाद में थोड़ा तेज होगा. अगर शुरुआत में तेज होता है तो
हाँ,
बीच में स्लो हो जाता है. तो
agreed.
वी नो द पैटर्न ऑलरेडी. पीएसजी इक्वल भाई कितनी बार करेगी इक्वलाइज पीएसजी? Sahaj, if someone starts playing from district level to national level, then when does he start getting rating? भाई rating का I think national उससे कुछ I think national level या district level से फर्क नहीं पड़ता. आपको सिर्फ एक rating का event खेलना होता है. Basically any event that has that is rated, you play and you will get a rating. आपको I think I'm not sure कितने games खेलने होते हैं टिक्कू भाई. Do you have any idea of this? It used to be like 9 rounds.
Yeah.
Sorry, it used to be more. Sorry, it used to be like 20 or 30 games or something like this, but then it got reduced to 9 rounds, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it got reduced for थोड़ा सा बाद में. I think 8 I remember at some point. But I don't know what the current number is. But the simplest way is कि just play rated tournaments जहाँ पे you're playing other rated players and play your best chess. I think बाकी regulations तो मिल जाएंगी. I think you can always ask the tournament director कि भाई क्या है? What do I need to do to get a rating?
Who is the next Mikhail Tal? Bhai, that's an interesting question. I think there's a couple of names that comes to mind, but I think maybe Arjun is like like he's close, I think. He's close. He could be. Like uska style बहुत crazy है in that sense. Also, he backs it up with some really good opening preparation as well. So I mean, if it, uh, I definitely think he could be one of those players where he just creates havoc on the board. Tikubai, would you agree with that? Or do you think there is another name?
I think definitely he could be one of them.
And,
Sindarov
and
also
any
would
player
be.
who resembles Tal like at top level chess, I mean, probably it's Arjun, no?
I think Sindarov also, because I go back to round one of round not one round three of
Sintaroff is more
candidates,
like
right? When he
Spassky, I feel.
नहीं जब वो piece sack किया था for 2 pawns, like when he sacked that piece, it was very interesting.
Yeah, true. But
Wasn't
Spassky types, yeah.
wasn't needed, right? It wasn't needed. That was the interesting part. He did it anyways,
But
and
that was
kind of
preparation,
won
no?
that game. No, I don't think so. That was preparation. I think
वो
because
night before जो था against Prague.
ha.
That
Oh, by
was
the way,
not
wait.
preparation.
He
What?
played E4. What?
No, he played
नहीं
F5. I mean,
नहीं
I'm
भाई
on my.
E4.
Oh wait, अच्छा E4 है.
हाँ वो
Sorry.
हमारी
मैं
एनालिसिस
डर
है
गया
भाई.
भाई. मैंने कहा भाई what?
Okay, this is very interesting actually, this decision, because अब आपके knights भी खुलेंगे but bishops भी खुलेंगे. It's working for both players actually, to some respects. So what do? You have to take on E4 now, yeah? No other option.
I'm assuming so, but that kind of opens up the position a bit, at least.
I mean, the
And
bishop should
D4
be
के बाद
happy.
टिकू भाई, am I going knight E4 or queen E4? Or like optically, I like queen E4 more. But I know knights are supposed to be centralized. So knight E4 just strategically also makes sense. But I like queen E4 more because I think there is some option of, knight C6 or D5 later on. Queen just looks very powerful.
Bhai, but I feel like this has started a chain of the center opening up. Like,
Hmm.
एक pair of pawns got traded. At some point, black can force another two, at least. And then at some point, if white makes a mistake, then the bishops come in, one to c6, one maybe somewhere else. It could go the other way as well. Like, it's a 3-result position for me now, at least more so than it was one move ago. Like, this gives both players some extra chances, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Also, Gukesh having a little bit more time, I think definitely helps his case here. My
Hmm.
Pragg is almost like in 1 minute per move territory, yeah? Almost.
Wow.
Sayajo Tikubhai, I really need help when my opponents all. Oh, by the way, took on E4. All play for draw trading pieces. How can I keep? भाई ये ऐसे कौन से opponents हैं आपके? मैं तो किसी opponent का ऐसे नहीं खेला जो सारे opponent आपके साथ draw के लिए खेलेंगे भाई. That's impossible. Maybe I think you are overthinking, or I don't think ये सारे opponents हैं. I think आप एक opponent की बात कर रहे हो. And if it's about that one opponent, then I think just leave it, bhai. Focus on your own growth and don't try to change your style based off of just one player alone.
Wow, knight takes C place. So in the center of the board. Now rook d8 makes a lot of sense. d4 pawn is the weakness, you want to attack. And also the queen on g7 puts pressure on the pawn on d4. जब भी knight हिलेगा on e5, then d4 could fall. So interesting. Danny Duo is the next Tal. What do you think about that, Sahaj bhai? क्या लग रहा है? Danny Duo हो सकता है क्या?
Um, I think yeah, Dubov, Rapport, or Arjun में से एक, yeah, like probably is one of them. But I think Dubov is a bit different. Dubov is different, I think. वो ज़्यादा fast chess में है, I think. Also, Tal was a World Blitz champion, no?
I'm
Pretty
not
sure Tal was
sure.
a World. I think so. He was, if I
Wait,
remember
they had
correctly.
World Blitz championships then? Not really, no?
I think there was. Yeah, I think Tal
Oh
was.
wow.
I'm
Bhai,
just checking.
chat, by the way, the tide is turning completely. Firouzja is now better against Vincent. So
Yeah.
completely
He
change हो
was
गया है.
1988 में भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीता. वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स देखो भाई, वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स चैंपियन
Oh
जीता था ताल
wow.
1988 में.
Wow, impressive. That's okay, expected as well, yeah, from Tal. And by the way, Carlsen is now worse. Why games palti जा रही है? Not worse. Okay, Wesley also made a mistake, but at least he's not better anymore. यार थोड़ा सा अगर हर प्लेयर से हम यहाँ 20 मिनट ट्रैक कर देना, इतना एंटरटेनिंग हो जाएगा ना गेम सडनली भाई। दिस इज लाइक द लास्ट 15 मिनट्स ऑफ नॉर्मल प्ले। इसके बाद जो लोग पैनिक करना चालू करेंगे।
My Magnus also like getting in time pressure is gonna be interesting to say the least.
Hmm. By the way, Armageddon has started. If you want to follow it, so I don't know what you think about that one.
Yeah, sure, we can do it.
Let's check it out. I
So
think थोड़ा फास्ट देखने को मिलेगा, थोड़ा
I
मजा आएगा।
oh, let's go. Bhai, ये तो also some attacking chess, yeah. Some Sicilian kingside attack with g5 h4 incoming. Black has just played knight e5 to play knight c4. Generally speaking, आप दोनों bishops यहाँ पे दे सकते हो. Knight c4 आएगा तो ये capture कर लेना. Knight को e3 भी मारने दो. So just play f4. I think that should be more or less okay. Unless she's planning b3. Now b3 looks weird, but because I have d5 bishop a3 type के ideas.
No, B3 is like, basically given the game. I wouldn't play that. And
Hmm.
I think I agree with you. Bishop दे तो भाई कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. And also like white, where does she castle? Once you go king side, h5, g6, ready-made plan है हमारे पास. f4 also kind of amplifies it. And e6 point is also soft, right? एक बार g6 आ गया, you can't take with the f pawn. e6 would fall. And bishop on b7 can be blocked easily at some point. So यहाँ पे crucial decision 6 minutes versus 5.5 minutes. So I think Bibisara playing very well right now. Catching up on the clock.
1.5 minute, आधी minute का फर्क actually. That's a lot. But the
Yeah.
position is actually, whoa, by the way, she plays f4. That was a slight inaccuracy.
भाई रिस्क तो लेना पड़ेगा. एंड नाउ नाइट c4 शुड बी ऑटोमेटिक. व्हाई इज विसरा इवन थिंकिंग? आई थिंक शी इज वंडरिंग कौन सा नाइट c4 फेंकूं मैं, ई वाला कि बी वाला. शी डज विद द b1. भाई इट फील्स लाइक क्वीन मूव करेगी, रुक c8 एंड नाइट टेक्स a3 या कुछ. समथिंग हैज टू फॉल हियर. नाइट टेक्स b2, नाइट टेक्स a3, b4, क्वीन a5, d5. इतने ऑप्शंस है. इवन दो बार सेज व्हाइट इज बेटर, आई काइंड ऑफ लाइक ब्लैक्स करंट पोजीशन.
हाँ ना भाई, आपको आप ये पॉन्स देखो आप. h5 ये सब पॉन एक एक चाल में, मतलब I'm creating basically mating threats in with just one move.
भाई बिबिसा जीत रही है, मैं बता रहा हूँ. लाइक शी हैज द
You
मोमेंटम ऑन
think
हर
so?
साइड.
Chat, what do you think? Do you think Bibisara wins this? But win as in a black, मतलब draw नहीं बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पे आप. चेहरे वो
हाँ,
जीतेगी.
win. I think she wins this. Chad, what do you think? White or black? Come on, let's go. By the way,
I think
Anna.
Anna wins this, भाई.
Ooh, let's go.
Hard to see this go wrong for white, yeah. You have such a great position out of the opening, I think.
Bhai, you let me play this for 2 minutes and you'll find out what can go wrong. But I think I kind of still feel that black ने castle नहीं किया. She has chances. By the way, Anna का time almost बराबर. She goes for f5, but e5 square दे दिया उन्होंने अब.
Okay, and e5 तो आप नहीं खेलोगे, right? e5 looks bad because knight
नहीं.
d5 का square मिल जाएगा. तो knight e5 maybe you wanna go, but your knight on c4 is a beast. I mean, e5 का square क्या से आप क्या कर लोगे basically? Unless you're planning knight e5 को, sorry, ये मेरी चाल थी by the way. Knight e5 के बाद queen e2 and some rook c3, या वो जो मैग्नस ने
Bhai,
पैक दिया था.
you said it, not me, brother. I am in. Let's do it.
Is that the best move?
Why she played 95? She's doing it. Now queen d2 only
But that was a
move for Anna.
mistake. That's a mistake,
but
yeah.
But queen d2, knight c4, I repeat. And if queen e2, I take on c3. Practically, it might just
Queen d2,
work.
knight c4 के बाद I can do queen e1, ना? I don't have to go queen d3 again.
हाँ, but ठीक है. Then I play something like b4, queen b6, queen a5. I keep attacking at least for now. But e6 भी hanging
b4
here.
I
Now
have
play.
ab4, queen b6 I don't think, queen f5 maybe is possible. But ये भी तो मर रहा है भाई, e6 का
वही
pawn.
तो. ये e6 pawn इतना जल्दी collapse हो जाएगा मैंने सोचा ना था.
Yeah, she plays
Okay,
queen
she
d2 by
plays
the
queen
way on
d2.
the board.
And Chad, if it's a
Knight
draw,
c4.
then black wins. So she cannot repeat. She has to play queen e1 now. That's the only way forward. Okay, what does she do? Queen f2, queen e1. Come on. Okay, time pressure. Up, she's below Bibisara on the clock, Sahaj bhai. I think this is getting really tricky because, I mean, we know there's no incremental 40 moves, and queen f2, a minor mistake already. Now b4 is very strong apparently. Just giving up the e6 pawn.
What's happening after b4 and ab4?
Magic. Queen b6 apparently, Sahaj bhai. And then you threaten queen takes b4 and queen takes b2 mate.
Why, that's
she doesn't
impossible
mate.
to play. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Knight d, what? Okay, that's knight always goes on b3 here.
Bye. I told you this is looking like
Always.
Bibisara's game.
Or you play like f6. I mean, I don't know what the best move is, but knight e2 just felt like yeah. Oh, by the way, queen f5
Wow.
on the board.
Wow. By knight. The only question is, will you sack on a3? Will you sack on b2? That's the only question now. You're going to see some sack in the next move, chat. But ready now. Next move, sacrifice incoming.
Hmm.
Okay. What does Anna do now? Don't see a clear move. The best move on the engine is king b1. Oh, impossible to play king b1
Oh,
and knight
bhai,
d5
that's
feels
a
like a mistake, yeah?
yeah. b4 now is the move, but with and ab4 ke baad queen a1 is a checkmate. This is why
Wow.
moves like king b1 are so important before you start an attack in these positions, bhai. King b1 pe hota, b4 is never a threat.
But b4 maybe is hard to find. Yeah, it's hard to
What?
find. She takes on d5, rook d5. Now you can't play b4. The pawn is pinned.
And now queen c7 only move. Only move. Other and also good knight, bad bishop. Bhai, this is I'm sorry, but I think this development is definitely going in. Oh,
Wait,
what?
what? Oh,
Okay,
that's a
hold on.
big blunder.
It takes king d1 even. The e3 bishop is not hanging. I'm not understand. I'm not sure what she saw here.
Why the knight on e2 do a great job covering up the c3 square. There's simply no attack possible, actually. I think she's overextended herself. And this is looking like a lost position.
Yeah, and if you
Why?
go queen f4, then to attack this and this, I have knight g3. Knight defends this, and the queen will defend on c2. And baki rahi king ki baat, if you give a check, I'll just use my bishop for that. Yeah, she's playing queen
Played.
f4 actually. Knight g3 now. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like the strongest move in the position. Bye. This is just gone, I think. E4 pawn right there. That's very important. You don't want to give e4 because then both the rooks will be attacked. So knight g3 played on the board.
Wow. भाई चैट
Bye,
थोड़े मजे
rapid
लिए
is
टॉप
tough.
सीटर भी भाई वो तो है गेम गेम ऊपर नीचे तो जा रहा है भाई पर ऑफ कोर्स इट्स आर्मागेडन नो इंक्रीमेंट सो मेक सेंस
Sindalo is winning. Why is Sindalo winning? Sindalo is not even playing now. We just chat. By the way, knight g3 played. And now what you'll do as black, because f6 arrive, I'd say, I would even just walk my king all the way to g2 at some point, and if needed. And once my king is on g2, then we can basically resign, yeah?
hmm
Not of winning in life. Oh, that's fair. But it also depends on the world championship in November, December, I think. If he loses that, then I'm not sure. Okay,
b4
d4
played
played. b3 ka idea. Very logical. But can you just play something like f6 here and attack the bishop?
and also with the idea of knight f5 but I think b4 b3 थोड़ा risky लग रहा है देखिए wow f6 she plays yeah भाई Anna is taking this
Oof, bishop f8. That is so depressing. I think king bhagao आंदोलन चाहिए हमें all the way to g2.
पहले भाई किंग हटेगा तो c2 मरेगा ना पहले तो
Oof, king e1 maybe with the idea कि rook d1 है मेरे पास check के लिए.
but rook c2 is hanging no
Rook c2 भी hanging है. That's a problem. Gukesh has made a mistake, chat carry. I'm going to quickly check up on that. Not really. I mean, we'll come to it, chat. It's a weird move. We'll come to it, but let's stick this for now. Rook d2 played, okay.
yeah that's simple clean Queen की check the of course you defend the pawn. Queen की check पे सिर्फ king e2. Knight is also defending. और look at that rook g8. Yes, he's threatening rook g3, queen a1 and queen h1. What a nice tactic.
Yeah, it's a very nice move actually because it also makes white question कि मुझे जाना है कि g2 पे नहीं जाना है. Suddenly start questioning your plan. And you play rook g1. See, he didn't go for the king move. And now rook c3 is counterplay. Rook c3 is real counterplay for black. Because if you play queen a1 check, I think there's never a move jahan pe the rook was hanging actually. The rook was defended by the knight on g3. So the rook on h1 was never hanging. She plays b3 though. She wants to open up the queen side completely. Takes with checking e2.
And
Now
queen check,
b
then just king f3, and now it's just a free
yeah.
piece.
So what do? Rook c3 is the best move here, attacking the bishop. I mean, bishop on f8 is a bad piece. No, you need it on c5. Imagine the bishop being on d8 even. you could bring it on, a5 or b6 or some other good square. Bishop on f8 is just completely stuck. Okay, now less than 2 minutes for Anna and just a minute for Bibisara. I think this is going to be really tough. Rook
Rook
c3. Oh, she
c3.
finds the best idea.
Okay, knight f5, very nice. And if you trade the rooks and queen takes g1 and maybe some ideas of queen g8 and then knight g7 check, knight d6 check, so many ideas there.
By the best move is rook g6. Nice idea to kind of ask
Ooh.
white to take instead. And if you play h5, then f6 is hanging.
Yeah, I mean,
Tough to
I would
find.
play h5 anyways. Rook f. Oh, bhai, she plays it. Let's go.
She plays it. Wow. Visara really
World Blitz
finding out these
champion for a
tricky
reason,
moves.
bhai. Let's go. It's because of these like small tactics that she's able to spot so quickly, yeah?
Agreed. And she still has to play 8 more moves before she gets that 1 second increment. तो भाई 8 चले तो पहले ऐसी खेलनी है 32 सेकंड में, 39 seconds में, and then she possibly gets 1 second per move, which is also of course not a treat at all. Chat final prediction भाई क्या लग रहा है? White or black, who wins? Black को draw भी चलेगा of course.
No, I think Anna will win. Why? She's a piece up. Of course, she should win this.
Wait, what? She gave the f6 pawn.
She played h5. Wow, that was
She
a
gave the
mistake. But
f6
okay.
pawn.
Bye, but 33 seconds. Okay, also
Tough.
1 minute for Anna. Ooh,
Bhai,
queen c4 check.
it's equal now apparently.
Yeah, I see it.
Bhai, lots. Wow, rook g4 only move for white. Oh, black is even better after d5. Bhai, d5 is incoming. d5 is very strong, right? Because bishop khul raha hai on the f8 square.
I was thinking rook f5 and queen f4 check was very dangerous for some reason. d5 मेरे दिमाग में ही नहीं आया भाई.
Bhai, apparently she can pre-move d5 in most variations.
She plays
Oh,
rook b1.
d5.
That's very logical, I think. भाई पे d5 पे rook b8 check है ना मेरे पास.
Just king d7, bhai. It's
भाई
working.
rook d5 check. Mate हो जाएगी आपकी भाई क्या?
Bhai, it's working for black. Very hard to play. She takes on f5 though. Okay.
This is what I thought. Queen f4. Oh, bishop h6. Wow, what tactics, bhai. Crazy.
Wow. And chat, only 2 moves. Rook b8 check or rook e1 for white. Otherwise, black is winning this.
And if rook e1, then you can play queen f4 check and then Bibisara does not have to worry at all because at least you win the bishop. Oh wait, that's a blunder.
What?
Queen f4 check. She missed queen f4.
Wow. Bhai, I told you, Sehaj bhai, Bibisara was taking this. Oh, but although by the way, mistake by
Still
Bibisara as well.
not
Queen g4
over,
was winning.
भाई. कहानी में twist तो है भाई. रुको अभी.
भाई,
एक के
twist
पास
तो
8
है.
सेकंड है, एक के पास 9 सेकंड है भाई. Let's not
Oh.
celebrate.
By the way, one more move to go till the time control.
What? Queen e4.
What? No way, she took on e3. Wait, what did she just do?
भाई फिर भी 1 सेकंड ही है दोनों के पास. So she can still play. She's literally playing a rook down.
Bhai, okay, I mean, this is
Rook
this is
b7, rook
ridiculous.
b7, play rook b7.
Wow, can't believe she played that. Can't believe she played that, by the way. Insane blunder, yeah? Crazy, bhai. That was crazy, actually. Okay, so Anna takes down Bibisara, who of course still gains 1 point, but that was insane. Bro, is this rage bait? Kya hai rage bait, bhai? By the way, let's go back, Sej bhai, quickly. Let's go to the game of Divya.
Mera internet could not have gone in like a worse moment than this, but yeah, I think she won the game. I was looking rook b7, rook 8 would have been a mate. So Anna does win, yeah?
She does win, but Sej bhai, let's jump to the Divya game for a second because she's just made a huge mistake. And if Zuzhina can find knight to c4, I think she could have a clear opportunity to put a lot of pressure. वो a5 pawn hanging hai, knight b6 aa raha hai, and the rook is now defended as well, so could have some discovered attacks. So kya lag raha hai bhai? Is she under real pressure? And look, she has 14 minutes to play 14 moves. A minute a move now.
Knight c4 looks very, very nice actually. But for yeah, sure. I can this is Magnus's board and then going back to Zujiner versus Divya. By the way, Magnus also looks a bit more comfortable. Just by the way, this is what I was talking about. King f2 is what I would have played as well. Like, why do I need to do anything in this position? It's not like you have a threat. लाइक बिशप आपका मूव नहीं कर रहा, नाइट मूव नहीं कर रहा, रुक कहाँ जाएगा? A5, हर लास्ट, आई मीन व्हेन यू प्ले A5 यू कांट इवन प्ले A4 एनीमोर. व्हाट डू यू
भाई
प्ले
बस
नाउ एज ब्लैक?
I think bishop d7, no? Like
बट
that's what I've always been dreaming for since I was a
किंग
little boy.
E3,
Like bishop d7.
किंग E3.
Huh, but now maybe just bishop e8. Can I go bishop e8?
भाई
Like
भाई भाई, ये तो मतलब.
by Gukesh की गेम से याद आया मुझे bishop e8. Like just get it out of the knight. I kind of control the knight now across, all the diagonals,
हाँ
and I
हाँ,
want to play
समझ
f6.
गया, इंजन की चाल है, समझ गया.
अरे
बट स्टिल
नहीं
आई
भाई,
डोंट थिंक दिस
गुकेश
इज
की
इजी.
चाल है भाई. बताओ भाई,
समझ गया.
2700 ऑनलाइन रेटिंग पहुंच के
आप
भी लोग
ऐसे
विश्वास
एक्सप्लेन
नहीं कर
करते
रहे
हो
हैं.
ना, उसके बाद लाइक देयर इज, आई मीन आई थिंक फॉर द वेयर टू फाइंड दिस इज ओके. I would argue that bishop on e8 is not really as active in comparison to the bishop on c8.
Hmm.
Maybe
I
you
mean,
have a4. No.
I just want to play f6. Like starting से I want to play f6 basically. ये knight e5 is the main pain point. ऐसे लग रहा है कि मतलब कबाब में हड्डी बन के बैठा है. Once I
Hmm.
push the knight back, I think I'm okay. I know थोड़ा loose रहेगा knight on e6. But the chat is screaming Gukesh game. ऐसा क्या हो गया भाई? ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं उस गेम में.
वो इस चैट नहीं है, वो एक ही बंदा है जो स्पैम कर रहा है बार बार, आई थिंक.
अच्छा एक ही है क्या? नहीं नहीं यार, है चार
चैट
पांच
प्लीज
लोग मैं.
स्पैम मत कीजिए यार, बिकॉज देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल एंड देन वी कैन नॉट रीड एनीवन्स मैसेजेस. या वी ओनली गेट स्टक विद वन, और वो एक मैसेज भी अगर सिर्फ गुकी लिखेगा तो इट्स डिफिकल्ट. या
By the way, Rook a7 was Gukesh's last move if he jumped to that game edge white. So that's an awkward move because Rooks connect usually diagonally nahi hote. Last I checked. So not sure what Rook a7 was. I think he's kind of preempting cb6 maybe. And then the Rook coming via the seventh rank, maybe doubling of the
f6
Rooks
and
as well.
bishop, this you mean?
Ha, like at some point, like, if you take c takes b6 as white, the Rook could connect to the d file, the e file, even the g file if needed to. But apparently, the best move now for Pragg is just b5 and basically say, ki, bhai, I'm not opening the
What?
queen side anymore.
Okay,
Yeah,
I would not think b5 in like a million years here.
but he
No
played queen
chance.
e3 instead. He played queen e3 instead.
Ah, you meant b5 for white. He should
Of
have played.
course.
I
और
thought you
किसके
meant
लिए भाई?
b5. I thought in this position you're saying black को b5 खेलना चाहिए. And I was like, what? Because
नहीं
I
नहीं
don't
नहीं
have
नहीं.
engine in front of me, so I'm taking your word for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think of course b5 is white, but I think he didn't do it. He played queen e3 instead. And now, unfortunately, I mean, it's another opportunity to take 8 takes b4 and just trade off a few pawns. I think it releases some of the pressure, I think. Pragg versus Arsenal 1-1. Thanks, bye, for the update. अच्छा
I-
PSG है, my bad.
You didn't just do that to Kawhi.
अरे यार गलती से हो गया भाई. I mean,
You didn't just do
mistakes
that.
happen,
Bhai.
Sahaj bhai, just
You
like
have
on the board
offended
from the
so many
players.
people, bhai. Oh, extra time में
from
गया
the
ना
from
मतलब?
the,
Yeah.
नहीं नहीं 1-1 है भाई 1-1. And
हाँ, एक्स्ट्रा टाइम
meanwhile,
में जा रहा है भाई. 90 minutes हो गए.
oh nice. Extra time तो यहाँ पे भी जाएगा भाई. Narmageddon Pragg, by the way, still not sure कि भाई क्या चलूँ. I think both the players delaying like the inevitable, yeah. Like even in the opening, like they didn't kind of Pragg ने c5 delay किया. Gukesh ने भी कई चीजें delay करी. Now both players delaying this tension, like ये b takes c5, b takes sorry a takes b4. Like कोई मार नहीं रहा, exchanges नहीं कर रहे हैं somehow. By the way, Magnus game could be ending soon. It feels
What?
like repetition का पहला कदम दोनों ने ले लिया है.
Knight f5, knight e7, and knight h4, knight g6. My question is, do I have to play knight f5 when he plays knight g6?
I think so, no? Like, what else though? I think so. You have to also rooks on e3 and d2 look tactically vulnerable. Yeah, queen on g5 could be pressuring both in some cases. So I feel like white also has to be a bit careful. अगर h file खुल गई, for example, then the king on h1 is also vulnerable. Like Magnus, I think might just take the draw here. 17 minutes to play 14 moves. I don't think he has much of a choice also. Wow. By the way, mistake by Gukesh.
Oh, no,
Um,
let's go there.
he did not take on b4 again. एक और मौका है भाई प्रग के पास b5 खेलने का सुनहरा मौका to just lock the queen side and make these rooks look stupid on a7 and b8. Just b5,
I think
c6.
also you don't want to allow this f6 and bishop c6 business, yeah?
Ha.
Basically.
And then I don't know, like it's too much space on the queen side. Yeah, of course, it makes it difficult for you to break through, but if you play b5 and c6, I mean, you're just playing for two results. Yeah, I mean, there is no way black can create any chances. What bishop on e8 is just done. I mean, at least on the queen side. Come on. 18 minutes of Pragg, by the way, to play 17 moves. Chad, I think Pragg has to decide now. ज़्यादा time नहीं है उनके पास. हमें पता है जितने pawns exchange होंगे, bishops खुलेंगे. So why not play b5, lock the position completely? He doesn't
King
lock it
h2.
still. King h2.
And now, how can he take advantage of this if he doesn't play b5? Should Gukesh go f6 and bishop c6 now?
That's a very good question, actually. f6 maybe is the way, and your move knight d3 back, but he still has to take, right? I think on b4. Otherwise, for rook on a7 is very awkwardly placed.
By ab4,
Because,
I really doubt if Gukesh will take here.
but then b5 तो आएगा ना भाई next चाल में. After knight d3, f6, knight d3,
I
I can
don't
still
think
play b5
anyone
the
is
next move.
planning. I don't think किसी के भी दिमाग में है b5. सिर्फ इंजन के दिमाग में वो.
Why, but it does look
Even I
logical,
wouldn't.
no?
Even I wouldn't play b5 here. I think no chance.
Really? That's the
Why I
first move
would
I
think
thought,
of.
actually.
Why I'll go to the king side. No, like
Very interesting, actually,
कुछ
because that's the first move I thought of. Rook k7 देखते हैं
really.
कि b5
Wow.
खेलते हैं. I
मेरे को
don't know
लगा
why.
कि भाई बी के बाद ना ये थोड़ा बिशप थोड़ा ज्यादा एक्टिवेट हो रहा है ए3 के पॉन पे प्रेशर है फिर ए4 भी खेलूंगा तो कम से कम बिशप बी4 पे बैठ पाएगा आई डोंट नो लेटर
Hmm.
ऑन दैट्स हाउ आई टोल्ड माई सेल्फ दैट मे बी b5 and c6 is not very good.
Very interesting, actually. And by the way, Pragg is now under serious time pressure at 18 minutes to play 16 moves. And Gukesh not at the board right now. Glad to see him ahead of ahead of his opponent on the clock, at least for once. Like he's always under pressure somehow. Finally arrives. In fact, all the 5 remaining games, it seems like either white is slightly better or it's equal, I think. So, आज काफी stable day लग रहा है from all the players. Firuza was under pressure, but is no longer under any pressure whatsoever. So, आज हारने वाले वो है नहीं. Magnus, by the way, has refused that draw, but still possible. उन्होंने move order change कर दिया. So, if you can have a look at it once. So, knight पहले थोड़े घूम रहे थे, अब bishop घूमने लग गए. But we can still have
One
the same
second.
position again in the Magnus game.
The Magnus game. And if I take on e7 now, then you'll capture back with the rook. And if I go knight g3, then maybe you have f5.
Yeah.
What about f takes g4?
Nahi bhai, I don't want to open the H file at any cost. My king is on H1. I
Bhai,
feel
your
like it's
king is
still...
also on h7.
हाँ, but I don't know. It feels like अगर मैं मारूंगा ना H takes D4, like somehow at some point rook H8, king G8. I don't know when that happens. I feel like it's the bishop on H4 becomes loser somehow.
मतलब अच्छी चाल नहीं है इंजन के हिसाब से.
अरे नहीं भाई, I wouldn't take on G4 चाहे मुझे साक्षात भगवान आके बोलते G4 मारने को. मैं तो नहीं मार रहा भाई.
तो
There
अभी
is no
अगर मैंने
chance.
इंजन खोला और f takes g4 मैंने मारा तो that you are telling me it will be a good move.
नहीं, I don't know it'll good move. I'm guessing it's bad because it opens the
No,
H
no.
file.
I see.
Come
And
on,
if I
come
go
on.
knight, so what other move do I have to go by? Do I go knight e7 or what?
But 97, we are losing the asset, no? Like knight on f5 is a star piece. It's like exchanging Virat Kohli for, I don't know.
मतलब वो भी
I don't know
चाल नहीं
who.
सजेस्ट कर रहा है इंजन तो नाइट g3 इकलौती चाल
अरे
बची.
यार भाई
तो
कमाल है भाई, हमारी
चैट
शक्तियों
ये
पे
होता
क्या था
है
वो डायलॉग.
प्रोसेस ऑफ एलिमिनेशन. इसको कहते हैं प्रोसेस ऑफ एलिमिनेशन.
मेरी शक्तियों पे विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है माँ. आई थिंक दैट्स द डायलॉग जो उसको ऋतिक रोशन को बोलना चाहिए था. बट विराट कोहली फॉर हुम, दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन. व्हिच विल बी अ बैड ट्रेड? ऐसा कौन सा प्लेयर जो विराट कोहली से ट्रेड करेंगे इट विल बी अ वेरी बैड ट्रेड? आई थिंक मेजॉरिटी ऑफ प्लेयर्स एक्चुअली. बट या Okay, I think looks decent. Let's go to Pragg's game again. I think King H2 के बाद. Still no moves by Gukesh. 28 minutes to play, 16
भाई
moves.
डबल बोर्ड लगा सकते हैं क्या? Like
Ah, that
big
would be
with
nice
Pragg
actually.
and Magnus just to keep an eye on both boards. If it's
That
possible,
would be
Samay bhai, I
nice.
think that would be amazing.
Why Gukesh is losing continuously? I don't think he's losing continuously. He's just not playing at the level he used to in 2024. For example, in this tournament, he won against Vincent in the tiebreaks. He lost to Wesley in the tiebreaks. He lost to Fusion in the tiebreaks and then lost to Magnus in the classical. So 1 win and 3 losses, yeah, maybe not ideal, but classical wise, it's 3 draws and 1 loss. So it's, and that too against Magnus. It's not like the worst tournament in the world for
Hmm.
Gukesh.
Oh, there it is. Amazing. Thank you so much, Samay bhai. Uh, Honestly, both of these scenarios are looking kind of good for white. Of course, Prague's position looks very, very pleasing, but Magnus, I'm not so sure about anymore. And you said f takes g4 was a bad move, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Knight g3 just looks. By the way,
Weird.
am I seeing this right? Does Magnus have 11 minutes?
Yes. Yes, 11 minutes.
Oh my God. And how many moves are there?
I think like 14 moves, right? 13 moves. 13 moves he has to play. 13 more
13,
moves to play.
13 more he has to play in 11 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, bhai, that's risky territory for Magnus for sure.
Yeah, he's going to take the draw, I think. I mean, sure, he wants to win Norway chess, but he's not going to do it by force. By the way, King h7 played by Gukesh. I'm not sure if that's a great move. And another opportunity for Pragg to play b5, which clearly he's not even considering. So what could be his plan? Maybe, I mean, g4 feels too risky, yeah? You're opening up your own king somehow, like to go f5 or something. It feels too risky. So I don't know what the plan is now for Pragg, if not b5.
I don't know, Drew. It's very hard to make like improving moves because King h2 भी खेल दिया आपने.
Huh.
I would say like I think the just by process of elimination b5 looks good, but I don't think b5 is that easy to play because optically there is f5 and the knight moves and then pawn takes में pawn मर रहा है, which I really don't like, and I think this is probably the reason why Pragg hasn't played b5 so far, unless there is a tactic there, Tiku bhai. What am I missing?
You mean the
Knight
c5
c3 and
pawn?
d5, yeah. So b5, I was thinking you have f5. I think I have knight c3, and if you take on c5, then d5, yeah. Is that the move?
Wait, let me check. Yes, d5 is the move actually, and c5 somehow. Oh wow, very nice actually. Takes a knight d5 and looks very bad. Yeah, bishop d6.
But typical, yeah. Don't open the position. Like
Hmm.
keep this. ये pawn हमारे लिए काम कर रहा है. ये वो कौन थे वो? हाँ तुझे फैंटा पिलाऊं?
Jamil Jamali ji.
Yes,
कल ही तो
exactly.
मूवी देखी है भाई. How can you forget the name?
भाई हो जाता है भाई. I'm very bad with names भाई.
Maybe you are also a spy sage भाई. आपको जाम क्या याद नहीं आ रहा है.
Exactly भाई. जो spies होते हैं उनको जान के याद नहीं रहता. Exactly. बढ़िया logic था ये. That's the power of
बुडापेस्ट
the.
में
Exactly.
बच्चा है तू मेरा भाई. क्रेजी था भाई. I will see that movie. By the way, Magnus is again worse. He did not go for the repetition, so he has to play 12 moves in 10 minutes. Wow. If Magnus goes down again, I mean, there's no way he's
Chad,
winning Norway chess, right?
Chad, do you think that Magnus could go down today, or do you think that Chad, do you think that Magnus could lose today, or do you think it's way too early to say? Because 10 minutes is, I think, let's say, troubling territory for Magnus. Magnus will win. Magnus will win. Wow. So many saying Magnus will win. That is crazy. Remember chat, जो लास्ट तीन जो मेन क्लासिकल जो एकदम हाईलाइट हुए थे मैग्नस के लॉसेस, तीनों में मैग्नस का टाइम बहुत बहुत कम था.
Yep. And we saw him not blunder just once, yeah. He blundered multiple times. Like कितनी बार उन्होंने गलतियां करी. Like Jordan की game तो is like a dancing exercise for the bar, yeah. Like it's like up and down every single move. So Magnus can really give you a bunch of opportunities if he has no time, and Wesley so might have a bunch hidden here. And Kylo कह रहे हैं Wesley should lose. We love Goat Maggie, but right now it's not easy, right? 10 minutes to go with zero increment now for the next 12 moves for Magnus.
Wow. 31 minutes for Wesley. And of course, the main thing is for Pragg on the other side to find the move b5. यो राकेश भाई, वेलकम आपका ही इंतजार था भाई, कैसे हो?
यो बढ़िया. सॉरी आज थोड़ा लेट हो गया, बट आई एम हियर एंड व्हाट एम आई सीइंग. देखो भाई, भाई 10 मिनट में कैसे चाले कंप्लीट करेगा इतने.
भाई मुझे पहले ये बताओ, हमने एक ट्राइफेक्टा ऑफ कलर्स क्यों पहना है? रेड, ब्लू और ग्रीन. ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? ये कैसे, ये कोइंसिडेंस कैसे हो गया? मुझे ये समझ नहीं आ रहा है अभी. लाइक दैट्स वियर्ड, नो? लाइक ये कैसे हुआ?
क्रेजी है
If you
भाई.
can show
अनप्लान्ड
chat
चैट,
once.
अनप्लान्ड था ये. जस्ट
And
लाइक मैक. बोलो बोलो.
राकेश भाई, who are you supporting?
पीएसजी.
देखा, मेरा पूछना भी नहीं पड़ा मुझे टिकू भाई. Just so you know, I
But
think a
राकेश
point
भाई
was
यूरोप
अरे
में
made
है ना
भाई.
भाई?
पूछना भी नहीं पड़ा
हाँ
कहाँ
नहीं,
पे.
मैं तो फुटबॉल फुटबॉल फैन हूँ, और सहज भाई के शहर में हो रहा है ना चैंपियंस लीग फाइनल. इनफैक्ट इट्स गॉन टू एक्स्ट्रा टाइम. सो लेट्स सी. एंड कल आईपीएल फाइनल भी है, बट भाई ये टूर्नामेंट का फाइनल राउंड इज गोइंग टू बी कार्लसन गुकेश. एंड अभी आज लग रहा है टिकू भाई कि कार्लसन और गुकेश दोनों हार सकते हैं.
Definitely possible. By the way, Pragg has played b5 finally, bhai. Finally, he plays that move. And now Gukesh under real pressure. And look at this. The best move, Sahaj bhai, is f5 from black. I don't know how logical you think f5 is. Like, not in a million years, like I would consider f5 and completely cementing that knight on e5.
Remember why we saw this f5, knight c3, bc5 and d5. It's the same position.
Yeah, but it's tough, no? Like,
Very,
to
very
play
tough.
f5.
But what do you do?
भाई
What else do you do?
सहज भाई की तो लेगेसी है एफ पॉन को ना टच करने पे.
Exactly. Exactly. But I think if you don't
Wow.
touch f5, I just want to ask you, like, look at this rook भाई. इसको activate करने में ना कम से कम, like, आपको 1, 2, 3, 4 चालें लगेंगी भाई. Just एक rook को activate करने में.
4 चाल या 4 साल? क्या
भाई
बोला?
भाई good question. Very good question भाई. That's a very good question भाई.
रियली टफ भाई.
भाई मुकेश के पास एक्स्ट्रा टाइम है, डबल टाइम है, बट मुझे लग रहा है वो एक ही मूव में खत्म हो जाएगा सारा का सारा, बिकॉज दिस इज अ टफ पोजीशन. एंड इफ यू हैव नॉट सीन b5 पहले, या फिर इफ यू काइंड ऑफ थॉट कि इट्स नॉट एज स्ट्रांग एंड नाउ यू विल रियलाइज हाउ स्ट्रांग इट इज, you can easily think for 10 minutes here, lose all your time advantage B, and then it's all Pragg.
भाई प्रग के पास भी तो लेकिन 13 मिनट ही है ना.
हाँ,
Gukesh
but I
also,
think if he's but I would love to be Pragg here as compared to
I
Gukesh.
think I think great thing is no, bhai. I think Pragg is also feeling a lot of pressure because he has to make 15 moves with no time control. So that's definitely, and also position is not simple enough that you can just make hand moves. You just saw Bibisara make a blunder, yeah, and like just a rook blunder like that. We've seen so many blunders happen in such scenarios. So ideally speaking, it's good for Pragg if, like, let's say until he reaches 5 minutes, he's already like winning, or it's a simplified position and he has a good advantage. But this is not simplified yet.
I think let's have both the
I think
boards.
in some case Pragg can ऐसे थोड़ा chicken out and take the draw ना, मतलब whenever he wants. वो एडवांटेज है आई थिंक प्रग के पास.
हाँ, बट गुकेश है ना, गुकेश कब ड्रॉ के लिए हाँ बोलता है?
नहीं मतलब ऐसे जस्ट प्रग कैन प्ले इट 7 a4 played. Wait,
Wow.
that's not looking good.
भाई Gukesh is playing for a win. He's waiting for that c6 ताकि वो bishop a3 पे रुके, you know, and I'm telling you, Gukesh is playing for a win here, भाई. c6 played. Wow.
Bhai, you cannot take on a3 right now. I think long-term plan definitely for Gukesh. But now what do you do as black? Because look at the rook on a7, look at the bishop on e8, Rakesh bhai. मतलब black के आधे pieces खुश हो गए कि चलो भाई dark squares मिल गए. But black के आधे pieces are all completely like depressed. भाई, how are you going to enter the game now? Look at the rook on a7, bishop on e8 कह रहा है भाई square ही नहीं है.
या एंड रुक D8 प्लेड, रुक D5 लाके दूसरा रुक फिर पीछे से जोड़ सकते हैं गुकेश. एंड आई थिंक ही इज डूइंग द स्मार्ट थिंग हियर, द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. ही इज प्लेइंग क्विकली ताकि प्रग के टाइम पे प्रेशर आ जाए.
Agreed. And by the way, Magnus has less than 9 minutes. Let's have both the games for now. And because Magnus under huge time pressure, जिन्होंने C4 push कर दिया, would love to have that game as well. And Pragg has played already. Rook D1 on the board, Sahaj bhai.
Wow, Rook D. What's his plan? Okay, just to regroup the Rook, yeah, maybe Rook D3 and Rook D1 and so on. So basically two pressure points here, क्योंकि A5 खेला उसने, A4 खेला sorry. So Rook A5 आता है तो maybe Knight C3 से बच सकता है, and A3 तो already बचा हुआ है ही. And भाई, what is sadder to you, this Rook or this Bishop? Genuine question, भाई.
चैट
कोई
आप
अच्छी choice
बताइए.
नहीं. दो डिप्रेसिंग
चैट
चॉइस
का
में
भी
चूज
देखेंगे.
करना पड़ रहा है भाई.
भाई यही डिसीजंस तो डिफिकल्ट होते हैं लाइफ में, जब दो खराब, वो वंस अपॉन अ टाइम इन मुंबई का था ना डायलॉग, कि लाइक जब मैंने गलत और गलत में चूज कर लिया, समथिंग लाइक दैट. तो इट्स
वाह 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 वाह.
यही तो डिफिकल्ट होते हैं क्वेश्चंस.
भाई
सो
चैट
व्हिच
इज
वन इज
डिवाइडेड.
वर्स्ट टू यू?
Rook Bishop chat के thoughts is divided. And
भाई
whether
F6
संजय भाई
played.
बोल रहे हैं keep flag, Indian flag ready, at least an Indian will win in this match. So
That's true.
पता
By the way,
चले
F6
ड्रॉ हो
played.
जाए.
भाई यहाँ पे कुछ नाइट C4 करके कुछ कल को एंड गेम में नाइट टेक्स B6 भी निकल जाएगा भाई. लाइक दिस इज लाइक सो फार एडवांस द पॉन्स या. एंड नाउ F6 प्लेड, नाइट C4 खेलते हैं, A3 आल्सो डिफेंडेड नाउ. रुक A5 भी पॉसिबल नहीं है.
Yeah, that's a beautiful move actually. Knight D3 is where I wanted to go this whole time. So it's kind of difficult to play Knight C4 and have this shift of thinking. But yeah, Knight C4 looks good. Well, plays
played.
it also, bhai. Nice. 12 move, 12 minute.
बाय द वे एटलीस्ट बिशप को एक स्क्वायर तो मिला F7 पे. चलो शुरुआत तो हुई उसके खुलने की.
तो अभी भी सेम सवाल भाई, ये रुक या फिर ये बिशप?
मे भी रुक ज्यादा पैसे हुए यार. बिशप में भी एटलीस्ट हैज सम पोटेंशियल की. चलो
तो
मे
थोड़ा
बी ऑन अ गुड
पोटेंशियल,
डे.
तो थोड़ा पोटेंशियल दिखाइए मुझे बिशप का. बिशप F7 देन व्हाट? फ्री.
साहिल
चलो
भाई
पास.
एक बार ना वो जरा दोनों बोर्ड लगा दीजिए ताकि इस पे सहज भाई हमें पोटेंशियल दिखाएंगे बिशप का. मेरी शक्ल हट जाए बस यहाँ से. देयर इज द
Played
पोटेंशियल
by
सहज भाई.
Maybe he wants
Gookie's
E5.
blitzing.
भाई I was setting it up for you. You could have said E5.
पर E5 पॉसिबल है क्या?
Of course, बिशप C4 मर रहा है ना.
हाँ.
वही तो, इसीलिए तो सेटअप कर रहा था मैं
ओह
आपके लिए.
ओह अच्छा.
और आप बोल रहे हो
सो
भाई शक्लें हटाओ हमारी.
so let's say how do I defend the knight then? I want to defend the
रुके
knight.
रुके
Rook
C1 I think.
C1. Rook C1 looks logical. I'm just worried कि कल को बिशप A3 आएगा, टेम्पो के साथ आएगा, बट ठीक है. I can handle
बट
that.
नाइट और क्वीन है ना बैठे बैठे हुए हैं.
Hmm.
तो फिकर, ये कह रहे हैं फिकर मत कर. Also you're stopping rook A5 as well.
By the way, let's also have Magnus, please. 7 minutes, 11 moves. Also getting tricky for the goat there. Okay, he plays
समय भाई आप हो ना
E2.
कॉल पे, मतलब समय भाई. आई थिंक हाँ हाँ, वो टिकू भाई बोल रहे थे कि मैग्नस का भी बोर्ड लगा मैं.
हाँ, दो बोर्ड्स लगा दो भाई, पॉसिबल.
Ah,
थैंक यू.
Queen E2 played. So Queen defends the knight now. So E5 is now not as strong. And what does black do? Maybe rook A8. भाई ये चाल तो चलो मतलब सेंसिबल है ही, खेलना ही है कभी ना कभी.
बट आप ऐसे अपने बिशप की जो एक्टिवेट करने वाले थे वो सारे आपने सपने छोड़ दिया टिक्कू भाई. व्हाई इज
You
दिस?
know,
तो
सहज
कितना
भाई मैं
धोखा
गया,
दे रहे हो आप भाई.
मैं स्कूल से कॉलेज पढ़ने गया, देन आई रियलाइज कि सिविल इंजीनियरिंग पसंद नहीं आ रही मुझे. सो मे बी पोटेंशियल हमने आगे के लिए ट्रांसफर कर दिया है बाय अ फ्यू मूव्स. सो फिलहाल के लिए वी डिड व्हाट वी कुड. अब रुक को एक्टिवेट करते हैं भाई. रुक A8 में भी. ट्रस्ट मी G5 खेलने का बहुत मन है.
एनालॉजीज भी ऐसी होती है ना, इसका कोई जवाब ही नहीं होता. You have like,
सच्ची.
see, I have heard like at least like 100 of them, and I have no answer like ever. You
By the way,
never know what to expect, but that's the beauty of it. You
But
know,
G5 is possible, no? Like as a case in point, अगर मुझे निकालना है बिशप, like would you consider G5
विच पॉइंट?
as a case in point by G5?
अच्छा.
G5
Oh
let's say
wait,
खेलूंगा.
mistake by Maggie.
क्या बात
भाई
कर रहे हो?
बार has gone down. Rook
Bhai,
b3.
Bhai Wesley could take down Maggie with black. That's crazy.
And he had the draw, Rakesh bhai.
And
Magnus
that
had the draw.
reminds me, I mean, that doesn't remind me. Exactly. हाथ में. But just
Wow.
remind me, chat या टिको भाई, सहज भाई, when was the last time Magnus Carlsen lost 3 games in a classical tournament?
Good
देखो,
question.
याद ही नहीं है. याद ही नहीं है भाई. हुआ ही नहीं है.
And he also lost
मतलब
3 in a
बचपन में हारा
classical
रहेगा.
game.
हाँ, यही तो,
3.
आर्मेगेडन में तो हारा ही नहीं है.
हाँ.
फिरूजा से हारा
Wow.
राउंड 1, प्रग से हारा राउंड 3, एंड नाउ दिस माइट बी हिज थर्ड लॉस इन 5 games, दैट टू.
And chat कह रही है -1 है ऐसे की वैल्यूएशन ऑलमोस्ट. So this is already really bad for Magnus. Clockwise भी 5 2 moves per minute खेलने हैं. And the move is knight fg6 सहज भाई. The engine is kind of screaming that move कि bishop attack करो and also don't give him knight f5.
It also seems very logical, no? उसके बाद knight f5 तो मैं खेल ही नहीं सकता भाई, because knight h4 queen h4 के बाद d2 का रुक मर रहा है, right?
करेक्ट. या
True.
So wait, isn't that just a tactical mistake then, or what am I missing? Tiku bhai, a knight fg6 fg4 maybe.
भाई ये मूव तो खेल के ही रहोगे यार.
हाँ भाई, अबे कभी ना कभी तो आनी चाहिए ना भाई.
बट अगर मार दिया h6 फिर क्या आइडिया है? Because now queen also
फिर
attacks the
सोचना
bishop.
पड़ेगा भाई, फिर सोचना पड़ेगा.
By the way,
या
कोई कह
फिर
रहा है Gukesh
थोड़ा.
will lose taking a lot of time. भाई वो भी बात सही है. Gukesh also I think
या
now losing his time edge, has to play 11 moves in 18 minutes. By the way, wait, did Magnus lose 4 classical games in Norway chess 2015 की बात कर रहे हो? अरे बाप रे.
यस यस, ही डिड.
वाओ. मतलब 11 साल पहले जाना पड़ा हमें यार to figure out similarity.
करेक्ट. मैग्नस का काफी खराब रिकॉर्ड था पहले नॉर्वे चेस में. फिर लास्ट कुछ एडिशंस में ही स्टार्टेड विनिंग. क्वीन g8 played, doubling down on that e5 idea, सहज भाई.
भाई ये मूव कहीं से भी डबलिंग डाउन तो नहीं लग रही है फ्रॉम एनी एंगल. क्वीन g8
अरे
इज
नहीं, अभी
लाइक.
थ्रेट है ना, e5
I
का
know, I
थ्रेट
know,
है.
I know, I know there is a threat, but it feels like a hope rather than a threat, भाई. कि आप मिस कर दोगे, that's the hope I feel. Like प्रार्थना चल रही है आई थिंक इस क्वीन g8 के साथ साथ भाई.
प्रेयर
I
गैम
don't.
पूजा गैम्बिट.
हाँ,
भाई वो
आई
मैं
थिंक
करता हूँ.
गुकेश,
Gukesh
ये
कब से करने
गुकेश की
लगा?
पूजा गैम्बिट है भाई, ये गुकेश की पूजा गैम्बिट.
हाँ.
Bhai,
बट
I'm actually
लाइक ऑन,
genuinely curious. If I take knight f6 and I play knight e5, can you actually win that? देखो एक बार
हाँ
हाँ या
भाई.
ना बोल देना. विन विन
अरे
है क्या
ये
वो?
क्या लॉजिक है भाई?
एक बार
मैं क्या
देख के
इंजन
बता.
जेब में लेके बैठा हूँ, कंप्यूटर में लेके बैठा हूँ भाई.
आई मीन
बट
हाँ.
नहीं, इट इज
यस.
लूजिंग, इट इज लूजिंग, इट
I
इज
mean, yeah,
लूजिंग.
who are we kidding?
रुक d5 है भाई.
टिकू भाई, who are we
रुक
kidding?
d5 है.
Okay, can you just tell me knight f6, bishop f6, knight e5 के बाद bishop e5 के बाद position winning है क्या black की? That's what I wanted to check anyways.
Yes,
I
it's
don't.
winning. It's still winning. It's
By how
winning.
much?
-2 point something, I think.
भाई
It's
रुक
winning
d5 आ
by
रहा है ना,
decent margin.
मतलब हार जाएगा व्हाइट.
नहीं, bishop e5 की
रूक्स
बात कर
डबल
रहा
हो
हूँ.
जाएंगे.
और
Yeah.
g5 bishop
अच्छा
g6
अच्छा.
आ रहा है ना? That activates the
But
bishop, I
also,
think.
It's just that
also, I
rook on
mean,
a7
great
is not a rook.
comments.
The bishop on f7 is not a bishop. Like they are not like strong pieces whatsoever. Even if I play knight, can I play knight e5 actually? That's even stronger, I feel.
भाई
I don't
भाई
know.
भाई, एक वेस्ली फाउंड द बेस्ट मोमेंट. बट मैं सिर्फ बोल रहा था भाई,
Wow.
ग्रेट एनालिसिस. बट शायद एरो एरो कुछ कर सकते हैं तो चैट को भी थोड़ा मतलब अच्छे से समझेगा.
अच्छा
मैं ही
हाँ.
कंफ्यूज होता हूँ, तो आप लेफ्ट साइड के बोर्ड का बात करो या राइट साइड का. सो वुड बी
Wait, chat
नाइस
करिए.
इफ यू कुड.
Wesley offered water, मतलब like
हैं?
Magnus को पानी चाहिए था क्या? I didn't see. I missed
What?
that one. Interesting. By the way,
हाँ,
Magnus
आर्बिटर ने आके पानी दिया. चैट इज राइट, चैट इज राइट.
and
Oh
Magnus
wow.
toppled the bottles, yeah. But okay. Knight f1
हाँ
played, by the
मतलब
way.
एडिटर के मजे.
हाँ. By the knight f1 played, so defending the bishop. रुक को उन्होंने knight से defend किया and उन्होंने bishop को queen से.
करेक्ट. And he's played it fast. Oh, Wesley also playing quickly.
By the way, Firuza has drawn against Vincent Keimer. So another
Okay.
Armageddon loading very, very soon. So 2 results we have already, chat. And Wow, Wesley कितना fast खेल रहा है, F5 on the board already.
Zabardast. And remember, he was the Tata Steel Chess India Blitz champion. So Wesley is a
Yeah.
force to reckon with in faster formats.
Correct, correct. And chat में पूछ रहा है सहज भाई clarify please, long plan would be to open the G file for queen and stack rooks. भाई ये इस प्लान तो नहीं लग रहा भाई, तो सपने लग रहे हैं. Like you get G5, Queen G7, Rook G8. भाई first of all, जब stack rooks कह रहे हो भाई, उसके लिए घर ही नहीं है. कहाँ पे? You have three squares. Like it's so difficult to put the pieces around. And even if you do, your ideal scenario would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves, and G5 as well, 6 moves. So
सहज भाई अच्छे से कैलकुलेट
छह.
करने गए आपका आइडिया एक्चुअली बहुत डेप्थ में. But Rook A1 played by Pragg, I think made a lot of sense, Rakesh bhai. I think
okay.
defending that knight. And
Yeah, now E5 को Pragg can just simply capture the pawn. And Sahej bhai, you are right. मतलब वो black का king का position है, मतलब इतना, या वो जो attacking plan है, squares इतने छोटे हैं कि मुंबई के घर बड़े लगते हैं उसके साथ.
वाह 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 वाह, क्या
इसीलिए
एनर्जी है
टिप्पू
भाई,
भाई
क्रेजी.
पनवेल में.
हाँ भाई, ओ he played Rook A8 on the board.
भाई cookies blitzing. भाई Magnus under 4 minutes by the way. भाई क्या बढ़िया फॉर्मेट है यार, मजा ही आ जाता है ये नॉर्वे चेस टाइम कंट्रोल में. एंड लाइक यू सेड, फिरूजा ड्रू, जिसका मतलब ही स्टेज इन द सोल लीड, वरना प्रग could have overtaken him with a win.
Agreed, but if he wins, he'll be very, very close, literally breathing down his neck, Rakesh bhai. And I think काफी opportunity रहेगी, and he has
Yeah,
played another move. That's Rook to D2, which is apparently a mistake, and it's now equal.
wait.
Wow.
Why is it equal? Because you have E5 or what?
ये राज तो उसकी मूव के साथ ही चला गया भाई. आई एम नॉट श्योर एग्जैक्टली.
No, but गुकेश ने चला थोड़ी ना अभी तक.
But
Wait,
there
but
is
Gukesh
something that
can play
exists,
E5,
I
right?
think. Ah, apparently it is F5 first and then E5. Wow, that is tough.
That's
What?
tough. That's tough,
That is
chat.
Okay,
very
no,
tough.
impossible.
To give the E5 square like that, it requires
Hmm.
immense guts. Like it's almost
E5
impossible to play
square
that.
के बाद E pawn भी देना है भाई. वो that's
हाँ.
even tougher. वो भी 17 minutes में.
Chat, Divya has enough time. We'll go to her game at the end when one of these finishes. जैसी कोई खत्म होगी, we'll switch to Divya. She has enough time. They will easy time control. It's slightly worse for her. Nothing to worry just yet. Magnus will go below 2800. Wow, that's the boldest claim I've seen all tournament. I don't think so that's going to happen though. He's at 2831
हाँ.
right now.
2828 I think भाई. I think last I
नहीं,
checked.
रेटिंग बढ़ गई था
Ah, no, he won.
against.
Yeah, he won against Gukesh. You were right. You're
तो
right. You're right.
अब और मुश्किल है.
भाई -30 थोड़ी ना होगा एक टूर्नामेंट में भाई. No chance.
सारे हारने पड़ेंगे उसको गेम्स क्लासिकल, तब जाके होगा वो. भाई if that happens तो चेस से विश्वास ही उठ जाएगा मेरा तो लिटरली.
Okay, 16 minutes for the world. Bhai, also for Gukesh, it's so hard to play moves, yeah, here.
ये
F5
F5
तो नहीं होगा टिप्पू
ideas
भाई. Any other moves that you see that are possible here
on the
besides F5 or
on the
E5?
engine.
वही देख रहा हूँ भाई. Queen G7 is also possible, but
If-
that's a sitting tight, no? Like it's very hard because आपने बैटरी बनाई Queen Jet की इसलिए है to pressure C4. So to now, oh, he doesn't play it, man. He doesn't play it.
Hmm. मे बी गुकेश से पूछ, मैं रुक डेट ले आऊंगा, तू कैसे जीत रहा है? मे बी दैट्स व्हाट इज आस्किंग प्रग.
Yeah,
भाई,
it's technically not Gukesh who has to break through, right? It is Pragg who has to do something.
there's a crazy plan for white actually यहाँ पे, which actually
Yeah.
puts a lot of pressure. That is G4. An idea G5, basically getting that E5 square again. Very tough to play this, but it is a strong plan.
देखो ये प्लान निकालना तो मुश्किल नहीं था because knight f6 knight e5 has kind of the same. I wanted to throw knight e5 anyways, like just by sacking the knight. because I think that's where the instant goes. So, and I'm still surprised that 95 is not even like a not even working right now. Like I'm genuinely surprised with that because maybe the a3 pawn is hanging or something. Because look at the placement of these pieces, right? They are not pieces. Like they have no. If I just block the e pawn, they literally your entire king side is blocked. No.
By the way, I agree, absolutely agree. And by the way, Magnus, he gave him minus 1.6 evalab, and he has to play 5 moves in 2.5 minutes. 30 seconds per move for Magnus in a close to lost evaluation. It's getting tough.
Values that will be like -2, I think.
Minus 1.6, sorry, I think Vale. And he has 30 seconds per move, basically, roughly. And तब
What
भी
time is
इनके
it
में
in
10 सेकंड है.
Norway? It's 8:40, I think, now in Norway. PM.
G3 he plays to prevent the knight when rook coming to f4. Meanwhile, knight c3 played by
And
Pragg.
Adrit is asking, वही पूछ रहे थे, why?
हाँ, because knight or rook आगे ना है, because f4 square is very tempting, right? The queen on e4 wants to stay there. And if you take on f3, I can take with the rook. No big deal.
Yeah. Correct.
By the way,
Does anyone think that Magnus could actually win this?
I mean, of course he can win this. Like, if you take on f3,
I
rook
think
takes
he has a
f3.
very
Yeah.
good chance to win this by. Maybe not. I
Win
mean,
तो नहीं लग रहा मुझे.
कभी वेस्ली पुश तो कर सकता है ना थोड़ा, लाइक ओवर प्रेस करेगा तो मे बी.
नहीं भाई, वेस्ली है वो, solid as a rock.
Just don't take on f3, I think. If you take on f3, then Magnus' piece is perfectly placed. Knight on g6 is pinned, queen on e4. Just don't take on f3 because
Damn,
you
so
can't.
many people saying no ways, but I think there is a chance by queen c1, yeah.
Pinning the
Zero
knight.
भाई, no way.
No way
Gukesh now
chess.
has 14 minutes.
No way chess.
Oh,
Bhai,
look at
Gukesh
that
played
e5
e5.
on the board.
Wow.
Okay,
Fire
d5 is
chat.
automatic. Let's go.
Immediately played by Pragg.
Bhai, this is
अरे on
now
the left
getting.
side of the board, देखो भाई, I love this move queen c1. मतलब मैग्नस को ना टेम्पबेट दे रहे, मार ले पॉन b7 का मेरा.
भाई, पर it's getting tricky. Magnus नहीं मारेंगे. King g2 खेला काफी safe, defending everything. I wonder what Wesley's next move is because Queen वापस ही जाना मुझे लग रहा है because now Magnus is consolidating also. Like b6 maybe he plays, yeah. Also on the right, look at that ef4 played. The e file has opened up. Finally, the bishop on e7 has some good squares, yeah. c5, for example, long term.
Wait,
How do you get the wait? What?
भाई, Wesley is liquidating.
Okay, I'm gonna ask my question again. Does anyone think that Magnus can actually win this?
नहीं भाई, like point is pawn takes rook. You can't recapture the pawn with the rook क्योंकि queen b2 check है.
King h3.
फिर सोचेंगे.
हाँ, वैसे है
Queen
16
d1
मिनट
है.
है आपके पास सोचने के लिए. You can think.
हाँ, करेक्ट, क्वीन d1 भी है. But I'm
भाई रुक एफ8 मर रहा है
curious.
उसमें, क्या बोल रहे हो?
कैसे भाई, f3 पे pawn है ना.
भाई gf3 के बाद रुक f3 मार रहा हूँ ना मैं.
By Queen b2.
Then king h3. How is the
अच्छा.
queen going from b2 to d1 भाई? Queen knight
ओके
कब
ओके,
बन गई?
मेरे को लगा आप डायरेक्टली किंग h3 खेल रहे हो, gf3.
Oh नहीं
दैट्स
नहीं नहीं,
फाइन.
रुक f3 queen b2 king h3.
फिर सच्ची में सोचेंगे भाई. बट माय
बट
आईज आर
क्वीन नाइट का
ड्रॉन टू.
कॉम्बिनेशन है भाई. क्वीन नाइट का
वो तो
कॉम्बिनेशन है
है.
और किंग किंग अकेला है उधर. एक ही पॉन है. थोड़ा डेंजर तो है वेस्टली के
करेक्ट.
लिए.
True that. But what about this position on the right side? Gukesh threatening to, open up some files. मतलब थ्रेटन क्या हो ही गया ओपन अप. क्या लगता है सहज भाई?
आई थिंक इट्स एनीवन्स गेम भाई. बट प्रग का टाइम देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है. बट इट्स जस्ट दैट प्रग हैज सो मच प्रेशर इन द पोजिशन सिंस लाइक मूव वन, वो स्पेस की वजह से, क्वीन साइड की वजह से. आई फील दैट एट एनी मोमेंट गुकेश की पोजिशन जब ब्रेक ओपन होती है ना, इट्स गोना बी लाइक सुपर सुपर रिस्की फॉर for Prague.
भाई बाय द वे,
Yeah.
जो लाइन आप बोल रहे थे, दैट्स अ बिग मिस्टेक बाय मैग्नस. -3 है
Wow.
इवल.
Wow.
-3
क्यों?
फॉर वेस्ली.
What's
सो
the reason? What's the
Queen
क्वीन
reason?
B2.
B2 check.
Queen
फ्री
B2.
पॉन भाई.
King H3,
Played.
फिर?
And then Queen
Played.
D4 is the move. Queen D4 is the only move for Wesley. He needs to
That
find
wins.
Queen D4 now, or it's equal at least.
Blue arrow. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Black is a pawn up. Queen D4 आ रहा है, threatening to trade queens and rooks. And it's GG.
Yeah, I think
भाई
if
मैग्नस हार,
Mag-
तीसरा गेम हारने वाला है.
By he missed Queen D4, I think. But Queen D4 के बाद सब कुछ अगर मैंने कैप्चर करा, वो D4 का पॉन एंड में मरेगा नहीं क्या?
किससे मारोगे आप?
क्वीन D4 के बाद मैंने क्वीन टेक्स क्वीन, पॉन टेक्स क्वीन एंड
King
रुक
F5
टेक्स
पहुंच रहा है ना भाई. King F5 आ रहा है actually.
हाँ, एग्जैक्टली.
बट आई विल गो नाइट D2 नाइट B3 किंग कभी
Ooh,
G4.
can we go full screen and or Wesley,
Wow, he
because he
plays
has
it.
played that.
Wow.
He
Yeah,
had.
I'll
Let's
change the
see
game.
Magnus's reaction. I did Magnus miss it, टिकू भाई? क्या लगता है रिएक्शन से?
100% he missed it भाई. 100% he missed it. I think अब उसके चेहरे पे दिखेगा हमें. So it's gonna be like a realization कि भाई game is basically over. It's over.
Yeah, you saw him. He raised his eyebrows. He knows it, भाई. He missed it, and 40 moves हो गए chat, which means he gets a 10-second increment. But that is basically nothing in a lost position.
Wow.
भाई $1 million हारने के बाद $1,000 का क्या करे भाई? यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं बचा है. And you can't even avoid the queen trade, right? There is no way you can avoid the queen trade, I think. How do you avoid it? He takes.
Yeah, you saw his reaction. Magnus, look at him. He knows he's losing his third game in 5 rounds.
Wow.
भाई ये तो डिंग टाइप लग रहा है अभी.
क्या डिंग टाइप क्या होता है भाई? राकेश, व्हाट इज डिंग
मतलब
टाइप?
फॉर्मर
भाई,
वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस ऐसे
It would have
स्ट्रगलिंग.
इसके इतने सारे मीनिंग हो सकते हैं ना.
आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट दैट
राकेश भाई,
मेंट,
लव
चैट,
यू
बट
फॉर दैट भाई. इसके इतने सारे मीनिंग थे.
लेयर्स है. बट व्हाट साइज भाई, आपने आई थिंक परसों के स्ट्रीम में बोला था कि नाइट एंड गेम्स आर लाइक किंग एंड पॉन एंड गेम्स, जिसका मतलब वेस्ली का पॉन बहुत भारी पड़ेगा मैग्नस को.
Yeah, true. Also, I mean, उससे ज्यादा भारी I think is the time. If he had, if imagine if Wesley had 53 seconds, like probably Magnus could still try to swindle in the final moments, but now it's the
करेक्ट.
other way around. I feel like this is, oh, knight
oh
D7
wow,
and knight C5, गई position
that's over,
भाई.
yeah. That's over
And
basically.
A4
Knight
pawn is
C5
also gone.
khatam. I think he'll resign, yeah. I think we
Yeah.
are possibly seconds away from Magnus resigning. And Wesley so beating the
Yeah.
goat with the black pieces, by that's a big, big result for him.
Wow.
ह्यूज. एंड भाई उसके भी
And
8.5
Magnus
पॉइंट हो
is,
जाएंगे.
भाई Wesley world number 12, world top 10 में आ जाएगा भाई फिर से. And look at Magnus, he can't believe it. He can't believe where he's trying to calculate कि गलती हुई कहाँ भाई मुझसे.
भाई यार मेरा फेवरेट है यार मैगी. द गोट ऑल्सो
Wow.
हैज देयर बैड डेज.
Wow. Eyebrow lift again. He cannot believe it, yeah.
भाई स्कोर शीट देख रहा है टिको भाई. यूर राइट. ही इज नॉट कैलकुलेटिंग. वो देख रहा है ब्लंडर कहाँ हुई मेरे से.
भाई
Yep.
एक और मूव होती मे बी देयर वाज सम पोटेंशियल, या सहज भाई नाइट बीत तक रहा था वाइट का, बट नाउ देयर इज नो चांस नाइट सीफायर आया तो.
yeah, A4
एंड आई थिंक
is
वेस्ट
like the final. Yeah.
नेल इन द कॉफिन.
Exactly.
वाओ भाई
मतलब
Magnus
यहाँ पर
Carlsen.
तो आर्मा नहीं हो रहा, बट राकेश भाई लगता है आर्मा एक दूसरे स्पोर्ट में होने वाला है बहुत जल्दी.
ओह, पेनल्टी शूट आउट कमिंग अप इन
लेट्स
बुडापेस्ट.
गो. लेट्स गो
एंड
भाई,
आप लोग
लेट्स
किसको
गो.
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? मतलब वो नहीं बोला आपने.
आई एम नॉट रियली अ बिग फुटबॉल फैन, बट मैं यूजुअली लिवरपूल को करता हूँ, तो आर्सेनल इज लाइक क्लोज टू इट, सो आई जस्ट चूज आर्सेनल. व्हाट
भाई
अबाउट यू भाई?
ये ये लॉजिक आपको पब्लिकली
और
नहीं
मेरे को
बोलना चाहिए
साका
था.
बहुत पसंद है एक्चुअली. आई लाइक साका.
अच्छा हाँ, ओके.
साका कौन है भाई?
आई
Who's
लाइक
साका?
साका.
अरे एक
आई लाइक
आर्सेनल का विंगर है, बुकायो को
साका.
साका.
और
लव
विंगर
साका
क्या
यार.
होता है?
लाइक
विंगर मतलब विंग पे खेलता है, फुट मतलब मिडफील्डर
अच्छा
है.
अच्छा अच्छा, गॉट इट.
चैट देख रही है क्या? चैट, आर यू वाचिंग चैंपियंस लीग फाइनल?
Chat ke, this is the
PSG,
end. Why it is the
PSG.
end?
Wow, actually so many PSG supporters, yeah?
या
In
भाई
the
नहीं नहीं, मोर आर्सेनल हेटर्स आई थिंक, ऐसा है वो.
अच्छा, मेरा उल्टा है एक्चुअली, पता है?
बट एनीवे भाई, लगता है आर्सेनल और मैग्नस दोनों ही आज हारने वाले हैं, क्योंकि भाई मैग्नस इज टोस्टेड. एनी चांस सहज भाई वेस्ली मेसेस दिस अप? एनी चांस?
भाई मैसअप होता जब वो 12, मतलब 12 मिनट ना होते उसके, देखो कितनी शांति से सोच रहा है वेस्ली इतना टफ सिचुएशन में,
सच्ची
यार.
है,
दैट्स द
सच्ची.
मेन प्रॉब्लम.
By the way,
टाइम
which
भाई
team does
टाइम.
Magnus support? वो फुटबॉल में जो उसको बोल रहा था.
रियल मैड्रिड. रियल मैड्रिड
नहीं,
पे वो किक ऑफ भी करने गया था.
वो कुछ बोला ना आज, लेकिन like I wish the match was available to watch. Like he wanted to watch the match, no?
आज का कन्फेशनल.
हाँ, वो बोला कि like I wish एक screen. अच्छा अच्छा, okay. He just
अच्छा,
wanted to watch the match. Okay, got it.
वो फुटबॉल फैन है बट ओवरऑल.
भाई ये चैट में क्या चल रहा है
भैया,
भाई? Okay, come on. मैगी जल्दी.
दो चांसेस
By the
हियर.
way, Pragg की move देखो भाई. You will not believe what he just played. Wait, what?
व्हाट भाई, सहज भाई ने बोला था ये.
You
ही
are
हैड प्रेडिक्टेड
joking.
दिस.
भाई e takes
Wow.
f4, queen f2 खेला, g5 and simply sacking that knight for a single pawn. Okay, two pawns.
भाई and pawn takes
Let's
पे d6, yeah?
Yeah.
भाई वो C6 और D6 दो पॉन दोनों तबाही, दो भाई दोनों तबाही. लेट्स गो G4 only move for Guki to stay alive. And Saj bhai, he played that with just 4 minutes on the clock. Respect.
Yeah, bhai, absolutely. Because now he has to, I mean, find I mean, I'm looking at G4. मेरे पास engine नहीं है, but I'm still looking at the blue arrow G4, and okay, I get the idea you want to play G3 check, but after pawn takes G4, I really don't understand how is G4 relevant. Like, how does Gukesh figure out कि G4 H4 के बाद जो भी चाल खेलनी है वो G4 के साथ better है? Like, you understand what I mean, right? This is so difficult. I think the game
But
is kind of going in Pragg's way.
but if you take on b6, it's over. No, maybe what he does is he thinks g4. He can't take on f4 because of bishop d6.
By
By
G4
that
का it
logic,
is G3 check.
हाँ, and you can't take on f4, right? Because bishop d6 है. So maybe
But
that's
by
how
you
he
want to
kind of
take
goes
on
for it.
8. You don't want to take on F4.
But g3 आएगा ना भाई knight 8 पे तो, लेकिन तो you
हाँ,
can't
Queen
really
F,
take
ऐसे
on
तो
8.
Queen F4 पे भी Bishop D6 आएगा ना भाई.
हाँ, वही कह रहा हूँ. So
वो
what
वही
does
बोल
white
रहा
play
है,
in that
वही बोल
situation?
रहा है. पॉन
But
टेक्स
I think
पॉन.
pawn takes G4 के बाद कोई आंसर नहीं है ना भाई उधर. Like, that's the thing. There is no answer after pawn takes G4, I feel. Like, practically. It's impossible, I think. I think it's impossible Gukesh plays G4 here. Guys,
Come on, Wookie.
Wow.
seriously, what do you think? Any chance Gukesh plays G4? Yes or no?
आई थिंक ही कैन. भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है.
Yes, I know that, but see,
Oof. He takes
भाई
on
come
b6
on,
भाई.
देखा मारा
ये
उसने.
लॉजिक थोड़ी ना होता है. कोई कोई ऐसे निकाल ले वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है. पोजीशन देखो ना,
बट ही
पोजीशन
हैज
डिफिकल्ट है.
blundered. सहज भाई, you are right. D6 played at, look at those two beautiful pawns on the sixth rank. Normally बोलते हैं ना, ये रुक से भी बढ़कर होते हैं ये दो connected pass pawns on the sixth rank.
Yeah, of course. मेरे को वो माइग्रेट प्रेडेसेसर्स का जो पहला गेम है ना, माइग्रेट प्रेडेसेसर्स का, there's a game of this French player. I'm not gonna pronounce his name because I'm gonna embarrass myself. But he had he was playing with the black pieces and he had 3 pawns like this on the 7th rank, which was beautiful to see. And it's kind of like similar, right? If he takes on b6, right, they're all the 3 pawns. And I think Kukesh is
बिल्कुल भाई.
lost now, I feel.
या
But
भाई
what
कौन.
was the idea, Tikku bhai? If I went G4, at G4 के बाद, how was it different? Can you...
I think the move was bishop a3 for some reason. Which I mean only.
What?
Yeah, bishop
Okay.
a3 was the move.
So why couldn't I
And
play bishop a3 when the pawn was on G5?
mm,
That's the, yeah.
Good
It's
question.
very complicated. Yeah, no, I get it. I get
Good question.
नहीं, ये-
By the way, Divya is completely
बोलो,
even
बोलो.
now, so that's the good news.
Nice,
Divya
nice,
game
come on.
likely draw हो जाएगा. So Divya draw.
भाई.
Oh wait, Gukesh made a mistake again. Wait, what?
Again, this is C7, D7. खत्म.
पहले D7 या पहले C7?
इंजन
Yeah,
को
it doesn't
C7
matter.
पसंद है पहले, क्योंकि एक्चुअली डजंट मैटर ना.
D7 में क्या हो रहा है भाई?
Bishop a3 apparently is the move.
अरे भाई 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 भाई
वो
भाई।
बिशप का रास्ता खुल रहा है, बट स्टिल इट्स +3। भाई गुकी यार, भाई बर्थडे के पहले भी हारा, बर्थडे पे स्पीड बोट चला है, फिर बर्थडे के बाद भी हार रहा है यार। गॉट टू फील फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन।
भाई बड़ा हो गया ना, 20s में आ गया वो, थोड़ा टफ है भाई आजकल चेस
अभी
20s में
टीनेजर नहीं
खेलना।
रहा।
हाँ, डैम यार भाई, दिस इज
भाई
रियली टफ मैन।
सेकंड
लुक,
क्लासिकल लॉस हुआ यार इन अ रो एक्चुअली, दोनों
हाँ,
क्लासिकल इनके लॉसेस थे भाई, दैट्स वेरी सैड एक्चुअली।
हम्म।
बाय द वे सैड से मैग्नस की पोजीशन देखो भाई, किंग F1 ही जस्ट प्लेड फ्रॉम F2।
भाई उसका मतलब आपका पोजीशन बहुत ही
Yeah,
खराब
but
है।
I don't know the last time Magnus had an end game like this in his life, like ever. I think, but like 10 साल के बाद, I don't think I've ever seen Magnus in such an end game before.
बिकॉज ही नेवर
सही
प्लेज
में।
इट, ही रिजाइंस। गलती से कभी आ भी गई तो द फैक्ट दैट ही इज प्लेइंग
Yeah.
इट इज ऑलरेडी अ साइन कि भाई, लाइक ही इज लाइक, भाई हाउ एम आई लूजिंग दिस, आई कांट बिलीव इट।
Oh, he
भाई
takes on B6. भाई वही आ रहा है वो जो वो game that game from the my great predecessors with the 3 pawns.
हम्म।
भाई अभी भी बेस्ट मूव इज G4। आई डोंट नो क्या मैजिकल है इस चाल के बारे में, बट G4 इज द बेस्ट ट्राई फॉर गुकेश नाउ टू ओपन अप द किंग साइड, ब्रिंग द क्वीन इनटू द गेम। दैट्स द लास्ट ट्राई ही हैज।
संजय जी, नो इट्स नॉट अ ब्लंडर, स्लाइट इनएक्यूरेसी, बट अभी भी ही इज कंप्लीटली विनिंग।
प्लेड, दिस इज सो ट्रिकी। Apparently, if you take on G4, it's black is. Wait, if you take on G4, black is better. Are you kidding me? Are you
What?
kidding me? Black is
G4?
winning?
He took it.
What? Are you kidding me? Gukesh is
भाई,
winning. What?
No,
भाई,
no, not
and
winning, right? It's not
Why
winning,
it
he's
right?
is
winning
black
is
is winning.
-2.
And
What?
look at the idea, queen G5 with the idea of F3, queen H4 check, not taking the pawn.
I am sorry. What? Can we go? What? He played Queen G4.
Wait, Pragg
भाई,
made a mistake again.
again winning. Can we go full screen? भाई ये क्या दिलों से खेल रहे हैं हमारे भाई? Can we go full screen on Pragg? ये क्या हो गया? Complete turnaround. Gukesh is now winning.
भाई साहब, what a turnaround by Guki.
भाई वो था ना,
I
वो कहते हैं
told
कुछ
you. भाई
कुछ
वो जो स्टैकिंग जो रुक्स थे भाई, वो रुक्स कब स्टैक होंगे आपके, आप वो भी थोड़ा लिखो ना भाई। वो थोड़ा वो फिजिकली पॉसिबल भी
भाई,
है इस पोजीशन में।
आई फील लाइक वो मूवी थी ना, वो 3 सब कुछ अलग बात थी उसमें। यही है भाई, G4 मूव के बारे में कुछ अलग ही बात है, समझ नहीं आ रहा है, बड़ा
भाई
अच्छा है
फिर से मिस्टेक लो, C7 के बाद प्रग इज विनिंग
भाई।
नाउ।
भाई ब्लंडर।
Yeah, but this is not like
भाई
counter
साहब
play. This is
ब्लंडर
just
टिकू
a,
भाई।
but this is an effect of okay, time pressure. I think the दोनों sides mistake कर रहे हैं. We can't really say like okay, one is. I
नो
think
नो,
now
फॉर
it's
श्योर
just
आई थिंक
fun.
इट्स ऑल टाइम। लुक एट द सीट्स बाय द वे, हाउ दे आर शेकिंग। इट्स ऑल टाइम। यहाँ पे कोई भी करेक्ट मूव निकालना इज सो डिफिकल्ट। व्हाइट हैज 3 कनेक्टेड पास पॉन्स बाय द वे, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट दैट। एक हल्का सा एरर एंड यू कुड जस्ट मेक अ न्यू क्वीन एज प्रग। द फैक्ट दैट ये गेम चल रही है इज क्रेजी।
Yeah, but he is a piece down, so that's why.
कम ऑन
भाई मैग्नस विद 15 seconds। भाई कहां जाए, फुल स्क्रीन सब जगह पे एक्शन है।
हाउ डज मैग्नस हैव 15 seconds?
भाई
Okay, Magnus game is I think completely gone. Yeah, this is just over.
वाओ मैन, स्टिल कैन बिलीव इट। ये
ओके।
प्रग की गेम इक्वल है भाई, अब तक विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है। चैट फाइनल प्रेडिक्शन या, प्रग वर्सेस गुकेश, हु विंस? क्लासिकल में विन फॉर प्रग, ड्रॉ या लॉस? कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो। अरे
आई वुड
यार,
लव टू नो आप दोनों का प्रेडिक्शंस भी, मतलब व्हाइल चैट इज आंसरिंग। बताइए, प्रग विन, ड्रॉ या लॉस टिकू भाई?
आई थिंक ऐसी गेम्स में लास्ट में ड्रॉ ही होता है भाई, व्हेन बोथ साइड्स हैव अ चांस ना, लाइक इट जस्ट काइंड ऑफ समहाउ एंड्स अप इन अ ड्रॉ। बट पोजीशन देख के बिल्कुल भी दिमाग नहीं मान रहा है कि ये ड्रॉ होगा। सहज
I
भाई, योर
think Prag
थॉट्स?
wins by. Prag भाई
ओह
3
वाओ,
pawn है यार सर।
वाओ।
Like you have 3 pawns here. Like this is when you are in time pressure, the your instinct will just be to push the pawn, and
भाई
it's very, like I think it's harder to defend in time pressure than it is to attack in time pressure. So that based on that, I think I will choose Prag.
एंड राकेश भाई आई लव चैट में एक बहुत इंटेलेक्चुअल सवाल पूछा किसी ने, भाई हो क्या रहा है, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. ग्रेट पॉइंट भाई, आई एब्सोल्युटली एग्री विद यू. एंड
अस भाई अस, हमको भी नहीं पता क्या क्या चल रहा है. इनफैक्ट गुकेश और प्रग को भी नहीं पता क्या
एग्जैक्टली,
व्हाट इज हैपनिंग.
जैसे ही मैग्नस डिजाइन करेगा, लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन आई थिंक ऑन गुकेश प्रग, बिकॉज आई फील लाइक 1 मिनट है दोनों के पास एंड दे हैव रीच्ड द 40th मूव. सो प्रग हैज मेड हिज 40th मूव. एक एक सेकंड 10 सेकंड इंक्रीमेंट मिलेगा दोनों को, बट इट डजंट मीन कि द प्ले गेट्स इजी बिकॉज 10 seconds इज नथिंग फॉर दिस पोजीशन.
एग्जैक्टली, आई फुली एग्री.
Oof, pressure. Magnus takes on e5 by the way on the left.
Oh, gives a check. King g1 now. Oh, queen e5 का plan maybe, I guess.
Yeah, 40 moves हो चुके हैं by the way for Gukesh also now. 10-second increment added. Plays queen e5.
Oh, wait,
Chat
is he
में कोई लिख
losing
रहा
one
है
of the pawns?
scripted.
I think he's losing one of the pawns, no?
By the way,
भाई
queen
I think
f4.
Gukesh wins this.
By queen f4 only
Because
move
once you
for
start-
Pragg. Queen f4 only move for Pragg.
Oh, with 1 minute. बिकॉज मुझे
Queen
लग रहा है
d2.
पॉन्स ढक लोगे ना d7 तो मेरा बिशप खुल जाएगा f8 का.
Hmm.
By 54 seconds. 54 seconds for Pragg now. It's tough. It's such a complicated position, man. कोई कह रहा है साइलस चेस विल विन. ये बात तो है भाई, चेस इज विनिंग. बट
लाइक चैट पे कोई रख रहा है फाइनली दे आर प्लेइंग रिलेटेबल चेस. एंड अगेन अ मिस्टेक.
by the way,
By
worse.
Guki
Okay.
winning with f5, he
F3
blunders
mistake.
f3.
Hi,
Wow,
C7
and now
only
C-
move. Only
भाई I
move
agree
for
with you
Pragg.
राकेश भाई. अब गुकेश के जीतने का भी चांस लग रहा है भाई. For sure now.
Chat,
भाई 100% Guki जीत रहा
look
है
at
भाई.
this. C7 is 0.00. Anything else is -5. -5 for
Wow.
Gukesh अगर C7 नहीं खेला तो.
I think let's go full screen on Pragg. 20 seconds, do or die moment for Pragnananda.
He doesn't find it. What?
Oh, that's a big blunder.
Bhai, it's -11 after bishop takes d6. -11. Gukesh is essentially a queen and 2 pawns up. It's over for Pragg. If bishop d6 happens on the board, it's over.
Because queen c3 check threatened है. रुक से बिशप मारोगे तो रुक into c3. नहीं, रुक d6 को क्या है?
That's a very सहज भाई क्या है?
सहज भाई इसके लिए तो आपको रखा है.
भाई मैं वेट ही कर रहा था इसका भाई. मैं वेट ही कर
बट
रहा था
बताओ
कब बोलेंगे.
जल्दी जल्दी
भाई
बिशप
bishop
d6 रुक
d6 rook
d6.
d6. Sorry.
Woohoo! PSG has won. Chat
he
PSG
takes
OP
it.
हो जाए, but what about this?
He
Rook
takes
d6
it.
and rook g8 भाई. Rook g8 is the plan and then queen g3
Wow.
check the threat I think.
He takes it. Rook g8 now. Gukesh is winning.
And wow,
-11 chat.
Come on,
-11
Gukesh.
played on the board. He's
Gukesh
winning.
finds
Gukesh is
it.
completely winning.
and you saw that little head pop
On here.
by Gukesh. Sahil bhai, this is crazy. Chat में सही प्रेडिक्ट किया था वो G फाइल खुलेगा and वहां वो डबल ट्रिपल करेगा. They were right.
Bhai, there है दुरुस्त है and it's basically checkmate. There is simply no defense. Pragg has 7 seconds. 6, 5. He has to play now. There is no move. He has to resign. What? 3 seconds.
Pragg.
2, 1. He lost on time. Oh, he played with 2 seconds on the clock. Oh. Bhai, it's built in 4.
Yeah,
अरे.
Gukesh has done his puzzle rush.
Gukesh Tomaraju wins the game. What a game, man. Insane game at the end. Wins in the classical. Pragg was completely winning at one point. That knight piece was a brilliancy. Wow.
Wow. Crazy reactions by both players there. Bhai, what an incredible game that was by Gukesh, the world champion. Guki OP हो जाए. You feel sad for Pragg, of course. Golden chance था उनका tournament में, सहज भाई.
अरे भाई. I mean he was pressing from the beginning but Gukesh I mean waited for the right moment and yeah in time scramble he just
Correct.
got the better of Pragg I feel. It was a nice game. Very nice game.
सहज भाई सिर्फ
And PSG
Gukesh
also
का
won,
board. Yeah, PSG has won. Chat. Let's go. Fantastic news. Can
Apparently
we have
penalty shootout में 5 कुछ तो 4-3 ऐसा कुछ तो हुआ.
4-3?
Last
Correct,
4-3.
correct. सहज भाई, can we just have Gukesh का board, please? 1 second के लिए.
Yeah.
Like same, just close this and वो जो रुक G8 खेला गुकेश, the winning move, वो रुक था A7 पे जो कोने में पड़ा हुआ था, याद है?
Oh, and वो बिशप
He
भाई.
exactly hero to
Wow.
zero story.
Bhai, I asked
Wow.
this question कि which piece is gonna be more active, and the answer
Magnus
is
lost.
both.
Magnus
What?
lost.
Let's.
Magnus Carlsen is also lost. Bhai, what a day today,
Wow.
bhai. The GOAT loses his third game in 5 rounds in the classical itself. Wow.
Something that hasn't happened in 11 years has happened again. Magnus Carlsen losing 3 classical games in one tournament.
Wow.
Wesley, भाई आज जो खुश होंगे ओहो.
Bhai, I think
Cannot
Divya is
put
still
a
playing. Shall we go there?
yeah. Let's go to Divya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she has 36 seconds.
Oh, she has actually managed this really. Oh, she's winning the f4 pawn, I think, by force. Rook c5 पे 96
भाई
है.
मतलब सहज भाई, यू आर द किंग ऑफ प्रेडिक्शंस, बट मुझे लग रहा है
नहीं
दिव्या
नहीं,
शायद
I'm
जीत
not
सकती है.
today, भाई. Not today, भाई.
नॉट टुडे, बट दिव्या कैन मे बी विन दिस, ये मेरा फीलिंग है.
That's a very very good point, क्योंकि जू वो जू जिनर का ऐसे ही रहता है भाई. वो पहले विनिंग होती है, फिर उसके बाद something bad happens in the game. I feel like एक वो um, it's just unfortunate for her, yeah, in that sense. She had such a crushing position after move 15 again.
एग्जैक्टली. एंड भाई दिस विन वुड मीन सो मच टू दिव्या, बिकॉज जू जिनर ना उसकी ऐसे नेमेसिस रह चुकी है, हर बार हारती है. सो दिव्या वुड एब्सोल्युटली लव दिस विन इफ शी गेट्स इट. 28 seconds फॉर जू जिनर.
Hmm.
By the way,
Tough,
अगर
tough, tough.
knight 2 pawns से रुक आता है, any chances for the knight and 2 pawns, or it's a simple draw? What do you think?
What's the question again? Knight and
So
two
knight
pawns
and
versus
two
rook.
pawns versus rook, which is
That's a
gonna
draw, bhai.
oh
By
okay, didn't
five
happen in
points
this.
versus 5 points, no?
By the rook a5 there.
And yeah, Ankit, absolutely agree. This is so unlike Magnus. We've never seen him lose there. But here, can Divya also win today?
Actually,
Says
now I'm
like,
with you.
भाई बोल रहा, मेरे को लग रहा, फीलिंग है भाई, गुकी का भी करेक्टली प्रेडिक्ट किया था. टिकू भाई क्या लगता है, ड्रॉ या विन फॉर दिव्या?
I think I would say still a draw, but I think chances तो है. And by the chat सही कह रही है. Magnus in last place again with 4.5 points. Gukesh also jumped ahead. Pragg also jumped ahead.
Yeah,
Oh wait, what?
Oh,
correct.
wait, that's a mistake. Mistake by Zoo and
Mister,
Ruke to check that she's
Mister,
completely winning.
look at him. Yes, भाई गया गया.
दूसरा pawn भी गया भाई, clear. F4 का pawn जाने. Ruke 3 check
Wow.
only move, by the way, here. Okay, but that's a
And
logical. You want to separate the pawn from the king, of course.
what if I go king e4? Am I entering like a mating net?
भाई knight d6 check and rook b3. Bishop गया.
Rook a3 played by Divya. Let's go. King f2 back.
And now knight
is the
d4.
move.
Idea is
Only
rook
move, by the
f3,
way.
rook f4.
And you can't bring your bishop next to the king because rook will pin it and win it.
Chat kariye feeling sad for Pragg. Yeah, man, it must hurt that loss quite a bit. By the way, 6 seconds for Divya.
Yeah, yeah. Play.
Oh, misses it. Misses it. Knight d4 was winning. Okay, check king f8. I hope she doesn't see it now, because then वो थोड़ा pinch करेगा कि I had a win there.
Bhai, what does Zhu Jinner do here actually?
She
Oh,
just
she
has to
stops knight
stop
d4.
knight h4, knight d4, rook f3 check के ideas, which I think she has already done, but she can still make a mistake, I think, because knights are very, very tricky pieces in such endgame. I remember I had a
Yeah.
very similar endgame, not exactly the same, but kind of a similar endgame against Swayam's in World Juniors. It was 2 versus 1, queen, rook, and very, very tricky it was to save that.
And were you
Okay.
successful, Sahaj bhai?
I think, I mean, I was, because he made like a, I think in the end he misevaluated the king pawn ending. Like, I think.
Okay.
Okay, Firuza wins the tiebreaker, by the way. But okay, you cannot exchange the bishop for the knight. Rook endgame is a dead draw. So knight e7 stops the trade.
Wait, can we go to the Firuza
Oh,
again?
that's
What
winning.
mistake?
That's winning
95?
again. Knight d5.
Bye. Come
Come
on.
on, Divya.
95.
Come on.
Centralize the knight.
But knight d5 is easy, no? King f3 pe rook c3 and you lose the pawn. Let's go. She plays it.
F5 पे G5
Played.
खेलना है तो. That's a tricky part.
I think Zoo will play F5.
She has to.
f5 pe g5.
But this will be a huge win for Divya if she does win, because इतना खराब record रहा है Zuzana के साथ. It would turn the tide completely.
By the way,
Yeah.
Firouzja completely winning against Vincent in the Arma.
Vincent
Oh,
losing his 5th Armageddon in a row. The matlab.
Bye, G5 played. Let's go. She's completely winning now.
Because the pawn is a bit too far advanced. Like ye pawn, it's in opponent's territory, and okay, the knight can just maneuver h5, g7, and you can just eventually you'll just take it. अभी bishop a2 का threat है, but फिलहाल rook c2 check है, so you don't have to defend this. मैंने एक छोटी सी ट्रिक लगाई थी यहाँ पे जूजनर ने, just putting it out there. Like rook c4 is a blunder here because of rook f7 check and bishop a2. That's what Divya has to be careful about.
Very nicely put. Rook c3 checking has to go back.
Don't play rook c4. Don't play rook c4. Please don't play rook c4.
सहज भाई ऐसा मत बोलो यार.
Maybe knight d5, knight
25
f4
seconds for Divya.
Okay, nice.
Ooh, king is coming into the party.
Somebody said one bad tournament doesn't define Magnus at all. Of course it doesn't. I mean, and technically it's still not a bad event. Yeah, he could win the next few rounds and still win the event. It's not a bad event just yet, but it's still shocking. We don't see him lose these many games.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially in classical.
And now knight f4 check. And उसके बाद फिर g4, फिर g3, and then that's just oh wait, don't tell me rook takes c7 is a draw in this position.
No,
Please
no way
don't
white
tell
plays
me.
it.
No, it can't be.
Yeah, no way white
There
plays
is
it.
no
Though.
chance that it's a draw, yeah?
Anyway, Divya is still winning. And by the way, chat, good news that because of Bibi Sara's loss, if Divya wins this, she is in sole first place. So, बहुत ही crucial game है ये.
Yeah. 3 juicy points.
4 seconds. Oof.
Why she hasn't found that knight f4 rook c3 wala plan, the one with g4 g3. I think she's trying to just go for the e5, the f5 pawn, yeah? Essentially, rook e5, knight e3, knight f5, simple.
Using knight has won. That's amazing.
Yeah, solidifying his lead at the top. Vincent बेचारा losing his 5th Armageddon. भाई बहुत बुरा लगता होगा उसको.
This got a bit tricky though, right?
I mean, I think she will go back to cutting the king off here, and then she has to transfer the knight and take the pawn, basically. Knight d5, knight f4, but that was the simplest, in my opinion. She could try the
C4
same.
का ध्यान रखना भाई. Okay, rook
Why
is not an issue anymore.
she stopped at rook c4, I think, for a second there in the video, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah.
I feel so bad for Pragg, Karen, Slajiji. I think we all do. But you also have to kind of appreciate the comeback that Gukesh kind of created there. Out of nowhere, he kind of won that game. So,
and Michael is echoing those thoughts. Incredible ending to that Gukesh game. Absolutely. I think one of the craziest finishes, Sahaj mein.
Yeah, exactly. वो जो Tata Steel की याद आ गई मुझे यार last year वाले की. It was very, very similar. In that, although that time Pragg won, this time Gukesh won. Yeah, so हिसाब बराबर. Let's go.
And says, what about knight d5, knight f4? Yeah, she goes for it.
Yeah, f6 check
Chat.
is what is showing as the best move basically.
जल्दी stream like कर दो भाई. I think we still have Divya's game to finish. She might win. Then we have Humpy as well still playing. Let's get more people in for the final few minutes of the stream. Rakesh bhai, Sahej bhai, आज Pragg lost, Gukesh won, Divya might win, and if Humpy can somehow squeeze out a win as well, तो बढ़िया दिन रहेगा इंडिया के लिए.
Agreed, bhai.
True.
I think maybe Divya is not playing knight f4 because she's kind of concerned about f6 check. Maybe. Like she doesn't like white can play f6. Oh, rook b3 was a beautiful move. Bishop a2 पे क्या हो रहा है भाई? Knight c3. Okay,
Knight
the rook ending should be a win, yeah? Knight c3 and just knight
Yeah.
e2. Oh, this is winning now because the bishop has to be traded. Khatam. Bishop d3 पे जाएगा तो rook d3, bishop e4 पे जाएगा knight c3, bishop a2 पे जाएगा knight c3. Bishop c2 पे जाएगा तो
GG,
rook
let's
b2.
go,
5
bhai.
seconds. 4 seconds.
Yeah, this is a win.
3.
And now knight c3. Khatam.
Knight check, knight check, knight check, knight check, knight check.
Yeah, and you take and f5 pawn is, and she can resign now, I think. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, free piece! Free
Let's
piece!
go! Wow,
Look at that
Divya, by the way.
reaction.
Wow, look at that reaction, bhai. Look at that. After that opening, after, Zoo had come, I mean, she was basically winning.
Camera.
Crazy.
What a win!
What a
Divya
game by
Deshmukh.
Divya.
By that win, I
Beats.
think meant a lot to her, yeah? Because वो
Correct.
rivalry थी ना, she had lost so many times. So I think that
Exactly.
specific win was like a huge relief. वो भी black pieces
It's
से भाई.
her first classical win against Zoo Jenner, by the way.
Wow.
No. Yeah, first classical win.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's impressive.
Okay, like I'm talking about the one that was not playing. एक 5 साल पहले खेला गया था. अच्छा नहीं, वो भी online Olympiad था. Never mind. Yeah, first one, I think. Crazy.
Bhai, Divya Deshmukh beats Sujiner and takes the lead in Norway Chess Women as a debutant in Norway Chess. Bhai, what a story for Divya.
Bhai, let's jump to Humpy's game. There's still one more game. What is
Yeah,
happening
yeah,
there?
let's go.
She's playing the Women's World Champion.
No, by the way, she just finished, I think, Humpy G. Yeah, I think
Oh,
the
wow.
match just ended in a draw.
Ooh, very interesting. So we're gonna have Armageddon. So today was a very interesting day. For the first time, we had 3 results, and Black won 3 classical games today. Wesley So defeated Magnus, Gukesh defeated Pragg, and Divya defeated Zujiner.
तीनों black से, yeah?
Yeah. मजा आ गया
And
भाई.
now is Divya at the top, right? She's leading in the women's section, yes. That's
Yes.
amazing.
Wow.
Yes. Soul lead that too.
That is amazing. So Divya Deshmukh playing amazing chess at Norway, and जो एक उनका वो टाई ब्रेकर लॉस हुआ था उसका पूरा रिवेंज उन्होंने ले लिया क्लासिकल में जीत के. एंड नाउ यू नो व्हाट, जो क्लासिकल में खत्म हुए तीनों ब्लैक जीता, जो टाई ब्रेक में गए दोनों व्हाइट जीता. So I'm like, Humpy, what pieces does she have? She has black. Damn, that's gonna be tough. Only Wesley was
Oh.
clean. By the way,
I
there you
look at
see.
these standings, bhai. Vincent Keimer on 5 draws, but Magnus Carlsen, bhai, 4.5 point.
वाओ भाई, ऐसा कभी. एंड जीरो कितने हैं भाई वहां पे? वो जीरो देख के विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा है एक्चुअली. कितने सारे
सच्ची
जीरो
भाई.
दिख रहे हैं. बाप रे. Chat, it looks a bit weird, no, to see so many zeros, नहीं? Wow. Can't believe it. So इसका मतलब कि भाई, like Firuzja is a huge favorite still, and Wesley is so catching up. That was a surprise. Did not expect that at all.
Yeah, and look at that standings, and we can see it, Tiku bhai, कि Pragg 6 पॉइंट से जीत के ना 9 पॉइंट पे जा सकते थे. And he lost, which means it's going to sting a little bit. And world champion Gukesh suddenly in 3rd place.
Agreed. And वो क्या ही गेम थी भाई, क्या कमबैक मारा. I mean, nobody expected it.
Crazy.
And
But
हाँ राकेश भाई.
मतलब टिको भाई, ऐसा लग रहा था ना कि गुकेश और प्रज्ञा सीओबी प्रमोट कर रहे थे. इतने ब्लंडर्स थे उस
सही
गेम
में.
में.
सही में. And chat, one more game to go today. That is Humpy versus the women's world champion. I would say Humpy's not had the best of events, last in the standings. But Rakesh bhai, I think अगर जू वेंचुन को हराते हैं, I think that could be the kind of confidence she needs, and we know she can stack up wins together. She's one of the strongest players in the world, has been for a decade. So ये win with the Black Pieces could mean a lot in terms of overall standings.
Yeah, and she would love to get off the last place and fight for the top standings. So four से I think 4.5 पे ही जाएंगे हम भी. So she'll still be in last place. But yeah, a win is a very much needed thing if you are Konero Hampi.
And good
And
question, chat.
Mridul bhai, nahi bhai, no sources because there is no delay in this event. So
There is no delay. By the way, chat, we have something exciting for you. We have Gukesh's interview. भाई देखते हैं क्या कह रहे हैं world champion after winning that insane game.
Congratulations on the victory. Please share with us how did the game go. First, we saw that you were surprised in the opening.
Yeah, this Queen C2, I had kind of seen it before, but I couldn't remember anything over the board. But yeah, I played Bishop D6, which luckily got him out of prep as well. I thought he had to go CD, Bishop G5 with a slight edge maybe, but what he did was also interesting. And yeah, what can I say? Just a very complex game. Yeah.
And at the very end, both of you were very low on the clock. Tell us what happened those last moments when you were attacking his king.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit easier for me because I just needed to throw everything at his king. Yeah, and there were so many tricks that I got super nervous at the end. But like luckily the tricks kind of worked out for me. But I mean, even after he blundered e5, I felt like he kept finding these knight b6 resources, which was so tricky. I have no clue about the evaluation, but yeah, I'm just happy that I managed to get through.
And final question I have, how did you spend your rest day, also birthday at the same time?
I did a lot of fun things. We all went for a boat ride and I got to drive the speedboat. And I rested a bit, prepared a bit. Nothing special, yeah.
And it worked out. Congratulations one more time and best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks.
That was the world champion sharing his thoughts. I think he clearly had more faith in his position that the engine suggested. But
Yeah.
उन्होंने बोला कि the tricks worked out, so he understood कि भाई वो उन्होंने जो victory ली है, it's right from the claws of defeat, like jaws of defeat, ऐसे खींच के ले आए बस. प्रग के 3 connected pass pawn थे भाई. How does that lose? Yeah, it's insane.
It's very, very impressive from the world champion, have to say,
Says
especially in
why?
time pressure.
Yeah, sorry to
Yes,
cut you. Now that we have some time before Humpies are, can we have a look at that game? मतलब एकदम end में ना crazy हो गया था. So would love to actually check it out. थोड़ा पीछे से. And
like यहाँ से बाहर ऐसे एकदम डांस करना शुरू हुआ था. Like I think rook
correct.
e8 was the first mistake. Knight c3 and now, okay, e5 के बाद I think it became a bit crazy because this is where Gukesh I think very rightly tried to create some mess. But शुरुआत में it didn't work out for him. He defends, pawn takes, queen f2 to attack this. Black defends it and now knight takes b6. By the way, only
Wow.
move थी knight b6 यहाँ पे. It was a
Yeah.
blue arrow. Wow. So knight b6, pawn takes was a mistake. Instead of that, we saw this crazy idea with g4. Pawn takes g4. Bishop takes a3. By line दिखा रहा हूँ आपको. Knight d7. Queen g5. And rook f1. Okay, and the game continues. Then bishop d6. b6. Guess black's best move here.
A3.
Rook e3. Rook e3.
You're not even looking at the right side of the board. भाई
क्या
इतना
A3?
difficult है कि I think if I gave you like I think like 10 minutes I think it still will be very difficult to find this move. इतना
King
difficult है.
H8. King H8.
Oh, you are close. You're close.
King
You're close.
G6, G7.
It's h5.
Oh.
And white का
Wow.
best move पता है क्या है इसके बाद? King g1. It just goes to show how crazy the position is. But okay, of course, c takes b6 was the more logical move. d6, bishop f8, and here Pragg was completely winning. But I think he went for the pawn. 3 pawn की जगह 2 pawn होते तो maybe it was better. I think Rakesh bhai, you were mentioning c7 here, which I think
Yeah.
is would have been clean because इसके बाद black को bishop d6 मारना almost forced ही था. But after queen b6, this gave Gukesh a crucial tempo in the game to play g4 and create some counterplay. And pawn takes g4 was the mistake. Queen takes g4, and iske baad se it was just pure chaos. Queen f2, rook e3, rook d4, check, king goes to g1, and now queen e5, attacking this and then attacking this. And of course, in time pressure, when you are a piece down, you don't want to exchange queens. So naturally,
Right.
he does not take on f4. He goes queen d2. Black plays f3, just carrying on with the attack. White goes king f2. Of course, this is the mistake. Iske alawa c7 was the only move in the position, and I'm not sure how it would have continued, but I think it is very, very difficult for both sides. I think this probably is more difficult for Gukesh, I think. Because there is no clear way for the rook to come to g8. And b6, b7 ekdam forcing way mein aa raha hai. But after king f2, bishop d6 was the tactic, takes, rook g8, and now everything is just working so perfectly. Pawn takes, rook takes, check, check, king f1, and queen g1, checkmate. Beautiful, beautiful game. Yeah?
Wow.
Very chaotic.
Beautiful. And Sahaj bhai, I just wanted to highlight 2 quick points. Can we go to move number 26? ये वो बिफोर एंड आफ्टर की फोटोज देखे आपने चैट. लुक एट द रुक ऑन a7 और बिशप ऑन e8. वहां से चल के वो ही दो पीसेस ने ना फाइनल वो नॉकआउट ब्लो डिलीवर करा.
नहीं
ब्यूटीफुल.
मतलब वो जो धुरंधर में याद है आपको, कहते हैं कि अभी वो भी कुछ करने का समय नहीं है, नजर और सबर. They are like that. नजर और सबर.
फाइनली अ गुड एनालॉजी ऑन दिस चैनल.
ये क्या है भाई? वो तो आज अच्छा ग्रीन काम कलर बैठा है पन्ना है, बट मतलब बोल देता भाई अभी मैं. बट एनीवेज आई थिंक वेट, ये मैं कैसे
टिको
पोस्ट
भाई
करूंगा भाई?
का कैमरा दिख ही नहीं रहा है. हाँ.
एक
एंड
सेकंड.
ऑल्सो वन मोर सहज भाई, वन मोर पोजीशन इफ यू कैन शो क्वीन b6 वाला मूव. टिको भाई पूछ रहे थे ना कि ये 2 पॉन 3 पॉन इतने कनेक्टेड है, स्ट्रांग है. तो इसके जगह पे इफ यू जस्ट गो बैक, C7 was winning जैसे सहज भाई ने बोला. एंड द रीजन इज लाइक पास पॉन्स आर ग्रेट, बट ऐसा बोलता है ना सहज भाई, पास पॉन शुड बी पुश्ड, एंड दैट इज फॉर अ रीजन.
Exactly. And also one very अगर c7 के बाद अगर black g4 खेलता है, you can even take on f4 actually here. You don't even have to entertain this pawn in this scenario. Next move d7 d8 will just be very, very good for white. I mean, it's just black can resign after a move like queen f4. But yeah, one sort of move like this and g4 के बाद it just felt like everything is chaotic. What a
But you know, इसका
finish.
मतलब standings have been muddied up now. So पहले क्या होता, Pragg would have been very close to the leader. Now it's like third, fourth place में है. So India के जीतने के event के chances बहुत कम हो गए. So now they will have to kind of win their games. So इतना आसान नहीं है. And 5 round के बाद now they will play the same opponents with the reverse color. So they both have to play Magnus with black in these 5 games. So वो game तो already is going to be very tough.
But a wounded Magnus though.
Yeah, for sure. And the chess में chat में someone was asking that what happened to Magnus, because this was he like positionally outplayed or what happened? I think it was just maybe the first loss and the second loss kind of carried on to this game to some extent. I think that could be a good explanation. I mean, of course, we have to break the position down or break the game down very deeply to understand where exactly Magnus went wrong. But usually जब ऐसी complications रहती हैं तो it turns in Magnus's favor in some way.
Oh wow, we have an interview with Divya Deshmukh, who just won an amazing game against Zhu Jina. देखते हैं what she had to say after that epic win against her arch rival.
Such an important victory in a classical game. How the whole process went for you?
Okay, of course, I was very lucky that I won this game. I should have lost it. I think the opening went terrible for me, and I mixed up my preparation. So after that, I was in a miserable position throughout, and at some point, I had lost hope. I think instead of king f2, she could go knight c4, and I think I'm losing the a5 pawn, because if I go b6, she has knight e5 back, bishop b7, and then bishop b7. So yeah, I think after king a2, bishop d7, she started thinking a lot, so that was kind of working in my favor, and it was going towards equality. But of course, a very complicated position. I didn't like a3 from her because I think she could have taken the pawn. Now she just eliminated her chances of taking it. And yeah, of course, bishop b4 was, I think she just didn't see rook a5.
During your own game, were you able to watch the other games too? Like, do you know what's the situation?
No idea. No.
Okay, well, have a good rest and see you tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm curious when I see a game like this, Divya, where you're behind early, but you fight through. How much resourcefulness, how much willpower does it take to be able to turn a game like this?
Completely exhausted, so I guess that says something. But yeah, it was quite difficult, the possession. It was kind of a self-sabotage. I got myself into that. But yeah, I think I tried to defend well and it worked out.
Exhaustion feels a lot better with a win than after a loss, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But either way, I think it's better to be exhausted than not even try.
This changes a little bit in the top standings now. Bibisara lost in classical time today. You pull off a win. That means that you're in the driver's seat right now. Do you have any thoughts about that?
No, not really. 5 rounds to go. We'll see what happens.
That sounds like the diplomatic answer. What's the real answer?
Well, I'm happy to be leading.
See, I like that answer. Thank you, Divya.
No worries. Thank you.
Gukesh, I'm seeing behind me, there's tons of Indian press for this matchup. I see Pragg is very frustrated, but how important is this national matchup between you guys? How much pressure did you feel?
I mean, the thing is, we played a lot against each other, so it's like, it's just another game for me. Obviously, for the media, it's like nice, because two of the top Indian guys are playing against each other. But I think, for me, it doesn't really make a difference. And I felt a lot of pressure, but just because of the game, it was so tense from the start. But yeah, lucky to pull through.
It didn't feel like luck at the end there. It did feel like you concluded that game very nicely today. Are you feeling that you're getting into the form that you want to be at this point?
I'm surely doing much better than I was doing a few months back, or even a couple of months back. I feel much sharper. I feel much happier in general. The results are still, they are improving, but not where I want to be. But I believe, if I continue playing good chess, the results will come at some point. So, yeah.
Do they often go together, happiness and good chess?
Yeah, for sure. I think when you're happy and when you're, you feel good about yourself, you feel good, you feel sharp over the board, you automatically trust yourself more. You make quick, good decisions, and these they are very minor things, but end of the day, that's what makes the difference. Yeah. So.
Thank you so much for taking the time to really answer the questions, Gukesh.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are back, child, after those interviews. Nice to see कि Gukesh, Divya winning there. Of course, Pragg के लिए बहुत बड़ा heartbreak because he could have potentially been very close to the tournament lead. And I don't know how you come back from that, Rakesh bhai, because बहुत harsh loss थी for somebody like Pragg who had as we can see, 3 connected passed pawns. Yeah, at some point he was thinking, भाई ये game तो मैं जीतूंगा, but it just didn't happen.
100% भाई, और उसके 9 पॉइंट हो जाते and things would have been completely different. But now I think Pragg, he's a professional. He's got to take that in his stride and try to come up with the goods, because he's playing Wesley So with the black pieces tomorrow. Not a fun pairing, Sahaj bhai.
Correct, bhai. But I think from Pragg's Pragg's side, like the fact you said he's a professional, I think he also understands, games sometimes go like this. I mean, for example, his game against Magnus was also very topsy-turvy. Right? It also came down to the wire. It also came down to time pressure, and that one he won. So of course, when there is no increment, when the position is this sharp, yes, 3 pawn hai bhai, but black ka attack bhi hai, as Gukesh proved, and when this happens, the game can just go anyway. But yeah, it was a sad day for Pragg, but hoping he can bounce back.
Sahaj bhai, you mentioned that name Magnus. I wonder what he is thinking right now, because 5 में से 3 losses and he's now down to the rating of 2825 and is in last place after the half of the event is over. And Firuzja, if you check the standings, is on 10 points. Magnus is on 4.5. So just just by pure this logic, he has to win 2 rounds straight just to catch up with Firuzja with just 5 rounds to go. I don't see that happening. So, question to chat and the commentators: do you think Magnus can even win this event from here?
Chances तो है भाई.
Yeah, bhai. Magnus hai bhai. So I know
हाँ.
people are gonna say no, no, not possible and everything, but okay, we've seen worse odds and we've seen him come back from this from like worse situations before. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
possible.
If it happens,
भाई
it'll be a
और
miracle for
टिकू
sure.
भाई, ये गेम ना मैं पहले खेल चुका हूँ कि नेवर अंडरएस्टिमेट मैग्नस. तो ही
टिकू
ही
भाई, आपको
ही
याद है
कैन.
वर्ल्ड रैपिड के बाद वर्ल्ड रैपिड था कि वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स के बाद आपने कहा था कि आप अगर अगर मैग्नस ये जीत जाता है तो यू विल पुट लाइक अ फ्रेम. अगर मैग्नस नॉर्वे
Freestyle,
चला जाता है ना.
freestyle world championship,
Sorry,
and
sorry,
there's the
freestyle,
frame, bhai.
freestyle. My bad, my bad,
There's
my
the
bad.
frame.
So
Ha. So,
I'm saying that
ha.
if Magnus wins Norway chess, I'll put a frame of Norway chess, and I'll find a way to put it behind me somewhere, and it will
Chalo,
always be there
done,
from
bhai.
now on.
Done, done. And I think, regardless,
सहज
frame
भाई
आए ना आए,
so naive.
No, 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 no.
बोलो.
I want it. I want this, bhai. I want to put it there, like genuinely, because I think it's gonna happen.
by the way, we have both the players at this seat. So, final game for day number 5, the first half of Norway chess. We have the women's world champion, the white pieces, and of course, Humpy Koneru. And Humpy has not had an ideal event at all. So, if she can somehow win this, she's not gonna get up from last place, but at least confidence-wise boost milega before the second leg starts. Yeah, and you play the same opponents again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
एंड मैग्नस फिर बदला लेगा भाई एक एक करके.
अच्छा तूने हराया था. तूने हराया था ना.
सबका बदला लेगा रे तेरा मैग्नस. एक एक करके. I feel, but okay, I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but I still
Let's go
think
full
he
screen.
a chance. Oh, we have
Deep.
lift off. Let's go.
Yeah.
Good time.
London system, come on, let's go. Zoo, London system, come on. Bishop 4. I thought Zujin wears specs. I didn't know that. Okay, knight f3
भाई
played
जू
now.
जिनर नहीं है वो, जू
Sorry,
वेंजून
I
है.
mean, yeah, sorry, my bad. Now e6 played. Bishop f4 maybe. Let's go bishop f4. Come on.
I'm pretty sure I've seen
ल-
Zujiner classes as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait,
Like in
like
GPL.
it's interesting,
I
right?
think
Like
I
sometimes.
have.
वो
हाँ
लीट
हाँ
इंजी है
exactly.
think I
भाई, वो
have.
लीट इंजी है, वो अलग प्लेयर है.
नहीं
No,
नहीं
no,
नहीं
no,
भाई,
no.
भाई I
I
know
was,
Zujiner.
I
She
was
was in the
Sahaj bhai.
same
I think
hotel
I've
as
seen
us.
it. I've seen it as well. I think he's right.
नो लंडन यार टिको भाई, E3 प्लेड.
भाई
सैड.
कोले खेल दिया यार. भाई मतलब दिस इज लाइक एन इंसल्ट ऑन द लंदन की भाई कोले खेल रहा लंदन से पहले.
सहज भाई लाइक्स कोले, ऐसा नहीं है.
Collie system is the best by b3 bishop b2
ओ
knight
माय
d2
गॉड.
and knight e5 f4. Let's go by simple.
क्या सुन लिया मैंने आज ये. लंदन. भाई लंदन एंड कोले दोनों बोट में हम नहीं रह सकते. चूज वन सहज भाई.
No
यू
नहीं
कैन
दोनों
नॉट चूज
भाई दोनों
बोथ.
खेलो. Collie system Rakesh भाई you know. Collie system
ऑफ
is
कोर्स,
is
इफ यू
good
नो यू
भाई.
नो टिको भाई, ऐसा है.
If you let's go.
शिट यार.
टिको भाई ने ना जू वेंजून को
देखो
छोड़ो,
भाई
खुद का ही
मैसेज भी
चश्मा
पढ़
उतार
लेना है
दिया.
भेजा है आपको भी ग्रुप पे कुछ.
नहीं आई
Knight
डिड सी हर बाय द वे. बट ओके नाइट d2 played. But okay, man, I wish I didn't see anything by shit, yaar. Kole setup, yaar. Shit, yaar. अब तक दुख हो रहा है. I can't believe it. Okay, by the way, castle split by white. How
Remember,
did
chat
Pragg
doesn't.
lose?
And now I just think pawn takes c5 and play e4. By अगर आपको मतलब you if you want a long term kind of slight edge, Collie is like a I think a nice opening to play. And
Yeah.
टिक्कू भाई की like एकदम favorite है ये.
Yes.
टिक्कू भाई why do you prefer Collie over London? Would you please let us know?
Because एक गाना बना था ना कोले कोले कोले, तो I heard that song and I was like यार कुछ तो कभी तो खेलना चाहिए इसको. इतना अच्छा गाना इन्होंने लिखा है. It almost rhymes. So
Sorry
I जैसे
chat, that
खेलते
was
हैं.
on me for asking the question.
That is on you, bhai, for playing the opening. Literally.
टिको भाई
भाई
आप
वुमेन्स
मुंबई नहीं
वर्ल्ड
आ
चैंपियन
सकते हो.
अगर एक ओपनिंग खेल रही है तो फिर आई एम प्रीटी श्योर कॉली वाज प्लेड इन अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच एज वेल नो बिटवीन डिंग एंड नेपो. आई थिंक डिंग प्लेड इट. रैपोर्ट की
Really?
सजेशन थी एंड डिंग won that match in कॉली. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर.
भाई डिंग लंदन और कॉली खेलता है क्या? ही प्लेड लंदन अगेंस्ट गुकेश एंड
रैपोर्ट की सजेशन थी एंड वी वर ऑल प्रेजिंग इट बैक देन कि क्लासिकल में उसने हराया था वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के। सो आफ्टर दैट आई थिंक द ओपनिंग हैज at least something to stand on, I think.
हाँ, but okay,
And
I think good test today. Can
Infosite is right in the chat. Why is Humpy man playing so slowly? I agree. I remember
भाई
it's an Armageddon,
पांच
so she starts 3 minutes late. She has 3 minutes less than her opponent, but this is too much, Tiku.
मैं कॉली है ना, थोड़ा 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 देख के संभल के खेलना पड़ता है। इट्स वेरी
भाई शी
डिफिकल्ट
इज
आई
इन
थिंक।
शॉक. शी स्पेंट 2 minutes ऑन मूव वन. डाइजेस्टिंग की कोई कॉली भी खेल सकता है यहाँ पे. लाइक दैट्स वेयर शी स्पेंट 2 minutes एक्चुअली.
भाई कॉली लेकिन पहली चाल पे थोड़ी ना आती है।
अरे
ये तो
मतलब शी when she played e3 on move 3 she looked at Wenjun Ju for 2 minutes, said भाई बिशप जब बाहर आ सकता था तो लॉक का है किया. Like that was she was thinking basically for 2 minutes straight.
ऐसे तो फिर गुकेश और प्रग का जो मैच, तो बिशप तो मतलब मूव 80 तक बाहर नहीं आए थे भाई।
वो तो
जब
फोर्स किया ना प्रग ने भाई पीछे लेने के लिए, तो वॉलंटरी था. Okay, by the way, Ju Wenjun thinking for a long time.
any Collie players in the chat, by the way? Like I know there must be a lot of London players. Any Collie players? Because भाई मैं तो ना सहता है सब।
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Exactly. Kole Kole नहीं था गाना.
Gukesh Divya won. Yes, both of them won.
Yes, yes. What a day. Can Humpy ji win this? Sahesh bhai, क्या लगता है? And remember, chat, draw is enough for Humpy.
एक बंदा कहता है I've never heard one Kole player. भाई nice.
भाई
वो
वर्ल्ड
भी है.
चैंपियनशिप का मैच हुआ था चैट, डिंग वर्सेस नेपो में। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर डिंग प्लेड इट विद द व्हाइट पीसेस। इट वाज अ सरप्राइज फॉर नेपो एंड आई थिंक ही वन दैट मैच। आई मीन यू कैन रिसर्च दिस, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर इट्स देयर।
कोहली बोल को मैं नहीं चाहता. Learned this opening today. हाँ भाई. You know, we were literally, okay, I should not reveal COB prep, but we were roasting one of the players कि भाई उसने बिशप ब्लॉक कर दिया. And but this is an opening apparently, so glad to know that. Ju is hesitating to break the position open. I mean, she
हाँ
is
ये
breaking the
गजब
position
बेइज्जती
open
है
e4
भाई।
के साथ.
भाई just want to put something out there. You know this is exactly like triangle Slav, right? But you're playing
हाँ.
with one extra tempo. So
But you
it's like
had the option to put the bishop out, no? Like black तो मजबूर है. क्या आप है?
भाई
Sahesh
ये
bhai,
कैसा लॉजिक है कि
I
भाई
बिशप
सही है
was,
ना?
बाहर रख
ब्लैक
सकते हो तो
मजबूर
फिर
है.
बिशप बाहर लेके जाओ, ये कैसा लॉजिक है?
yeah.
ब्लैक मजबूर है ना
But
भाई.
तो भाई जब गुकेश ने जब E4 E5 D3 खेला था, तब क्यों नहीं बोला आपने बिशप बाहर
वो
निकल
तो
सकता था?
वो तो
हाँ।
वेरिएंस था ना भाई. इट्स एन
तो
ओपनिंग.
ये क्या है?
लाइक समझे नहीं. कोले इज लाइक सेइंग कि भाई मतलब बस चेस खेलने का मन ही नहीं है आज मुझे. D4 D3 इज लाइक भाई किसी ने आज तक खेला ही नहीं है तो आई एम गोना प्ले इट बिकॉज इट्स लाइक कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट. लाइक समझ रहे हो?
भाई जुवेंचुन looks a bit better to me right now already actually.
वो तो टाइम कम था ना. 4
Kole
मिनट तो
power.
बोलने में लगा दिए.
हाँ क्योंकि उन्होंने थर्ड मूव पे वो सोची इतना इसलिए। कोई कह रहा है कोहली नंबर 1। अरे चैट।
हम्पी इज मूविंग फास्टर. यस, 2.5 मिनट का डिफरेंस रह गया है. पहले 5 मिनट का था.
Yeah.
बट नाउ व्हाट डू यू डू आफ्टर H3? ये बिशप थोड़ा सा. रुक D1 भी आ रहा है. Some discover attack, knight F6 check in, bishop H7.
Oh, that's a mistake. I like rook d1 as well. मतलब वही जो टिकू भाई ने बताया वो वाला आइडिया के साथ.
रुक D1 बढ़िया आइडिया आई थिंक। ऑल्सो नाउ यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई द बिशप इज ऑन C1 या, क्योंकि E3 पे होता तो लाइक G5 पे होता तो लाइक एक्सचेंजेस हो जाते एंड ड्रॉ के लिए खेलते आप। बिशप E3 होता तो फिर यू नो नाइट E4 का थोड़ा प्रेशर। तो बिशप घर पे रखो अभी, लॉन्ग रेंज पीस या। व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दैट टिकू भाई?
अभी
भाई
यही अगर इंडियन पेरेंट्स अपने बच्चों के बारे में सोचते तो बड़ा अच्छा रहता, बट सोचते नहीं है सहज भाई. हम ऐसे इंडियन जैसे डेवलप ही नहीं हुए भाई इस लॉजिक से. आई डोंट नो. नेवर हर्ड ऑफ दिस लॉजिक बिफोर कि घर पे ही रहो, कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
वर्क फ्रॉम होम।
हाँ, यस यस यस.
Sahil
ऑफ
bhai,
कोर्स.
Gukesh
भाई वी आर
won
ऑल वर्किंग
in
फ्रॉम
a
होम।
crazy game. No way
No
Jew is
way
winning this.
winning this. She can. I think Rook D1
भाई
is a
of course
huge
she
threat.
can. She is
Rook
much
D1.
better. She has 2 more minutes on the clock as well. I mean I think objectively, if anyone can win this, Juventus has the best chance. Like right now, the best move is Rook D1, by the way. वो जो साहिल भाई ने थोड़ा पहले mention किया था, Knight F6 Bishop H7 का threat, क्योंकि Queen D5 पे है. And then you're losing a bunch of tempos, and then Knight G3 supposedly, and you can provoke Bishop F3 in some lines, and that's a very nice way to play.
This is not looking like Arma. I do agree. I think 13 ही मूव हुए हैं. So दोनों प्लेयर बहुत आराम
हाँ
से खेल रहे हैं somehow.
भाई भाई भी बोल रहे हैं दिस क्लासिकल गेम नहीं भाई इट्स एन आर्मागेडन ब्लैक हैज टू प्ले क्वीन e6 एंड शी हैज ब्लंडर्ड क्वीन a5 not the best भाई it's +2 already why Sahaj भाई tell us
It's the power of Kohli, bhai. I think it's a very underrated opening. I think a lot of people just
Underestimated.
underestimate the power of this opening, yeah. And
कॉली
that's
इज कि
where it-
सारे बाकी लोग बोले बिशप भाई तू घर पे है तो वैसे यूजलेस है हम लोग हैंडल कर लेंगे बैटल. यही है कॉले भाई. But okay, there was this some bishop h7 check working
I
apparently.
can kind of understand, like for someone who plays London like all the time, Kohli can be almost like an insult, yeah, because bishop f4 पे रखना था, तुम bishop जान के c1 पे रख रहे हो.
Bhai, I'm not kidding. We were preparing today morning and one of the COB players constantly played e3. I was like telling Pragg कि भाई इस बंदे को seriously लेने की जरूरत नहीं. ये बंदे हरा देंगे हम लोग.
भाई वही सबसे डेंजरस प्लेयर है भाई, याद रखना भाई.
वो नहीं हो सकता भाई. इस बंदे का नाम नहीं पता. मुश्किल है.
भाई वो प्रखर भाई के सोचो कितने बुरे दिन आ गए टिक्कू भाई कोच है उनके
भाई 2700 रेटिंग भाई at my peak.
oh
You can't
yes
handle-
congrats I
That's
saw your
good,
story
भाई.
टिक्कू भाई
That's very
भाई
good,
विश्वास ही
भाई.
नहीं हो रहा मुझे भाई खुद. तो अभी 2-3 दिन
हमको
हो
पता है
गए
ना
हुए.
Are you playing Blitz or Bullet?
बुलेट भाई बुलेट.
Blitz.
By
Bullet.
Bullet is like very very impressive, yeah. Very very
टिक्कू भाई
impressive.
भाई,
आपको
अब
पता है ना कि आपकी वाइफ खेलेगी आपके अकाउंट पे वो फेयर प्ले वायलेशन आपको पता है ना
ये देखो राकेश भाई से ना दुनिया भर के फेयर प्ले जोक्स करवा दो. इनको ना टीम में ले लिया चेसकॉम ने, तब से बस फेयर प्ले जोक्स पे फेयर प्ले जोक्स. राकेश
भाई
भी
बट
take it
लेकिन
very
he has
seriously.
a point. IP एड्रेस तो दोनों का सेम ही रहेगा ना.
ऐसे नहीं होता है भाई. दिखता
थोड़े
है
गेम
कहाँ से login
एनालाइज
किया है.
करो, थोड़े गेम एनालाइज. कहीं पे अगर व्हाइट से लंदन ना खेला जाए तो वो टिक्कू नहीं है.
बट
By the
ऑन
way,
अ
Rook
सीरियस नोट भाई
C5.
2700 रेटिंग इज अमेजिंग भाई वेल डन
थैंक्स भाई. एंड आई थिंक रुक
स्पेशली
C5
फॉर
यहाँ पे
लाइक वेल डन टू परनाली.
अब
रुक
क्या
C1
करें
पे
भाई.
फोकस करते हैं अपन रुक C1 पे फोकस करते हैं
मैं उसको 6 में बोल नहीं सकता एक्चुअली. कुछ चीजें रिवील हो जाएंगी वरना. बट ओके एनीवेज
अच्छा
रुक
टिक्कू
C5
भाई,
लेट्स
do
गो.
you do you have a private account या नहीं जिसपे आप प्रैक्टिस
Me?
करते हो? या
नहीं वन अकाउंट ओनली.
Interesting. Oh, by the way, Ruxify now Humpage is back. Yeah, completely back. I think even in the
Okay.
end game, you can say that Black can play for a win here, more or less. Rook B5 just
F4
simple.
looks a bit
Ooh.
risky.
भाई Rook B5 में C4 है.
oh the rook has no squares
Yeah, Rook C5, Bishop B4, and you could lose the knight. That's a trap by Ju and Jun. Humpage has
But
to
she'll
be
see it,
careful.
of course. I think she'll see it.
cunning trap भाई वैसे एक इंडियन ने हराया था एक चाइनीज को मतलब दिव्या बीट जूजिना टुडे कैन हम्पी जी आल्सो डू द सेम
नहीं, एक और इंडियन ने
भाई-
हराया था भाई एक चाइनीज को अभी कुछ टाइम पहले.
वो तो गुकेश डिंग बोल रहे हो ना आप
Yes, sir.
और अगले साल वैशाली भी हराएगी एक चाइनीज
अरे
को
अरे
जो
अरे
एंजन
अरे,
को
let's go.
और
रुक
उज़्बेक के
C8
साथ उज़्बेक के साथ क्या लग रहा है?
भाई सुना हमने साइलेंट लेट्स फोकस रुक C8 played hitting the pawn on C3
I think
This
here
is
Rook
very bad.
C1 is a nice move. Just setting the same trap. Yeah, if you take, then I play C4 again. क्योंकि with Rook C8, Humpy ji is saying I want to take this. अब C4 पे Knight C4 है मेरे पास. So Rook C1
Correct.
kind of looks cool actually here. But बहुत ही slow चल रहा है game I feel.
सही में भाई
भाई बिशप ऑन D2 doesn't believe in himself. That's the problem. उसको है नहीं बिलीफ. उसको स्टार्टिंग में नर्फ कर दिया गया था बचपन से ही.
I think सहज में हम्पी जी is taking over and
भाई
look
इस
at the
पे
horrible
ये टिक्कू
bishop
भाई का
on
ना
D2.
अलग स्किल भाई टिक्कू भाई का आज अलग स्किल अनलॉक हुआ है भाई, लाइक हेटिंग ऑन कॉली, लाइक आई लव इट भाई, वी शुड डू सीरीज ऑफ दिस.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट वो नर जो भगवान ने खुद, उसने खुद सेल्फ इम्पोज ब्लंडर किया है, उसको मैं क्या करूंगा भाई, मतलब खुद सेल्फ इम्पोज भाई. मूव 3.
तो, तो भाई स्लाव मेरान के बारे में क्या कहना है उसमें भी तो
ब्लैक
सेम ही होता
मजबूर
है.
है भाई. ब्लैक मजबूर है, वाइट नहीं. वो डिफरेंस है.
मैं मेरान वाइट से खेली जाती है ना विद E3, लाइक नाइट
अरे भाई
F3
इतनी
E3 जहाँ पे
ओपनिंग
आप
मुझे
C4
पता होती
मारते
तो
हो.
मैं ही खेल रहा था ना भाई फिर यहाँ पे.
मतलब बेसिकली अच्छा
I
ओ
think
नाइस
it's
भाई वो
डूड.
बिशप.
simple. हाँ बोलो बोलो.
बिशप C5 चेक भाई, व्हाट एन एक्टिव डैगलिंग फॉर द बिशप.
भाई I think
ओह
Humpy जी is
दैट्स,
taking over.
यार यही देखो बिशप E3 से एक्टिवेट हो रहा था बिशप, बट बिशप E1 इज अ मिस्टेक.
आदत है ना भाई उसको बिशप को.
बंद रखने.
नया नया कुछ अनलॉक हुआ है भाई आज टिक्कू
ओ
भाई का,
D7 इज
clearly.
नाइस. नाइस नाइस नाइस.
But let's settle this. Chat आप बताओ, कोले या लंदन? What do you
ओके
prefer?
यू कांट से दैट, नो 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 नो, यू कांट भाई, यहाँ पर तो मैं
देखते
भी
हैं ना
सपोर्ट नहीं
टिकू
करूंगा
भाई.
भाई कॉली को. लंदन तो प्यार है भाई, लंदन ऑफ कोर्स नंबर वन, बट कॉली इज लाइक अ ग्रेट वेपन, आई थिंक अ ग्रेट alternate weapon, not like a primary weapon, I would say.
Hmm.
London is also not a great like primary weapon by that logic, but yeah.
भाई सब लंदन ही लिख रहे हैं.
तो
एक
टिकू
बंदा
भाई के
लिखा
ऑल्ट
मगर,
अकाउंट है तभी तो वो नहीं बोल रहे कुछ भी.
तो एक बंद दो तो बंदे कोले लिख रहे हैं लेकिन स्पेलिंग ही गलत है बेचारे यार.
हाँ. बट टिकू भाई आपके पास एक ब्रह्मास्त्र है. इतना सहज भाई कोले कोले कर रहे हैं, तो कोले पे कोर्स बना देता ना. लंदन पे क्यों कोर्स बनाया?
हाँ फेयर इनफ फेयर इनफ.
भाई मेरी कॉल नहीं थी.
अच्छा ओके.
श्री की
भाई
कॉल थी.
बिशप फाउंड इट्स पर्पस टू एक्सचेंज इटसेल्फ ऑफ फाइनली.
भाई
खत्म.
I think Humpy is winning this. Let's go. Come on, chat. What a amazing day for Indians except Pragg.
भाई टेक्स
भाई
एवरीथिंग, रुक डी. एक सेकंड, आपका पॉन नहीं मर रहा रुक एंडिंग में?
correct. Rook D8 check and Rook D7.
यस एग्जैक्टली. और शी टेक्स
She
इट.
go. She's going for it. Chop, chop,
भाई
chop, chop, and then Rook check on the back rank
हाउ
from
डज
White.
Ju and Jun have less time now? Like I thought Humpy ji was thinking a lot. Yeah, that's what we were saying.
आप
Now
वो
it's the
तभी
opposite.
कोले लंदन बात कर रहे ना, तभी सोच रही थी जो वेंचू. Yeah, she's going for it, Sahaj bhai.
Okay, draw no,
And now
like
check.
check
And then rook d7,
F5
exactly.
and rook A3 no, खत्म.
Oh, f5 is very nice. Missed f5 actually.
Well spotted by Stockfish.
अरे भाई रूक एंड गेम भी नहीं खेलने दोगे भाई.
By go king f2, king e3. Arey, by king h2 is not like king f2, king e3. Like give the pawn and just go for this pawn. I mean that's your only chance, right?
Yeah, fair, because a draw with white is equal to a loss. So Ju Wenjun has to go for the win, or else Humpy Ji is winning this Armageddon.
Okay, king comes to F3, rook F2.
Bhai, I think Juvenjun has a chance here also. Like she can choose to go king e4 and वो pawn b5 पे बहुत ज्यादा advanced है भाई.
बट F5 आ गया ना, अब भाग ही नहीं सकते.
तो फिर like I can go king e2, king here like this. If you take here, I can by rook b8, rook h8. Oh, this is a nice idea. King h5. भाई मैं तो कहता हूँ king g2, king h3 लेके जाओ. Yeah, nice, nice. King h5, king h3, and then this could be a checkmate.
Repetition.
Smart play actually.
They've reached 40 moves, so chat is they'll get 1 second increment.
But wait,
And
king
now
H6
rook a2
nothing
is very
changes,
good.
no?
But rook a2 is very good. Now the king is
Ah.
trapped. Yeah.
Sahaj, what about H? No, sorry.
Did Humpy ji offer draw? We're not sure, but I don't think Juvenjun will take that because it's just a time scramble. एक ही second का increment है यहाँ पे दोनों plays के लिए. And I think Juvenjun is losing time with each move. She could lose actually on time here.
Oh, she
Oh, she
played
goes
with
for
1
this
second.
H5 idea. 2 seconds for this, 4 seconds.
King H4, rook H2 is mate.
Yeah. And she
Oh wow, it's a
loses.
draw, yeah? It's a draw, I think.
No,
Oh,
she lost on
time.
time. Humpy
Shu
won, yeah.
Wenchun lost on time. Konaru Humpy wins. What a wonderful day. 3 wins for the Indians, and sadly Pragg, who lost to his compatriot Gukesh. But what an amazing day here at Norway Chess, Sahej bhai, take over.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, I think Pragg ko chhod ke, I think everyone had like a fantastic day. I think Divya, defeating Zhu Junior in classical. Gukesh, of course, having that insane comeback. Humpy ji, taking down Juvenjun in Armageddon. I think great day for India. Tikku
I think we got the maximum number of points possible, basically, because उन
Yeah.
दोनों में एक को तो
हाँ.
हारना ही था. So I think this is the best we could have asked for, and we got it. Especially Gukesh and Divya winning in the classical means. Now Gukesh has caught up in the standings, is in the middle. And also Divya is now leading the women's section. If you look at the standings, once Humpy also gaining half a point, valuable half a point there. Divya in first place in the women's section, half a point ahead of Bibisara with half the tournament to go. So this is going to be amazing to watch, actually, if she can continue on that trend in the second half of Norway Chess. And of course, Humpy with that win should give her confidence as well. Also, open section, agar hum jaye, bhai, I think only one name stands out, and that is Magnus Carlsen in last place. ये लग रहा है ये fake standings है भाई, लगता है update नहीं हुआ points अभी.
राकेश भाई ने कहा था चैट इसका स्क्रीन चैट एक बार और फोटो ले लो, ये दोबारा नहीं, पक्का नहीं होगा ये लास्ट टाइम, ये लास्ट वाला लास्ट था पक्का.
सही में
Wow,
चैट,
man.
मतलब इट्स सो रेयर टू सी मैग्नस कार्लसन एट द बॉटम ऑफ द स्टैंडिंग्स. एंड आई थिंक चैट में कोई बोल रहा था ना, द जीरोस आर जस्ट आल्सो अनप्लेड गेम्स. टिको भाई, इट्स नॉट दैट ही हैज लॉस्ट सो मेनी टाइम्स. तो अनप्लेड भी है थोड़े. एंड व्हाट अबाउट द इंडियन डुओ गुकेश एंड प्रग इन द मिडल ऑफ द स्टैंडिंग्स? क्या लगता है किस तरफ जाएंगे सहज भाई?
I think they're it's only upwards from here. Yeah, Pragg was actually at second place before this match began, and now Gukesh has caught up. I mean, he's technically like one classical win away from basically catching up to Firouzja. That's a good place to be in. So I think it can only be upwards for both of them from now on.
It's a fabulous. Yeah, exactly.
Magnus plays
Firouzja
Firouzja in the next round. वो भी white pieces. I think यही मौका है भाई. That's the last chance. If you don't win that one, I think Firouzja gains at least 1 point. उसके बाद you're not winning Norway Chess. So I think अगला round जीतना is like a must in classical if Magnus has to win the event. Otherwise, it would make it impossible.
Bhai, bottom of the standings beats the leader, throwing the tournament wide open. Everything to play for actually in tomorrow's round 6 here when the reverse pairings happen. Sahej bhai, Tikku bhai, I'm super excited कल के लिए. देखेंगे क्या होगा कल.
Absolutely. And Rakesh bhai, of course, I think एक अलग सी like चेहरे पे रौनक, I feel, because PSG won as well.
Of course, amazing win. I'm a big Manchester United supporter, so nice to see Arsenal lose rather than PSG winning. But yeah, Tikku bhai, आप हो ना कल तो?
हाँ भाई, कल तो मैं हूँ of course. And वो PSG है कि PSG है?
जी.
अच्छा जी है. Oh my bad. PSG तो भाई Photoshop में फाइल होती है भाई.
PSG,
exactly.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Chat, thank you for joining, bhai. That was a crazy day of chess. I think at the end, start bada slow hua tha, to be honest, but I think it kind of became crazy, in the final few moments. And of course, what a win by Gukesh, and that was crazy. And of course, Divya ka wo reaction bhi insane tha to win against her arch rival. वो बहुत confidence देगा दोनों players को. And of course, it's halfway through. 5 round pending है. सारे players एक दूसरे से दोबारा खेलेंगे with opposite colors. So जो हारे हैं, वो लोग अब revenge के लिए fight करेंगे. So thank you, Sahej bhai. Thank you, Rakesh bhai, Samay bhai. And thank you, chat, for joining. We'll be back tomorrow with day number 6 of Norway Chess. And ek se bhale do. And we'll see you tomorrow. And good night.
There is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.